Welcome back. It is the last day of the event window. You know what that means. It is finals day as the world's best arrive on site once again here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pros top 5 on the WSL Championship Tour. Michaelani de Bolt on a mission, climbing the rankings at this venue. Caio Ibelli with a big job ahead of him today if he wants to stay on tour. Same with this guy, Ceremonies, looking to save his place on the Championship Tour with a big heat against Ethan Ewing to kick things off. Ethan looking so sharp throughout the season so far, currently sitting in second spot on the rankings and looking all the part a top 5 finisher this season. Welcome back to the show. Ronnie Blakey joined by a couple of legends. Richie Lovett, former CT campaigner. How are you, Rich?
Good morning, Ron. Yeah, amazing.
Matt Janoski also joining us here in WA, Matt. A big week, mate. Beautiful weather, not a lot of surf, but it looks a little different out there today.
Yeah, a few extra feet on the waves and a few extra inches on the boards. Surfers scrambling to find some step-ups. We have a new swell, new wind, and finals day.
And we're going to have a couple of champions by this afternoon, Richie, and everyone looking super psyched. The warm-up session, it was mind-blowing.
Yeah, absolutely. We came down this morning, incredible waves, and everyone getting frothing around, getting used to new equipment that we haven't seen all week. So we're on, mate.
We know that we're on. Let's just find out what the format's going to be today. A big good morning to Stace. How are you, mate?
I'm good, thanks, Ron. Morning, Rich. Morning, Wax. Morning, Jesse. Clearly we're on. What's the program?
Clearly we're on the last day of the event window, and so obviously we've got these 4 remaining heats of the men's round of 16. Then we're going straight into men's quarterfinals, women's quarterfinals, and then all the way to the finish. So right now we're going to be running overlapping heats for these first 12 heats. Obviously we've waited to put as much as we could into this day. Like, we've been looking at it, looking at Sunday for, you and I think, probably been talking about this for the last week. So it's great that we're here, and it's great that it's actually probably a bit better than we even thought it would be. It's definitely bigger than we're expecting. So it's pumping out there. It's great to be here and to have good waves for everyone.
Certainly. Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Stace. Let's get it done. Look, we're not wasting any daylight hours today, so we actually got the surfers out there. There was waves approaching, so bang, they sounded the hooter, and we're underway here with the first heat of the morning. We've got to get through the rest of the round of 16 and set up the quarterfinal bracket on the men's side. Ethan Ewing sitting number 2 on the rankings at the moment. Seth Moniz just outside the cut line at this stage of the game, Rich, and this is a huge heat for Seth. He's looked probably the sharpest he's been all year, and he's going to have to continue to improve because Ethan's been on a whole new level.
Yeah, absolutely. And just with conditions the way they are, you know, it sort of doesn't fall into Seth's favour as we see live action.
Look at that extra size in the swell today as Seth rips into that first turn. This wave's starting to taper off, and he's going to give up on this one, but a big set exploding on the outside too.
Yeah, look, you can see here it's a totally different playing field to what we've seen this entire event. But I was just saying, you know, as the conditions are unfolding in front of us right now, you've got to think that Ethan Ewing, he is going to tear into this sort of stuff. But you're right, Seth has been surfing better than ever. I feel like he's surfed his way back into form these last few events. And, well, with a do-or-die situation in front of him, he is going to have to put it all on the line.
Well, here's the 4.67 from Seth early on in the heat.
Yeah, so the first wave ridden of the day, and it looks like a little barrel on the end section there for Seth. So we haven't seen too many barrels in this event. He goes to that little end turn, and this was a replay of that 3.83. So a nice hook to start things off. And another one here, just loses a bit of momentum and has to pet the kitty there to get the momentum, the ride out of that, and he's faced with a 4-wave set from behind him. Jet ski assist today.
You've been pretty close down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone as Seth's been preparing for each of his heats on his run through this event, Matt, and he's leaning into the big throbbing surf brain of Doug Silver, a former competitor himself, but he's got some interesting ways in getting Seth prepared for big heats like this.
Yeah, if Seth's going to get through this, it will be through that composure, to be through becoming present and actually just surfing with a lot more purpose and thinking about the preparation, thinking about the wave selection, and tying it all in with his connectivity. He needs a breakthrough result today, and if he gets through it, it won't be through any coincidence.
Yeah, Rich, Doug Silver just helping Seth get out of his own head a little bit, really focused on just his surfing and just taking, I think, a real composed approach to this heavy situation that he finds himself in, and giving him the belief that he can progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, having that companionship and someone just basically, you know, sort of mind-bending you into believing that you can do it is what you need. It eliminates everything around you. It keeps that positive affirmation going in your mind. And, you know, it strips all that negativity away and opens you up to be able to surf freely and openly. And as you said, Matt, feel connected and have that belief. And this is the moment he needs to let it all hang out and shine. But, you know, Doug Silver, he's a real character. Here we go, Ethan Ewing.
This is what Seth's up against, though. Ethan Ewing, the world number 2 at the moment. Put him on a big right-hander, and he's going to be very dominant. But this wave has been a little sleepy so far. Let's see how he can finish it off. Just gets a little swamped in the whitewater there.
Yeah, it's a new swell. Lots of energy in the lineup. And generally, as these new swells arrive, they have a lot of power behind them. A lot of force behind these waves. And these are by far the biggest waves we've seen for the last 10 or 12 days here in Margaret River. So a quick adjustment needed to be made by all competitors.
Make his way back out now. Ethan Ewing, as we see Seth, wave number 3 for him. Good looking section standing up here. Digs in on the first turn. Nice layback to get started. Up into the pocket again. Winds through a top carve, but doesn't really get too much out of it. But does really well on the inside here. Nice little tail drop over the boiling section of water, and there is jet ski assist on offer for the competitors this morning.
Yeah, they're going to have to make their way all the way in past that rock shelf, in through the inside channel, so the jet ski is able to pick them up. It won't access the surfer on the shelf unless there's a broken board or a broken fin or leg rope. So Seth making his way in, and they'll take him all the way back around to the left out to the back of the wave.
A couple of minutes in that transition to get onto the ski here. This will be a great example. Straight onto the back of the sled, you'll see Seth climb up, jump onto the back of the ski.
It's been a good start, a positive start for Seth here, but we do have 40-minute heats. That dual heat format being brought into play here today, so there's a lot of chances for this battle to seesaw.
Yeah, Ethan up and riding, and you know, this is what this guy does. He cuts deep into the water. These calves, so much power and intent behind them. This one, just a series of cutbacks. So the judges will really show some restraint on that one. I love the first turn on this wave, Matt. Really dug into it.
Huge bottom turn, and that hooking it in the pocket with a little layback variation, and up again for this nice searing re-entry, nice pace, eyeing off this end section, and he didn't finish his last one. So here it sucks out, the ledge goes dry, and he rides out. So that's going to be a nice score, maybe his best one yet, and showing some variety and some composure. This first turn, this is where the money's going to be at. Look at that, it right in the hook of the pocket, digs the rail, the whole rail engaged, but he stays really high, and he aligns himself up for this next bottom turn, and he gets a nice wrapping turn. And that wave tapered off a little bit, but staying on top of his board, staying centered, not pushing it too far, and eyeing off this end section, knowing it's going to suck. Look at that. It's just completely dry under him. He stays really high, steps right on the tail here to lift the nose up, and just skips on top of the ledge there. So there's a lot of drama in that wave, and a difficult one to surf. He did so well.
Quality staff there. Quality start from Moniz. I mean, the finish, it was a tricky section, a lot of foam on the face. Did well to push the fins to almost the point of complete release, but held it in and got the finish. 5.23 is the score, and he takes the early lead here. Ethan Ewing, he's after a 6.57. Let's suss out the epic rankings, live rankings. And there's been some movement for Seth, up 1 place. It's been a positive move for him, and have a look how vulnerable these surfers are at the back end of the bubble.
Wow, just sitting just below the cut line, Seth Moniz. We know that he has to progress out of this heat against Ethan Ewing if he wants to re-qualify for the tour. And we can see Caio Ibelli, still danger man, still in the draw. Ian Gentile, Miguel Pupo, Cade Matson, they're all out, so it really is Caio and Seth. They could be the big movers of today.
And what's wild is Caio is going to be in that overlapping heat. So if Seth makes it through. Caio's in a very precarious position, and he still has to overcome Jordy Smith.
Oh, these guys are psyched about the lift and the swell. Don't worry about that. Griffin Colapinto, Jake Marshall, Caio, Ibelli. You know, it's really weird to come to the West and it turn into a small wave high performance contest. This is a bit more like it. A lot of push out there, even though we've seen it bigger. This wave matter, it's got a history of just sorting surfers out, and more often than not, those that can harness the power that's provided by this wave and choose the right equipment go on to the win.
It's the first CT event that ever had jet ski assist. Way back in 2004, it was Jake Patterson and CJ Hobgood in the heat, and it was so big the surfers agreed to it. They said, yep, because the idea is that the fans want to see surfing. They come down, they gather here on the point to watch people surf, not paddle, and that just accelerated the action that we'll be seeing in the heats.
Yeah, you've got to tip your cap to those originals, the pioneers that explored this region and headed out into this big open ocean, almost bomby-like wave, and tackled it. No wetsuits, legends. Here we go. Seth up again, trying to drop a 4.67 to increase his lead here. Just staying really busy out here at the moment. As we see Ethan with one of the deepest, most drawn out bottom turns we've probably seen in the event. Unfortunately for Ethan, the wave completely laid flat on him.
Yeah, Ethan just hasn't really connected with one of those good set waves that are offering him that big open face that he's used to laying down that big power car, but it's there, isn't it? Just shades of that bottom turn looked so magnificent. But I do like the form of Seth Manise right now. Looks good on his board. He's coming off the bottom well.
Yeah, Ethan just so far just hasn't connected with a wave that's offered a steep opportunity to lay down one of those trademark carving turns. In the free surfs over the last few days, I've got to say, I think Ethan's looked the best. So strong. Here's a replay of that last wave for Seth.
Yeah, big swooping cut back into the whitewash here. Seth just patiently waiting for this next section. Just gets another little top turn and then just hits the eject button. Sees that reef starting to expose under him and goes, I'm out of here.
Just over 27 minutes to go. And this Surfline forecast, well, it's come through at the perfect time. The last day of the event window, Sunday, the 21st of April, and we are into it. Just approaching 7 a.m. here, but here's what we're looking at today.
Yeah, so that west-southwest swell's peaking today, and it came back last night, so we had a different period. You could hear the waves crashing overnight. We do have light offshore winds this morning, and it will go slightly onshore, as it usually does towards the lunchtime. But we're going to have a great day of competition. Plenty of waves to overlapping heats. 8 to 10 foot faces, maybe even a tad bigger on some of the sets today. Came in a little bit, I think, a little more solid than people expected. The onshore later on may provide a few air sections.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. I just love the adaptability of these surfers. They're so good, just how they can transition from these small conditions. Now we've got solid big wave surfing, just a lot of chatter in the competitors area this morning. How much bigger? 2 inches, 3 inches bigger on the boards, the step ups. And a lot of surfers out there this morning just trying to figure it out, because they haven't had this opportunity all week to really figure out those bigger boards.
26 minutes to go here. Seth still holding on to the lead at the moment. Ethan after a 6.57. This just one of many great matchups we can look forward today, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Here at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard, and the matchups are playing out before us. Right now, Seth Moniz in a must-win situation. Seth Moniz makes this heat, he makes the cut. Seth Moniz does not make this heat, Connor O'Leary will be qualified for the back half of the season if either Seth or Caio Ibelli make it through this heat. Now, if both Seth and Caio lose out in this round of 16, it opens up the door for not just Connor O'Leary, but also Sammy Pupo will make the cut, as well as Iago Doro. So these next two heats are very telling heats when we look at CT qualification into the back half of the season.
Wow, it's going to be so intense. We've got Caio on screen gearing up for his heat at the moment. He's actually looked really relaxed and looked confident around the event site the past couple of days, as Ethan looks to drop his best number here. Needs a 6.57 to get ahead of Seth. Bit of foam on the face, but he still cuts a deep rail line through it. and gets a tidy finish here. This will be his best wave. On the outside, though, the hungry Seth Moniz up on wave number 5. Working this one over. The surfers have been struggling to connect with really steep sections, but Seth finds a couple here to finish this wave off. Great combination from him. The young Hawaiian really fighting hard to keep his spot on tour at the moment.
How good does he look right now? This morning, this is the best and most connected and in tune I've seen Seth in a long time in a heat. He's totally engaged here. Looks fantastic on this board. Just looks really confident with every turn that he's making. And he's really going to push Ethan here because, you know, we're used to Ethan dropping these big scores and really shutting their competitors out early. And he hasn't had it all his way. Seth's building some pressure here.
Yeah, so light-spirited as well. He's just cruising through the free surfs, up and around the town. He's just carrying this really light feeling, and that's that adaptability that you need to have in these conditions.
Ethan Ewing here just cuts a nice carve there. Roundhouse cut back, full rebound off the foam, and another. Comes through to the inside, good flow, but a foamy wave, difficult to surf, nothing too spectacular. Seth, a little bit cleaner, Matt.
And yeah, Seth, this is that 4-turn combo. A couple of nice wraps to start. A little foamy on the end of that. Tail slide was nice, carrying some momentum through here. Now, one thing to keep in mind is the camera angle was different to Ethan's. This is the camera down the line. This is that front angle, the comparison. So nice turn there. So that one actually looks a little nice. Gets caught at the end there. Little bigger wave from the front angle. And a searing carve here. Stays in that top third of the wave. And wraps it all the way back around to the pocket. And then here, eyes off this tail slide. See him up here staying centered over his board and kicks the tail there. So that's a beautiful turn. This angle is actually playing into Seth's favor. And he's not done yet, making his way through to the inside and gets a nice completion.
Yeah, probably the single most dynamic move laid down in the heat so far, but on the inside, one thing that Seth's going to have to watch, those rail turns on the outside. If you're in a carve-off with Ethan Ewing, you've got to keep those rails clean, and the judges will be picking up on that, Rich.
Yeah, they definitely will. I do like that he is attacking. He's kind of coming up into the hook of the wave, really trying to stay in the most critical part, which he's going to need to do. And yeah, if you want to get into a carve-off with Ethan Ewing, you have to be totally on point.
But Seth would be aware of that and probably attack those inside sections a little harder, knowing that he had to make up some points. Probably got a decent score on the way here. We've got more big heats coming your way, but we are going to take a quick break here. Jordy Smith will be coming up next. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. Great to have your company here on finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Scores in for the last exchange. And a couple of our competitors watching on and taking a keen interest in what's unfolding out here at the moment. Griffin Colapinto and Jack Robinson. As we see Seth, who's leading Ethan Ewing at the moment, take off again. building nicely in this heat, getting well rewarded on his previous wave at 6.5, and on the attack once again, trying to better a 5.23 on this one. Ethan at the moment chasing a 5.81, hasn't really connected with the right kind of wave out here at the moment, and I guess early on in the event, you know, wave selection's kind of been difficult to figure out. You've just taken what's come your way.
Yeah.
Today, there's some more choices to make as we introduce Heat 6, the round of 16. Jordy Smith and Caio Ibelli, they're entering the lineup now too. And it is another big clash for one of the competitors there, Caio Ibelli. He's surfing to save his place on the CT. Jordy Smith looking to climb a few rungs on the ladder.
Yeah, Seth Manise here. Two-stage carve down, the opening manoeuvre. Big wrapping roundhouse through to the inside, stands up, connects with it. The angle's a little soft on that final manoeuvre, but just getting this work done. His wave rate right up there, staying super busy. You're just looking at Ethan Ewing's score on that last wave, the 5.93, as we watch Seth again, just the technique, beautiful. You can see that rounded pintail, just biting into the wave face. It's nice and low off the bottom. Keeping all that momentum as he brings that cutback all the way round. Staying nice and high on the wave. Drawing off the bottom again. Connects with the lip. Doesn't over-rotate. Little airdrop. Finishes it off.
This is an amazing turnaround in form for Seth. Just that he's run through this contest so far. He hasn't been at his best. I think his confidence has been lacking big time through the first events, despite the fact he cracked the quarters at home at Sunset Beach. He's looked off, he's looked shaky, and right now he looks very much switched on. 5.37 on the last wave. It's a big turnaround.
Yeah, and in a heat situation, all you want is opportunity, and they've got a lot of waves here today, and it's very consistent, and really do your best. I mean, you've got to this situation. You are in the Elite World Championship Tour. You have the skills, and getting somebody like Doug in the background to help harness that and really, yeah, make you believe and remind yourself that you are capable at this level, and you know, the possibility of what could happen is at your fingertips. You just have to go out there and ride waves.
Sometimes your brain can be your own kryptonite, and it gets in the way sometimes. And when you start losing and you feel like your performances aren't up to scratch, that can manifest, and it almost snowballs, and it's so hard to break that rhythm. And in contrast, you can get on a good rhythm like Ethan Ewing is on, and everything just seems to flow and happen really easy. But it's not happening easily for Ethan Ewing in this heat so far. The one positive thing for him is that, you know, that mediocre wave for him still netted that 5.93, that score, which is pretty decent for a kind of an average wave. So the judges really noting just how much power and sort of the deepness of the carve that Ethan's really putting into this.
Yeah, it just surfs with such unparalleled flow as well. He's made a real habit this year of dropping excellent scores. Only needs a 5.95. So as well as Seth has constructed the opening half of this heat, I'd say that it's still well within reach for Ethan Ewing at this stage of the game. Yet to see Jordy Smith and Caio Ibelli come to life, but Jordy's going to relish the opportunities to lay down his best surfing in bigger conditions today.
That was a bailout.
Last couple of spots have been short on swell, and this is a really big opportunity for Jordy to get himself a win today, I feel.
Yeah, he was really excited walking into the contest zone today on that exercise bike, sort of licking his lips at this, and he's a name that we haven't, he sort of slid under the radar at this event because the conditions have been challenging. The eyes have been on the stars and surfers in the cut. Jordy, safe from the cut. I mean, this is right in his wheelhouse. He's one of the world's best power surfers, and he has been for the last decade.
He has, and he saved himself a couple of moments in clutch marginal conditions in this event, which kind of tells you that the hunger levels are there for Jordy. But it'd be interesting, you know, where you talk about him not really being on the radar. That's what happens when you go long periods without victories, as someone who has in the past contended for world titles. So you want to get back on the radar, get yourself a win, and get up into that final five conversation. Jordy's been moving up the rankings nicely, sitting in 9th at the moment.
Yeah, looking pretty good. I dare say he has been engaged and enthusiastic through the week. We saw him yesterday. He was down here just, you know, having free surfs. he still wants it, for sure, no doubt about it. You know, his potential is just, I feel like he hasn't reached it yet, you know. He's such a damn good surfer, especially in conditions like this. You know, he would have come down this morning just going, yeah, I'm on today.
Most definitely. Up against Caio, though, he'll be super hungry, and he seems to have tapped into a similar mindset to Seth Moniz in this event. Obviously up against the ropes and needs to fight hard. Let's have a look at the head-to-head history between Jordy and Caio. And it's pretty damn close there. Average heat scores are pretty high for these two competitors. Caio actually with the head-to-head edge, 5-4. But yeah, I just think with the conditions that are on offer today, Jordy's the one that might have the advantage.
Yeah, I think so. And out of those head-to-head matchup, the most important one would have been the Bells final, where Jordy got the win over Caio in conditions not too dissimilar to this, big open face waves. So he'll have good memories of that.
Well, 13.5 minutes remaining here for Ethan Ewing to turn his round of 16 heat around and potentially get himself into the quarters. He needs a 5.95. Seth Moniz hanging on at the moment, the 26-year-old. We'll see how Ethan deals with this pressure. One thing for Seth coming up against Ethan, even though Ethan's by far the favourite in this heat, is, you know, he's very comfortable sharing lineups with Ethan Ewing. These two have surfed against one another a whole lot, stayed with one another on the North Shore before. Obviously both featuring in that new Trilogy 2.0 film. So it's not new territory for these two to be sharing a lineup together, Matt.
Yeah, and not to mention where Seth is in Hawaii, surfers coming there for 2 to 3 months of every year, similar conditions to this, and having the world's best just filter into your home breaks and into your island is something that Seth's used to, and he gets to see the cutting edge of surfboard design. He gets to see the world's best in powerful waves, and I think he wouldn't have been fazed that he was up against Ethan. It was a tough draw, but at this point in time, he's doing everything right, and he's putting his best foot forward.
He sure is. Thinking about this contest, the history of this event kicked off 1985 as a championship tour contest, and really it's been won by many of the greats. Tom Carroll, Mark Occhilupo won the first event here. Dave McCauley, Barton Lynch, Adriano de Souza, he's been hanging around the event, was coaching Leonardo Fioravanti. But then as a QS, a lot of champions, surfers winning through in the event there. Same on the women's side too. Former world champs, the greats victorious at this venue, as we see Ethan now with his first real solid opportunity. Chasing a 5.95. Nice top turn there. Big section to hit at the end of this one. Tricky, but does well to hang on for the finish. Probably one of the tallest hunks of whitewater to bank into so far this morning, and Ethan did well to hang on to control.
It's the first time, really, this event where we've seen that converging whitewash that we're used to seeing when conditions really start to lift. Ethan Ewing tackled that final section. I thought for a second he wasn't going to make that final turn. He's a strong lad. As we watch the replay here, Seth Moniz just took this wave really late and ended up running away from him, so he just had to pull through. And behind him, second wave of the set, Ethan. Another late drop, draws off the bottom, very smooth. Sizzling little cut back into the whitewash. Great patience there, waiting for this section. That was a nice clean carve. And then here, that big wall of whitewash comes at him. And he just manhandles it.
First thing comes to mind, it was one of the biggest waves of the exchange between Seth and Ethan as well. That last turn, a little bit of drama. But on that second snap, the way that he actually shuffled his feet a little bit and opened up the wingspan just to release on a step-up board, no doubt. And often when you're riding a longer rail board, your turn has to be adjusted a little bit, your technique, because you've got more rail in the water and you can bog. So it was a nice adjustment there from Ethan to get that board on that second turn snapping around.
5.95 is the requirement, as you said, Matt. Bigger wave. Got to say though, for Ethan Ewing, to me, he looked disconnected on that wave. He didn't look like he sunk the first turn, you know, as quickly and as swiftly through that rail carve as he should have. And the second turn, even though he hit it in the right place, he kind of ticked the boxes of the criteria where he hit it. He kind of lost some of that typical perfect technique and style. He almost looked overextended in that second move. So wouldn't be surprised if the score goes there, but it's not one of Ethan's best.
No, it'll be really close comparing it to that 5.93. So judges will throw some scores in now. Might be marginally better, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, he's just looked, you know, by his measure, if he was to break this wave down for himself, he would say the same thing, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mid-face carve to get started, and this turn is just a little bit funky as he rides out of it. And as a result, he's almost mistimed on the final section. Difficult wave to ride, no doubt, but I think that's why the judges didn't go too crazy with it. 6.27, as we thought, enough to get him into the lead, but the door's wide open for Seth here. He only needs a 5.7 to get back in front.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking of that 5.37 of Seth's. He didn't get that. He's kind of looked like he wanted a fourth turn on it. He didn't get the finish. So I feel like had he got the finish in there, that would have been up around the same score. So we'll see what the answer back is for Seth.
Oh, something big standing up on the outside here. And it's Seth caught deep.
I think it was Caio, mate.
It was Caio,
yeah.
Excuse me. But yeah, that's, you know, like I said, I think a huge opportunity it has been presented to Seth here. That wave, you know, typically we'd expect Ethan to go excellent on a wave like that. I do think it laid down that first section on him a little bit, which prevented a really dynamic opening move. But, you know, I'm sure if you said to Seth, hey, with 8 minutes to go, you're going to be chasing a 5.7 and have priority on the outside against Ethan Ewing, he would take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally, in any heat against Ethan Ewing, you're needing 8s and 9s. It's just the caliber of this guy. That's why he's second on the ratings at the moment. Ultra reliable to put down some big scores.
Matt, hasn't it been awesome just to watch the heart that's been shown by those surfers below the cut line throughout this event? They've done so well to give themselves a shot here on finals day. And this heat, I mean, 7.5 minutes time, or 7.5 minutes is what Seth has to potentially lock in his place on the championship tour or lose it.
Yeah, it's this is the game, and these surfers are here for it right now. And their careers are they're not over if they do get the cut. It just means they get relegated back to the Challenger Series, but they want to surf those dream locations. They want to go to Cloudbreak, you know, they want to surf Chopu. They want to have a chance at that final 5, and needing a 5.7 with 7 minutes left, he's got priority. So this is what they train for. These are those scenarios where, you know, you're in bigger waves and the coach starts to do heat drills, and this is where the game starts to be played. And, you know, does he go for that 5.7, or does he try and extend it a little higher? Does he go for a 7 or an 8? This is the thinking that he's got to try and
such a good
process.
Such a good call.
Because Ethan only needs to drop a 5.93.
Well, this is the first time where Seth has actually been in second place through the whole heat. Ethan's taken the lead. Pressure's instantly been handed to him. So, as you said, Matt, there's a difference between surfing offensively and defensively, you know, and I feel like if he moves back into defense mode, because he's been in attack mode this whole heat, and if he switches his mindset right now, then, you know, he's in risk of failing. So I think he needs to maintain. Let's see what pressure does.
Yeah, I think even though we've got bigger conditions here today, Matt, the numbers sort of suggest from this opening heat of the day that it's just still a little tricky to find the critical sections of these waves. I don't think it's as steep as maybe it looks at times, but Seth's going to try and make something of this wave. Beautiful turn to get started. One of the strongest opening moves we've seen in this heat so far. Just transitioning now, adding extras, hoping this one stands up for him on the inside. And he's going to get bumped off, unfortunately, but thought he read that wave really well. If he was able to project it above that impacting whitewater at the end there, potentially would have got the 5.7 he needed, because he did start so strong.
Yeah, that was a great opening manoeuvre that Seth performed, and then he backed it up with another, and just unfortunately not able to get to the finish. So it will cost him that score.
He knows too.
Well, it started off good. Another deep bottom turn there, a little bit chattery. Nice opening slash, and this one just another replicating that top turn carve, and here he needed to finish it, lays down flat, so he's carrying that momentum, and it gets really turbulent. It hits the lip line and unable to ride out, and I mean, it's so shallow there, as we know, and all the turbulence, but some really good signs here, but he just didn't get the finish. And I can't see that this wave's going to get that score, but the interesting thing to note, he at 5 minutes and 10, well, it's close.
Yeah, 5.23, and you can see that he probably would have got the number he needed. Just that opening move set one of the deeper rail turns of the heat so far on that opening section, and that's a big opportunity lost there to put the pressure back on Ethan. But Seth's back out there. Let's hope that we see a couple more exchanges here, but you know, just don't see Ethan, you know, it's actually been like he's been building and just finding his place on this lineup. I don't see him misreading another ride out here. I think he'll get rid of that 5.93 and increase the total.
Yeah, I think you're right. Although with this increasing swell, you tend to see a series of waves come through during a set. This is Jordy's first wave.
Jordy Smith, heat 6, the round of 16. He's up against Caio Ibelli. Nice swoop to get started. And he really irons out the bumps in the face of this lineup early on and gets a clean finish as well. Well, solid work there from the South African. Nice mix up with his moves too, Matt.
I love how at the end of that completion, he stayed on the board, he got over the shelf, and now he's laying down. He's really reducing the amount of downtime in this heat because he's going to get straight onto that ski and it's going to pull him around. Seth got out the back in 2 minutes. He's got 3 minutes now to save his spot on the tour.
Wow. You can feel that pressure building, and Seth's not going to waste any time out the back. He's going to get surfing, digs in on the first turn, trying to save his place on this tour. Huge floating re-entry.
Wow.
And in a heat rich that's been short on highlight manoeuvres, that stands out.
Yeah, it does. Big final section, and Seth Manise just attacks it with intent to stay on the tour, to stay on his surfboard, and he's done it. You'd have to think that just the intensity of that final manoeuvre, the combination, it's going to go there. So perhaps a little bit of pressure now back on Ethan Ewing.
Loved it. Just loved the way that he lined up that final section. And sometimes the bigger ones are a little easier to read without the bump and boil of those smaller waves. They draw off the reef a little different.
So eyes down the line, and a solid wave for Seth, and nice snapping hook there to start. And here it all comes down to that, hits the lip line, and a little bit of drama at the end, and rides out clean. So gets that completion.
Ewing on the outside now. This might be his last opportunity to turn this heat, with a number still coming for Seth. Oh, nice finish there as he climbs up over the shelf. So this is going to be a very close one, and he is definitely making sure that he gets back out in front of that whitewater and does a very good job to hang on to get the completion. So this is going to be close. Ethan, he's not in second spot, but the feeling is that Seth Manise is going to drop a bomb, and he does, an 8.17, an excellent number for the Hawaiian, fighting to keep his place on the CT. And Ewing now needs an 8.4 out of his last ride.
Oh my gosh. Talk about clutch. Talk about pressure. The young man from Hawaii, Seth Manise, drops an absolute nugget right when he needed it.
Talk about heart. Let's have a look at what Ethan did on the outside.
Yeah, so holding that first bottom turn and that trademark top turn carve for Ethan. And again, hits the lip line there, just a little Rio, and lines up this end section and gets that layback throw and a little bit of airdrop at the end. So this is going to be a fantastic answer back for Ethan too, but needing the highest wave, or the highest score of the heat so far. And this is a contrast. They're going to, judges will be doing this right now and comparing it to Seth's wave. And Seth hits the lip line and comes down with a lot of drama there, and you know, gets, I mean, bigger waves. So
Ethan's wave had spark, but Seth's wave, it just detonated on the inside, and he just exploded through the section. 8.17, Ethan Ewing fell short on his last wave, 7.17, and this one is coming to a close. Seth Moniz has done it. He has saved his place on the CT, upsetting the world number 2. What a performance in this first heat of the day. What a start. Do you think Doug Silver's happy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's feeling
the
it.
techno's raging. The doof has begun.
Oh, I got goosebumps.
That's huge. Griffin Colapinto runs down to hug it out with the coach. What a performance. You know, Seth wasn't just up against himself in his position on the rankings, the confidence that would have been lacking coming into this event after a 33rd at Bells Beach. He was up against a guy that, you know, many believe is a great chance at breaking through for a world title this year based on his form. And it doesn't get tougher in big conditions, in big right-handers than overcoming Ethan Ewing, and Seth's done it here.
Nah, he's climbed a huge mountain this morning. Great sportsmanship there from Ethan Ewing, just congratulating his mate.
Huge smile on the face of the young Hawaiian, and for good reason. We're going to take a quick break. More big heats coming your way on finals day. Well, WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation Margaret River region and their Youth Marine Steward program to work together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion and to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem. We planted local native coastal plants and laid brush. So tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean. And keep the zone as pristine as Margaret River. A big shout out to all those involved in preserving this incredible part of the world as we get set to watch another big clash unfold. Jake Marshall and Imai Kalani DeVault fighting for a place in the quarterfinals here. Heat 7, the round of 16. California will be out there in the red. The surfer from Maui will be out there in the white. But man, oh man, what a way to kick off the day. Unbelievable stuff. Ethan Ewing, Seth Moniz, fighting for his place on the CT. Man, it doesn't get better.
And it's Saturday afternoon over there in Hawaii right now, and people waking up in Australia and all around the world. Just, this is the TV is showing surfing right now, and it's something to rejoice, but also there's going to be a few tears around the world today. This is the cut, and people's careers are on the line.
It's a good moment here. Griffin Colapinto just going down to congratulate his buddy. Seth would have been acutely aware of what he had to do there, and mate, he would feel like he's just won the event.
Absolutely. Classic case of not the size of the dog in the fight, but the fight in the dog. And Seth was in full attack mode in that heat. Loved it from the outset, you know, got busy. Whatever nerves he had, he surfed them out of his system. Had that shaky moment with a fall and bounced back big time. As we see Jake Marshall on the replay.
Wow, incredible down carve there from Jake. Thought it was Jordy there for a moment, and that's a full compliment to Jake Marshall's power attack on this wave, and nice cutty at the end there, and he finishes with control, so a fantastic opener there for Jake Marshall.
Imai Kalani getting in on the action too, Rich.
Yeah, Imai drawing hard off the bottom there. One of the stylish surfers, the most stylish surfers on the tour. A series of smooth carves on the open face. Comes through to the inside section. It stands up. Quick snap and redirect.
Oh,
Just got eaten alive.
Didn't he? And this was Jordy behind him. So Jordy just gaffing that first turn. The angle nice and tight. Quick snap. Comes around, hits this inside section, and just so smooth.
Yeah, the 7-point ride from earlier on for Jordy.
just watch how controlled Jordy is. There's just no bobbles in his surfing at all. Just really manhandling these waves, and the ground swell's just not creating any havoc for Jordy. Looking so solid as he hammers that and rides out with composure.
Yeah, 5.5 for Jordy on that second scoring wave. Out in front, Caio. Can he pull a Seth Moniz, and get himself through this massive heat where, you know, on the stats, he has a slight edge over Jordy, but you look at the lineup that we've been presented with today here at Main Break, and you just sort of think to yourself, wow, Jordy's certainly got the edge. Caio, though, loves a clash with a big name and has upset so many of the world's best before in conditions that favour them.
Absolutely. You know, Caio is one of the most sort of dogmatic and determined competitors on the tour. He's just so persistent, and he pulls off these performances in these clutch situations. You know, this is a big heat for him, no doubt. His position on the tour under threat, but Jordy, he's built a really good score so far.
Yeah, and Caio, you know, he's here with his rusty teammates. He's got some great boards under his feet. He's been spending a lot of time there on the Gold Coast, relocating there, and Australia feels comfortable for Caio. And you know, he's like Seth. You'd say he is the underdog in this heat right now, but he has proven that he can rise to the occasion. Margaret River's been a great event for him in the past, and he's got 12 minutes 50 to show us why.
Yeah, Caio's all over the event site. Like, he's actually all over it. There's these big novelty Caio heads that all the fans are carrying around. That's got to boost your spirit, you know, for someone like Caio, who's been a battler on his road through to this point in his CT career, just to be so celebrated at a championship tour stop. It's got to lift the confidence. As we see Jordy up again, though, trying to get rid of the 5.5, as you said, Matt. Very clean, smooth, through the bumpy conditions, no dramas, as he, again, gets a strong finish on the inside. Finding some big sections and maintaining control there, as Jake Marshall gets one on the outside. Been super impressive watching the lift in Jake Marshall's performance this season. He's gone from battler to top-end contender as Caio Ibelli throws everything at that final section.
Wow.
So that was like a 3-4 wave set. 3 competitors getting good rides. Caio, unfortunately, coming unstuck on his final turn. But Jordy Smith taking that first one, really converting. I feel like he's going to get rid of that 5.5 with this wave.
Yeah. So Caio fell off, but he was able to paddle back out, not use that jet ski assist, so he may regain priority, and just getting that single turn on the outside, and thought he had to throw something big on the end.
Jordy comes around this section, nice and smooth off the top. A sleepy sort of cut back. Now the wave stands up a little bit better. Jordy cuts deeper on that one. Comes through to this final section, big layback. Somehow outruns that avalanche of whitewash behind him. If he had hit that a second later, it would have been all over. Jake Marshall behind him. Geez, Jake, well, he's in career best form. Sitting in that top 5 at the moment. Comes through to the inside, collects with that final section, and hits the eject button. What happened here, Matt?
Yeah, so this is Caio's wave. He needed something big, and nice elongated carve here. It was only going to let him do those 2 turns, so he lines up, he ramps up for the layback, and unable to ride out. And if he could, that would have gone excellent. But it all came down to that last turn, and it was incomplete. So, I mean, playing it safe at this point of the heat where he's in combination may not have been the answer either. So really just leaving nothing to the doubt, just going straight for it and saying if he can go straight into the excellent range. And I feel like that would have gone if he could ride out of that layback.
Threw everything at it, that is for sure. A wild one to go for. You know, sometimes the surfers will lean back on that white water and bounce around in the foam and it'll push you back up on your feet, but a hunk of water that big, it's not this.
It's near impossible.
It's going to push you over, roll you around a few times and drag you underwater for about 30 metres.
How pumping is the other waves? That was 3 incredible waves. This is just a...
Really pumping, and Jordy Smith relishing this extra size in the conditions and about to improve his heat score total here. His last ride coming through at a 7.27. Caio Ibelli in trouble.
Yeah, Jordy is really streaking away now. 9 minutes to go, and unlike that opening heat where our surfers were staying with each other, trading off similar scores, Jordy's he's dropped a couple of hammers here. So pressure really starting to build for Caio.
Scary thing is Jordy still looks like he's in 3rd gear. You know, he hasn't sort of stepped out of his comfort zone at this stage of the heat. Looking pretty good right now.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do. I think you're right. I think where Jordy's winning this battle at the moment is he's really making something of those final sections. It just seems like on the opening section at the moment, it's very difficult to find a steep bit of wall that fully allows you to throw that board down and draw out that big carve. But Jordy's making up for it with those big end section hits and great control. Really in a powerful position at the moment. Caio Ibelli after a 2-wave total of 14.27. Meanwhile, in Heat 7, pretty mid-range scores. Jake Marshall a 5.5. Imai Kalani Devolta a 3.83. As we see Jack Robinson making his way down the stairs here. Have a lot of support, obviously.
That was 3 incredible waves. This is just a...
And he'll be up against Italo. What a fun heat that's going to be to watch. Right now, though, let's feel the buzz. What a performance from Seth Moniz. Stace, take it away.
Thank you, Ron. Seth, you must have the greatest poker face in the world. Let's get a look at it.
I don't know about that. I don't know. That was gnarly. A lot of emotions and just like pressure throughout the week. Needed to make that heat to stay on tour, and I did it.
You've done it, mate. You've made the cut. Congratulations.
Thank you. Job's not done yet. I really want to get in a final and win an event already. I've been on tour for 5 years, and I just feel like I haven't really shown my full potential yet.
What's the thought of falling off tour feel like, and how do you overcome those pressures?
I mean, it sucks. Like, to be honest, I don't think I would want to go back on the Challenger Series. Like, it's not where my heart is, and the reality of it kind of sucks, and this cut sucks. You know, no one likes the cut. I feel bad for all the other guys. Lost a lot of good talent, but yeah, I don't know. That's, I guess, I mean, these pressured moments makes these, you know, amazing moments and brings out the best of you. And I really just fought hard and never gave up in that heat, and yeah, I made it.
I don't mean to make light of a tough situation, but that wave coming in, Ethan with priority on your inside, you did an amazing job to position yourself for that wave and then execute.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, got to thank Doug Silva like a lot. He paddled out with me this morning, and we had like 10 minutes of light just to surf, and I had to try a couple boards, and he identified those waves, those kind of like stretched out walled waves that have like 2 major turns. And honestly, if he wasn't out there, that wave looked like a closeout. Like, Ethan didn't go, he didn't even look at it. It looked like a closeout, but since I had that little moment with Doug, I went and trusted it, and yeah, it paid off.
You look like you've been having an amazing week with Doug. Do you want to fill us in more on that?
Yeah, I surf with Doug, and Doug has really helped me the last couple of years, just, you know, getting down my technique and working on like the fundamentals. And we're friends at home. We surf like a lot together. I surf with that guy more than anyone, and I decided to use him at Sunset, and we did well together. And then I had a complete shocker at every other event, And I was like, yeah, you're coming on the road with me. And yeah, it's worked out. And now he's full-time going to be with me, 100%. Like, I'm bringing that guy all year long. So you'll be seeing a lot of us together.
Loving that. I'm sure mum and dad are watching at home, no doubt glued to the TV and yelling at it. Did you want to say good afternoon to them?
Yeah, well, they're actually dirt biking right now. They just FaceTime me. They're in the mountains with the whole family, but nah, that's what it's all about. Love you guys. Stoked I did it. I'm sorry I put you guys under all that pressure, but, you know, that's what it's all about. You know, it builds character.
Certainly. Congratulations, Seth. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Stace. You know, in an event window where there's so much heaviness, there is a real shining light beaming out of Seth Moniz at the moment for good reason. A clutch performance and a big turnaround. He looks sharp, he looks in form. Doug Silver's going to be the guy to lead him to potentially a monster result here, but I'm sure that Doug will also lead the party into the early hours of tomorrow morning here in the West. Just based on the way he's dressed, the way he looks, and his vibe.
He's a real character. He's got a unique energy around him for sure. I think Seth echoed our sentiments in that, you know, he hasn't put in his best performances on the tour yet. He admitted it. So now, you know, with this moment here, perhaps this is a turning point. It's a door he's walked through. He's going to be able to free himself up now, and we will start seeing the best of Seth Moniz.
Interesting things are coming out of these upset results too. Seth Moniz winning through, earning his spot on the CT, means that Sammy Pupo now has to beat John Florence to stay on the CT. So another big moment as we see Caio still has his destiny in his own hands, and with a huge result could potentially cause some surfers who've already fallen out of the draw to get pushed below that cut line. So Caio, you know, he's got work to do here. That was a crucial wave to finish, to narrow the requirement and get himself out of combination. He's actually going to try and punch back out through the lineup here, 3 minutes to go. It's going to be very difficult for the Brazilian.
It's going to be really hard from here, especially as this last wave, it's not converting really into a score of any substance. I still feel like he's going to be in combination. Good signs, the opening 2 turns. Kept that opening carve nice and long. The second one, a bit more acute in the angles there. Wraps it nice and tight. Just caught that inside edge, and that put him off kilter for that final turn. Just couldn't ride out through the whitewash. So without priority and only 2.5 minutes to go.
Very nerve-wracking day too for Iago Dora and Connor O'Leary, who drifted out toward the back end of the top 22. And now have to wait and see what unfolds here on finals day. Caio Ibelli, we're focusing on him at the moment because he is still in combination, Rich, 4.17 on that last wave.
Yeah, it's just not enough to break him out of combination. The total of 14.27 is what he needs, so a couple of 7-point rides. And look, it's just not possible with under 2 minutes to go.
A former World Junior champ who's been on the CT since 2016. His highest finish, an 8th in 2022. Had some magic moments that season. You know, really always turns up for the big clashes. But this one, you know, it's got a lot riding on it. So, you know, not surprised to see it get the better of some competitors today. He would have fancied his chances against Jordy, I think, going into this battle, having had a lot of success against him in the past.
Yeah, I don't think he was nervous heading into this. I think Caio was really excited and up for the challenge, as we have seen him in the past. But yeah, just this heat, he's up against a raging hot Jordy who's looking strong, really confident, and at the moment could be the favourite to go on
1
and win
minute.
this event.
1 minute remaining, and Rich, it's just not enough time in a lineup this big and expansive to find yourself a score and get back out there to grab another number.
No. We've run out of time here, and geez, Jordy's also going to hold him off any sort of decent wave. This is somewhat of a victory lap here for Jordy Smith, who's put up just 2 magic numbers here. A really controlled, committed performance. And yeah, he is one to watch as we go through the rest of the event. Final wave here for Caio.
Well, Caio's final wave, and he's going to throw everything at it, just go into full showman mode. But it doesn't finish off that turn. But Jordy Smith, like you said, very composed, very comfortable. Matt feels like he's got more gears.
Yeah, this is good signs for Jordy. You know, we're just moving forward in the round of 16 and he's just cruising. So he's going to have more to show, more energy, most importantly, for the quarterfinals coming up.
Well, Caio Ibelli will endeavour to get a chat with him. A difficult moment for him, but, you know, one of those real fighters on this CT. And if you know anything about Caio, you know that he'll get back on that Challenger Series. He's actually living on the Gold Coast now, so he'll feel pretty at home at that first Challenger Series stop. And he'll look to reclaim his position on the CT via a strong campaign through those challenges. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll have a change up in the booth. We're going to bring in Joe, Felicity, and Zach Webb for the call.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. Been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
It's finals day, everyone. The round of 16 is still overlapping and will continue to overlap into the quarterfinals. We're crowning our champions on the final day of the waiting period with beautiful conditions. And it's a great time to be in the booth because we've got one of our good friends joining us, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Wadandi Cultural Custodian Zach Webb. Zach, thanks so much for joining us once again.
Oh, thanks for having me again. Kaya.
Kaya, meaning hello, but it also has deeper meaning, right? It can mean more than hello, is that right?
Yeah, it can mean hello or yes, and also welcome as well.
It kind of reminds me of aloha.
Very much so.
Over in Hawaii. It has so many different types of meanings. I love that you're joining us once again for the call. Last year, you taught me some new words as well, like Mordich.
Yeah.
Am I saying that correctly?
Oh, yep, that was close enough.
Close enough? Yeah, it's a good effort.
Yeah. So Mordich means strong. So it looks like, yeah, today's a good day to be out there and we're getting some pretty good Mordich waves there, some pretty strong waves.
Yeah, first of all, just thanks for being here with us on television, but thanks for having us. And the welcoming ceremony is always such a beautiful way to kick off the event. I got to hang out with you at the press conference as well. We'll watch some action and chat with Zach Webb throughout the matchup here as we've got Italo Ferreira, a world champion in 2019, just getting started against Jack Robinson. The goofy foot is finding a big section, comes down with a backhand hack and rides away. Italo and Jack always provide some big entertainment value. Jack still calling himself the injured defending champion, Flick, since he wasn't able to protect his event title last year.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I was speaking to Jack and he was saying, you know, I kind of am the defending champion. I mean, no one's surfed against me to take away that trophy yet. Obviously, Jack didn't come here last year. He had that knee injury. He won here in 2022. Big victory against John in the final with the whole home crowd. So I think Jack's going to be very hungry to get the win here in this heat. But good, I mean, it was good signs from Italo on that opening wave. My first thoughts was that it was a little bit soupy. There was a lot of whitewash on the face of that wave, but the way he finished it was, yeah, it was really well done. That's such a hard section to hit there at the end.
Also, the priority heat, Imai Kalani-DeVault and Jake Marshall. More waves on the way, still hanging out with Zach Walich-Webb. As we see a mid-face bottom turn, touching the top of the wave is Imai Kalani. And now winding up for a big hammer to finish. Strong, powerful regular foot from Maui. And now Jake Marshall answers, extends that top turn with a strong line off the top. Doesn't go down to the bottom to stay high off the lip line, gets the snap, and he's calling for a board change from his coach, Chris Gallagher. Biggest surf we've had, peaking on finals day as we take another look at Imai's wave, Flick.
Yeah, Imai used his priority there in the priority heat, goes up for that first turn. This is his 883, sorry. So we're just having another look at this one. Couple of critical turns there. And 8.83, massive number for Imai. As we break this one down here, just straight up into the lip, super critical, and the nose of his board almost fully went underneath the water there. Such a hard section to hit, I say that. Early in the morning, there's just so much power, so much, it's just so powerful right now. This is the biggest swell we've had in the waiting period, and those two turns were just hyper critical. That last one there, you don't get any more critical than that. So 8.83 for Imai. And this is Italo's opening wave. So my initial thoughts here were that this was a bit soupy, lots of whitewash on the face, few carving maneuvers here, but this turn I really liked that. That was really, really explosive. Just big lip line floater to finish here. As we see Jack replay, big opening carve there, gouges through that first turn. Taking it easy here through the second, and he's looking to get a finish here on the inside. Just sort of weaving his way back through the inside there and gets the finish. So nice opener for Jack Robinson.
Jack on his home break and main break, looking good, whether he's at the box or laying down big turns on the open face. How about that one, Flick?
Yeah, this opening maneuver from Jack was just beautiful to watch, just textbook, and just really putting that board all on rail. A lot of points are going to come from that first turn there. Things get a little bit sleepier through the inside, but he really wants to get the finish here, so he's just sort of navigating this slower section in the wave. You can see him sort of already lining up that inside. So they're just like transitional turns here as he makes his way through to this last turn there, gets a bit of release on the fin, and yeah, easy work for Jack Robbo.
Nice finish there. Has to deal with Sharp Eye, but in the deal, he can also ride Arakawas whenever he wants to. Pretty rad program for Robinson. Then how about that turn from Marshall?
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Jake this year, and it just, I think I heard Rich say it, or I think it was Waxhead when they were in the booth just before, but you know, getting him confused with Jordy just because of his style. It's just the biggest compliment. He's surfing so good. As we get back to live action,
Italo already moving off the top into the open face. Had a 6.0 on the wave with a lot of soup on it. Now he's got a little bit more clear water until the wild end section where he runs out of room onto the bricks. Incomplete on the final turn, but it wasn't his fault. Just the section was so tough as Jake's finally made it into the beach. Board swap with a past Margaret River champion and his longtime coach, Chris Gallagher. Gally will inspect that board to see why they made the board swap there. Jake still with some decent numbers, though. There's the crease right there. We saw it. with that morning light right across the stringer. Jake felt that right away, went into the beach for the change as he's chasing Imai. Imai with an 8.83 and a 5.47. Marshall needing a 7.98 to take the lead and moved into the quarters. Zach, hi. Wow, we've had a lot of waves written there, and it's been interesting because we've been talking about, with a lot of the locals, how different the weather pattern has really been throughout this waiting period. And I always love hearing you talk about the seasons here in Wadandi Buja. Could you kind of break that down for us a little bit and kind of what we've been experiencing lately?
Yeah, well, the seasons are actually changing quite a bit, but the season that we're in now is actually called Jeren. So that's usually, we start to see a little bit of the misty mornings, the dewy presence early in the mornings, that little bit of coldness that we get, and we also get some of those misty mornings as well, where a lot of the valleys start to fill up. So yeah, we know, and well, we're hoping that the rain's on its way pretty soon, because country needs it for sure.
Definitely. Also, I've always loved your rainbow story here, kind of when we're close to Prelude. We'll see if we have time for that in a moment as we've got live action. Imai Kalani connecting on a cool top turn. The wave's getting full, but he still has really good flow down the stretch. Hits it off the lip line to change gears, but he won't be able to control it. Incomplete on the finish. He was trying to better his 5.47. Had the emotional heat with another Maui boy, Ian Gentile. Both of them were in a must-win situation. Split decision from the panel that went Imai's way. Now he had a couple days to digest that, and he's swinging for an event win on finals day today.
Oh, and he's looking so good. I think, 8.83, he's already dropped an excellent number. And just then, if he didn't fall on that last turn, I think he was on his way to improving on his backup wave. He's only looking to improve on that 5.47, and I love his style for one. I think he's super stylish, and that first maneuver, he just held that rail so much longer. I think he was on his way to backing up that, improving on his backup.
8 minutes on the clock, still enjoying our time with Wadandi Cultural Custodian, Zach Wallach-Webb. Could you mind taking us back to the Welcome to Country and the opening ceremony with a lot of the best surfers in the world joining you before the event kicked off?
Yeah, it was really great just to see all the surfers come down, just to welcome themselves to country, kick up a bit of dust there too, stomp up some of that beach sand. Yeah, so it was really great just to see everyone getting in there, participating, getting painted up, and yeah, great day on country.
It feels like there's been quite a lot of growth in the learning, in the healing process, even with the international surfers participating in those events. It seems like the education process that you've been involved with since day one has really come to a really cool place.
Oh, for sure. It's just grown each year. We're starting to see more and more participants. Like, yeah, I think as the word gets out amongst the surfers, they're all getting into it. So it's been good.
Now with 7 on the clock, let's hear from Jordy Smith with Stace Galbraith.
Jordy, late to the party, brew.
Better late than never.
Could be a big day. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I feel really good. Obviously, take one step at a time, but yeah, just focus on the waves. So stoked we went on holiday, showed up today, so now you just got to pick them.
It was 2-0 going into Caio before this heat. It's now 2-1. Must feel good to get that ledger a bit closer.
Yeah, he's such a good competitor. He always picks the right waves. He got me a bells in the last event. He got me here the last time we surfed against each other here, so yeah, odds were in his favor, I guess, and I think he had everything to lose. So for me, it was just go out there, pick my waves, and ride them.
Underdog Jords could be dangerous.
You never know, bro.
Well, it's now 5 all across your whole career. What's it like? His career on the trajectory, unfortunately today, not making the cut. You're obviously looking to, be at the top end of the ratings. How important is it to just stay focused on your lane?
It's everything. It's pretty easy to kind of get caught up in kind of all the analytics of everyone's situations at this contest. But yeah, like you said, just stay in your lane, do what you do, and if it's enough at the end of the day, then stoked.
Good on you, mate. Well done.
Jordy Smith moving through, a longtime veteran of the tour. Seeing Kelly in his heat yesterday with Griff and, not getting the points to make the cut. You're looking at Jordy now as the oldest guy on tour as we look at Imai Kalani. Had a fall on his finish, tried to recover from it there without priority, just up and out. Jake Marshall, change of equipment and pulled in under the hood on the takeoff. That's got to be Jack Robinson. The local boy can find barrels no matter where he is on this coastline or across this planet. And there's something about getting barreled at main break that is such a beautiful surprise, all about great positioning, and Jack still enjoying the elation of going inside the wave here at Surfers Point. He had a 6.17 start, a 4.5 gets him the lead off Italo.
You just can never take your eyes off the wave when Jack pulls into the barrel. Even if it looks like it's a done, he's done, you just can't take your eyes off it because you know he's just going to muscle his way out of there. He is an absolute magician. He just has such a good connection with this area, with this region, and awareness in the barrel. I mean, that was so technical. He basically took off straight up underneath the lip, into that barrel, threaded it beautifully. It didn't look hard for him. It just looks easy. He's here just like toying with this inside section. He obviously wants to finish. A little bit whitewash to contend with there. Nice fin blow there at the end, but then let's get another look at this. Just so late underneath the lip. Makes it look super easy. It's just another day in his backyard, and yeah, it just blows me away every time, just the relationship he has with the ocean.
Big finals, everybody. Thanks for watching. For all of you watching in the US, starting at the quarterfinals, which is starting in just a few minutes, the action is now streaming exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and ESPN+. In Brazil, watch the quarterfinals and beyond on worldsurfleague.com and Globoplay. For details on how to watch in your region, you can scan the code on your screen and head over to worldsurfleague.com/ways to watch. That's all happening in a few minutes, so be ready for the change because it's going to be a big day. Best conditions we've had for the waiting period, all happening on our last day of the waiting period. And we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Imai leading the priority heat over Jake Marshall. And Jack Robinson just took the lead in a big way over Italo Ferreira. Jack turning in an 8.6. I was lucky enough to drive around the country with Bailey Zuvic, one of the dancers that welcomed everybody to country just the other day. Obviously, always pays his respects to the Wadandi Buja. And he was talking about listening to country. And that whole idea of being really connected. I always feel Jack Robinson does that globally. When he goes to Tahiti, he looks back at the mountains. He talks about the mana in Hawaii and feeling the power from the local culture, the community, and to the waves. And when he gets barreled like that, you feel like there's this something where he's so in tune. Can you speak more of that listening to country and what that really means, Zach?
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, that's what it's about. It's about listening to country, listening to, like what they say is, Bojara Wange. So listen to the country as she talks. It's really about that, listening to that wind, watching, immersing yourself within nature and calling out, basically, which, yeah, always gives you that good time, good waves. If you sing out to country or you feel that, it always provides for you.
And really connected to the river mouth where the ceremony was taking place. We did Jack Robinson growing up on Wadandi Buja. Buja meaning country, Wadandi saltwater people.
Yeah, Wadandi is yeah, saltwater people, and I guess that was the best part for Jack to be within this region. I mean, he's surfed probably some of the best breaks around here, from Cabogup up at the Three Bears, you know, right through to Hingy, Injured Up probably, even here, like we say, down at Wooditchup, down at the river mouth, Budget Up, like, yeah, he's got so much surf break to choose from, and that's the beauty of being in Wadandi Buja, saltwater country, I guess.
Definitely. Down to a minute 10 on the clock. Jake Marshall with priority, needing a 7.98. For Imai, he was able to make the cut, surfing in a complete season this year. For Jake Marshall, he's having the year of his life, featuring in the top 5, finding consistency, having big key heat wins, including a win over John in Portugal. He's not afraid of the superstars on tour, and he's surfing with more confidence and belief than I've ever seen before. He's got priority, needs a 7.98. That crease that he had on his first board didn't really slow him down too much. He got out there really quickly, and he does have a chance with a swell like this.
Yeah, he definitely has a chance. It looks like there might be a few lines rolling through. I mean, there's 25 seconds on the clock. maybe he might get another chance here, but I've just been so impressed with what I've seen from Jake this year. He's literally gone from someone who was battling it out to stay on tour to a top 5 contender, and it's been awesome to watch as we see Jack Robbo up.
Jack in the non-priority heat, coming through with a beautiful wrapping cutback on that Arakawa, attacking the lip off the top. He enjoyed that one. 8.6 in the barrel, 6.17. And we'll see if he will keep increasing his total out front. We just heard the horn sound, though. That'll do it for Jake Marshall and his performance here at Margaret River. He'll start prepping for Tahiti, the next stop on the championship tour. And Imai Kalani Duval features in a quarterfinal for the second time this season. The Maui boy looking unstoppable at the moment as we take a Bonsoy brew break. John Florence and Sammy Pupo hit the lineup, and we'll still hang out with Zach Wallach-Webb. We'll be right back.
Surfing has such a positive impact on us all. For me, that's the best possible way to start the day and sets me up. It's such a good sport for your mental health, and we put so much expectation and thought on things and can build it up too much in here sometimes. So if you just put it out and talk to people, you talk to your friends, you always talk to someone and share your feelings, you know, with it. I'm really stoked that Healthway is supporting the Margaret River Pro because that's where I grew up, and obviously just to spread the message of mental well-being and mental health just amongst the younger generation. But we can't hold things in, we've got to put it out, and that's the best when we do that.
Jack Robinson leading over Italo Ferreira, and now a new heat starting. It happens to be the quarterfinals. John Florence taking on Samuel Pupo, and a big one to really finish things off with a mid-season cut. Just a couple of scenarios to wrap things up to see who'll be competing in the complete season as we catch up with more surfing from Jack Robinson. Flick.
Yeah, this was Jack's last wave before we went to break, and 2 beautiful time turns here. Goes up into this big carving maneuver, which he just does so well. That Eric Arakawa looking so good under his feet right now. And I just love that he has that flexibility to jump between the sharp eye to the Arakawas. Know that he was riding these boards at sunset as well. But just that turn right there, it's just coming down with all that power. It's so explosive. But yeah, Jack just displaying so much core strength, holding on to that and getting a decent backup.
Solid performance from Jack Robinson as we now see the start from John Florence against Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, opening wave for John, big trademark hack, followed by another one. So beautifully done. And does he get the finish? With ease. Just textbook John surfing out at main break on the rights. Everyone's grown to love it. Everyone wants to emulate it. And that was a beautiful example of it right there. Just did it with ease.
Nice, easy start from John. Struggled in the early round of the competition, I think just by wave quality. And
yep.
Every time he competes after that, he's getting close to adding more excellent numbers to his record.
Yeah, I think, are we up to 46 now? 46 excellent scores here at main break. I mean, what a stat.
Live action now with Jack Robinson throwing his first turn off the lip, tags the lip line again. Nice patience into the open face and blows the tail to try to switch gears.
That's really
Gets
awkward.
caught for that one. But he's still out front. Italo with priority, needing a 9-1-3 to get back in the seat. And John and Sammy Pupo just getting started. Connor O'Leary, you've made the cut. Just needed to get that out quickly during all these different waves we've been watching. Overlapping format with a swell like this. It's nonstop action, which we love. But yeah, everyone who's in Connor's corner, all the fans around the world, he has officially made the cut. And now it's coming down to just 2 more names. It's either Sammy Pupo or Yago Dora. If Sammy loses this heat, Yago Dora will make the cut. If he wins this heat, then he'll be surfing in a complete season again. Obviously coming off that emotional heat with his brother Miguel, which sent Miguel to the Challenger Series. All focused on Sammy against John in this heat. If Sammy Pupo can win, he'll make the cut. If he loses, we will see Yago Dora take that last spot moving forward. John Florence already backing up the 7-6-7 just with an up and out. Priority with Italo in the priority heat as we get to catch up with Zach Walich-Webb. And Walich, once again, can you define that for us?
Yeah, Walich is my totem, so passed down through our families, and Walich is the sea eagle in our language. So yeah, I'm Walich-Webb, which is the sea eagle.
Yeah, I love that. And it kind of going back to the river mouth where the ceremony began. Can you speak of the significance of the river mouth for the Wadandi people?
Yeah, well, the region down here in the Margaret River is what we call Wadichup and Wadichup Bilia. Bilia meaning the river itself. So the Wadichup Bilia, where we actually gather, is at Wadajellup. So Wadajellup means the mouth of the river. So that's where we have the ceremony where all the surfers come down and participate. We have a bit of a smoking ceremony. We gift them some gifts, but basically, yeah, like get them to also welcome themselves to country.
I like that. I also love the passing of the kangaroo cloak or the skin each and every year. That has a lot of meaning and significance as well.
Yeah. Well, that's of the yonga. So yonga is the kangaroo, and the buka is the cloak. So we call yonga buka is the kangaroo skin cloak, and it's passed around. We give it back to Starkey each year, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he enjoys that too. And, yeah, and basically does the rounds around Australia nationally, and we just get the different mobs from across Australia to put their totems or symbols or a little bit of a message about country.
I thought it was really cool too how you connect globally through all First Nations peoples. And I think the one thing I learned from you of coming here for many years was that it's almost like a ripple effect in the ocean where we're all connected by, you know, this salt water, this big body of water called the ocean, which is our playground. And I love how that connectivity happens, not just for the Wadandi people, but globally as well for where we go on our tour stops.
Yeah, well, I guess that's when we look at it. We look at Waran or Warta, the ocean there, and when we see the ocean, we see, yeah, it may be big looking and it looks like we're separated by it, but our people say it's not so much what separates us, it's actually the ocean that joins us together as one people.
I love that. Enjoying our conversation with Zach Walich-Webb. Let's now hear from a heat winner into the quarterfinals. Imai Kalani is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Imai, wow, walk us through that 883, one of the waves of the event so far.
Man, yeah, it was funny. It wasn't a bigger set or anything, and I actually, wave before, had priority and blew it, tried to go on a set, and the thing broke my back, so I actually went back under priority, and Jake was just a little far out for it, and I originally thought, like, Italo's paddling for it as well. I thought I was too far out and too deep, but at that point I had nothing to lose, so when I took off and kind of gave those first 2 pumps, I, saw the first section, and it let me, go up and hit it, and I felt like I timed it well, and then it kind of just put me in the spot to just finish it with that last turn. It felt good. I wasn't sure, what the scale would be, so I was stoked to hear a big score.
Talk to us about the mentality paddling into a wave, feeling like you've got nothing to lose, second priority, the other crew have missed it, versus first priority, you're sitting out the back waiting for a wave. What's the difference in those two approaches?
So different. It's you want priority, but at the same time, a lot of times for me at least, I'll kind of psych myself out with priority. So I don't know, for me, that heat, it just worked out to where I was under priority, and I kind of just had no other option but to go, and sometimes that's all you need. So yeah, it was first 20 minutes of the heat, I only had a 3. So I had nothing to lose at that point.
And talk to us about the effort and just desire to get a second turn in, because obviously you knew you're on your way to a big score.
Yeah, for sure. When I clicked the first section, it felt good. I felt like I was able to push. So when I came down and I saw the closeout, and my other wave, I'd fallen on the closeout. So in my head, I was already thinking, like, come on, just finish this thing. Like, don't overcook it, but don't like baby it. And I kind of just placed it up there and little airdrop. It felt good.
Well done, mate. Quick turnaround. We'll let you get ready for the quarterfinals. Thanks, Imai.
Good man, stays. Imai Kalani in the final series again as we see another finish for John Florence. The man is so connected to this wave at main break. Rewrote the book on how to really toy with 10-footers. It's funny, I was just hearing from Ace Buchan recently. He's like, yeah, he actually made it look playful, where it was really challenging a lot of the world's best at the time before John laid his eyes on it.
Yeah, I agree. And let's have a look at this one again. This is just so well done. Timing. Timing comes to mind. It does not get any more perfect than that. Let's just have a look at this. Goes straight up into the lip here. Hard thing to do at main break, Margaret River. Super critical. You can't get any more tighter in the pocket. Gets a little bit of release on the fins there. Comes down with this, eyes up this second section. Now this here is just perfect. I mean, it's just so beautiful to watch. 2 quick turns done in quick succession. I think it's going to be a great score.
Now backhand snap for Italo in the heat with Jack Robinson. And sliding out and going over the falls a little off tempo there for Italo. These kind of waves can bring out a different type of surfing from Italo, and he's had a great track record at main break. Oftentimes he's just gathering all the speed with his energy on a wave. This one's got power, so he's just trying to pick the right lines and attack when he can. That one getting the best of him, still chasing a 913 to catch up with Jack Robinson as we see what happened here.
Yeah, this wave from Italo, just that perfect big opening maneuver, straight up into a second one. Things get a little bit funky here on the inside, times that third one well, but goes up for that last turn, and this end section just gets the better of him. This turn here, just that nose sort of picks, and there's a lot going on here on the end. It kind of looks like he almost lands on his board. Oh, that's not going to tickle if that was the case. But yeah, I love what you said, Joe. I feel like he's got so many different types of surfing, but out here he's also not afraid to go for big airs on big end sections. And over the years, I've just seen him go for that, and it's been incredible to watch and to stick it as well with so much wind. But he also has the ability to just do some big backhand hangers and some of the biggest backhand turns I've ever seen on this ride. So this matchup between him and Jack right now, and I feel like knowing that Jack has that excellent score, that 8.6, it's just going to fire him up. We know he's someone that wears all his, you know, he's hard on his sleeve. He doesn't really have a poker face. He gets amped up. You can see it. So yeah, this is a big heat, and this is another big heat for Sammy right now.
Lot to digest. Sammy Pupo in a must-win situation, and he happens to have the best at main break, already putting up huge numbers, and another excellent score, make it 47 in the career of John Florence. So a big combination for Sammy Pupo to try to break down a 15-7 total, but he's got the time on his side. Italo falling, but he's very Morich, he's strong, one of the strongest on tour, to try to come back against Jack Robinson. I was just thinking, Zach, the title that I introduced you as, you know, Wadandi Cultural Custodian, we don't hear that globally too much. Do you mind kind of breaking that down and defining it as your role on country?
Oh yeah, well look, custodianship is that role basically that we all have to play, which is to make sure we look after country, and it's basically that country is not something that we own, any of us individually. It's something that we're a part of together. So a part of that custodianship is just making sure collectively we all look after country together, so we have healthy country, healthy people.
And it's also what you encourage us to do when we get here, walking softly.
Yeah, exactly. Just walking softly, taking in the Bora Karalonga, plenty of memories, seeing beautiful country, and just feeling it.
You've traveled quite a bit, haven't you, and visit other First Nations peoples around the world. How's that been, that experience, sharing what you've learned and your culture with a lot of First Nations people?
Oh yeah, it's been an amazing experience. Going over to the Four Corners, into New Mexico and Colorado, Arizona. It's been really amazing, like meeting up with the Hopi people, seeing some of the skills of like bow making and and how to make traditional bow and arrows and all sorts of stuff. So I've just been pretty honoured and privileged to be able to meet up with those local communities.
You have these moments where you're kind of going, wait, that's what we do, that's what we do.
Oh, 100%, 100%. There was like some bits there that I was like, oh, that's exactly, I feel like I'm back in Australia, back at home.
I love that connection, and there's one man that's really connected to surfboard equipment downstairs. Richie Lovett with a backup board for John. What do you have, Rick?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Just got the backup Pizel Ghost here, the 6.2. John's actually riding a 6.2, but just wanted to highlight this board. It is something special and something so unique compared to what the rest of the field is riding. You can see this really narrow pintail. It's super foiled out through the tail there as well, so that gives John all that bite. And I was just chatting to Ross Williams before. He was just saying that one of the biggest things is just trying to settle John down, because he is 100% all of the time, and this board kind of tames him. It's got a crazy flat spot through just in front of the fins here, and really all the drive and bite and those power carves that John does, it is all about this kind of engine room part just down in the lower part of the board there. All the thickness and all the width has been pushed forward, and really, but the back half is where it's all about, and it just gives John that ability to put 100% in on every single turn and just knife it through the face of the wave.
Richie, just quickly, I mean, it is this Ghost, it's connected to John, but is it really just completely different from any other board design you see in the locker room? Does it stand out that much?
Yeah, it really does. The outline in particular, as I was saying, the wide point is pushed so far forward, the foam distribution has been put forward, and it's just so foiled out in the tail, and it's got this flat spot right in between the feet, and it just really gives John all that speed and drive, and you can see he works off the tail. He's got that front foot acceleration off the bottom turn, and then it is all just powering that back foot and just as much power output as he can put into each and every turn.
Good man, Richie Lovett, as we go right into live action with Samuel Pupo surfing to stay on tour. Deep bottom turn, throwing some water off that JS. And just tries to lay low to get the completion. Sammy does make it, and that's his opener to break the combination against John.
Yeah, that was a great answer back, because he had a big job ahead of him. He had to break this combination of 15.7. Beautiful wave to open up. He almost lost it there on that last section, but I think the wave kind of helped him out a little bit, like in terms of getting that center of gravity over his board. That two big carving maneuvers, big end section, and yeah, it's good. I feel like he's obviously going to break this combo. But one thing to note with John, and it's a scary thing, is that excellent score, number 47 for him out here, that 8.03, he did that on a wave that when it's coming through the lineup, you're looking at that and you're thinking, this isn't necessarily the best wave that you could take off out of here today. I'll get back to that in a second as we see Italo.
Italo live with some foam on the face. Hit a little bobble there, but cleans it up with a backhand snap. And now into John Florence on a kick out.
Well, yeah, I was just saying, that wave comes through a lineup. It's not the best looking one, but just with the way John surfed this wave and the experience he has, they were two really quick turns done in succession. Excellent score, so it's scary. As we look to Sammy's opening ride here, big gouge there for the first turn, gets up there for the second one, another wrapping turn on the inside and gets the finish. I almost thought he lost it here, but that foam sort of helped him, aided him to get back over the center of gravity, over his board. This turn here, I feel like a lot of points are going to come from this moment. Holds that rail just that little bit longer. And a lot of spray thrown. Gets back up. Similar turn. Doesn't hold that rail for as long. And just tries to line up this inside section here. Another big gouge. And you can still see he's still wearing that booty from a couple of days ago where he had to finish the wave right on the reef, cut his foot. So he did so well here to hang on to this. He needed to hang on to this. Just that whitewash really helping him there because he pretty much disappeared.
Impressive opening ride for Samuel Pupo. So much power, really precise with his decisions, and also the last of Italo here, Flick.
Yeah, this one was real soupy. Obviously he's in this non-priority heat. Wow, okay. That's very soupy wave from Italo there. Very foamy, so he is in the priority heat. But yeah, soupy wave from Italo.
And last wave for Italo comes through at a 4.8, not enough. It will be Jack Robinson going 3-1 all time over Italo. And he's moving into the quarterfinals. Italo throwing the tail out and still riding away. He will start preparing for Tahiti, the next stop of the championship tour. And Jack looking for another win on his home break. Injured last year, and he's still calling himself the injured defending event champion. And with Medina out, he's the guy we're looking at. We'll see if he can have another meeting with John Florence. We'll look at the draw and see how that one adds up on finals day. Zach Wallach-Webb, always great to be in your company. And the language of the Wadandi people, what is that called?
The language of the Wadandi people, down here is the Dwarden. So Dwarden Wangi, so it's the language of the Dwarden people. So just a sub-dialect.
And we don't say goodbye, right, in the culture?
No. There's never a goodbye in culture. It's basically Bordawa. So Bordawa means we'll see you next time on country.
Oh, Bordawa.
Bordawa.
Well, Bordawa, Zach. Thanks for coming in, and I can't wait to hang out with you after this heat. Really appreciate your time and educating us along the way as well.
Oh, Bordawa, and thanks for having me once again on the couch.
Awesome. Zach Wallach-Webb, Wadandi cultural custodian, teaching us so much when we are on Wadandi Buja as we look at the waves. Absolutely firing on finals day. Jack moving on to the quarterfinals. World number 1, Griffin Colapinto, hits the water next with George Pittar.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia.
Margaret River's is the special zone. It has a different kind of energy. You feel it as soon as you enter the place. The town's buzzing. The surf, I think, is probably the big draw card.
Margaret River, it's one of the most amazing places in the world, and it's just the most extraordinary place to come.
The southwest of WA, we're living on a dream here. All the vineyards, the surf, the coastal, it's like no other place in the world.
Welcome back to finals day. John Florence and Sammy Pupo are the priority heat, and welcome to the quarterfinal number 2. George Pittar, wild card, representing Manly Beach in Australia, taking on world number 1 from San Clemente, California, Griffin Colapinto, for a shot to be in the semifinals today. Joe Turpel with local superstar Felicity Palmatier for the call here. Still just a couple of names to work out for the midseason cut as we move forward. Once again, Sammy Pupo in a must-win situation to make the cut. His opening ride is 7, so he's not comboed anymore. Needs an 8-7 for the win. If Sammy Pupo does not win this heat, then we will see Yago Dora take that last spot moving forward.
Oh, it's just such a big, big moment right now for Sammy. He's doing a really good job. He had a big combination to break. Opening ride, 7.0. Beautiful way to do it, but he's come up against the best. He is undisputably the best out here, John, and John's already locked in wave number 47 in the excellent range here at main break, and it's dangerous. I sort of spoke to a little bit about it before in the previous heat when we had Zach in the booth, but I mean, John's dropping these scores on waves that you look at when they're coming through the lineup. Yes, that one stood up really nicely and it did provide those sections, but it wasn't necessarily a really long wave that offered multiple maneuvers. It was just a short, sharp, quick two-turn combo, and he's dropped an 8.03. It's dangerous, it's deadly, and it's the kind of thing where, you know, Sammy right now is sitting there and John thinks, oh, okay, I'll have a sniff here and I'll go it. And next minute he's turned in another excellent ride and you're like, hang on a second, that one didn't look like it was going to be an excellent score. He just has the ability to do that out here, and it's scary.
It is scary what this guy can produce. As far as excellent numbers are concerned, John out front over Sammy Pupo, George and Griff just getting started. Kaipo's always roaming around having fun when he's on land. Let's see where he is now.
Hey, I'm over here at Bonsoy and enjoying one of my favorite drinks, sparkling coconut water, naturally hydrating, no sugar added. A couple of my favorite flavors here, the original coconut water, keeping it pure, as well as a nice antioxidant here with the ginger flavored sparkling coconut water from Bonsoy. I enjoy that, and you know what I enjoy? Keeping comfy with the feet. My Bon socks are in play as well today. Thank you to Bonsoy for everything that they do. Check out all the Bonsoy products here on site.
Good man, Caio's always stylish as well. And gosh, always having a lot of fun upstairs with the sponsors' activations. We've got 13-14 on the clock here. I was thinking about John with his excellent scores at main break, because that's right in front of us right now. But I guess the next event you go to is obviously his home court at Pipeline, where in 14 events, he's had 62 excellent scores. He even threw 62.
Oh my goodness.
But in 14 events, so he's had more starts there. But he just demands excellent waves at Pipe, obviously globally, but especially that venue. Yeah, 6 more excellent scores for his record at Pipe to kick off this season, which he ended up runner-up in the contest to Baron Mamiya. And on Margaret River, 2 wins here, an 82.9% winning percentage, the best on tour by a long shot. But you think about, though, he was runner-up to Jack here a couple years ago, runner-up to Baron Mamiya, and then it goes to show that it's his longest period of time without an event win. We go back to 2020, where he won Pipe over Medina. That was the last time he won a contest.
It's an interesting stat. It's an interesting thing when you hear it, when you see it on paper, when I listen to you say that, because I feel like he's just still so prevalent. He has so much weight at every single event, and all the things he's done, you just can't take it away from him. He's just got this beautiful affinity with the ocean, with these certain types of waves on tour. And for me to hear that the last event win was 2020, it almost doesn't seem real. I'm like, no, surely he's won an event before then, you know. It's just, I think, coming into this year though, and you know, fellow commentator Ronnie Blakey said this, I think it was during Bells, and you know, John looks like he's in good nick, and I feel like, and he looks fired up. He looks like he has sort of new, reimagined mindset. He seems like he's excited about this year, and I feel like that's a deadly combination.
It's magic. What a year it's been so far. Let's catch up with the local boy, Jack Robinson's with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Jack, you are all over this reef. I was thinking about going for a surf after this. Got any tips for me?
Beautiful day, get out there. You should go over there to the box. I reckon that's your neck of the woods. But yeah, good waves here at Margs, and yeah, happy to get through that heat. Italo is always a tough competitor. You never know what he's going to bring, so yeah, happy with that one.
In all seriousness, everyone's watching your heat. X marks the spot, and you're just so busy everywhere. How do you, I guess, keep your cards close to your chest, knowing that crew are going to struggle on a day like today? Because this is the biggest day we've had so far this window.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's just so much water that moves around out there, so you have to be pretty conscious of it. It's kind of like a big open water wave, like Sunset a little bit, but it doesn't have as many bumps. So yeah, it's just about kind of being aware, and yeah, that's about it. Not too many words, eh? Just go surf.
I've never known why you tape your toes together. Why do you tape your toes together, and do you have a lucky colour?
It's superhero tape, bro. I need a duct tape sponsor, okay? I always tape my toes. I had a small injury years and years ago, and yeah, the surgeons just said, oh, if you tape it and it's good, then just keep running the tape. So yeah, it moves the same, does everything the same, but yeah. Stop asking me the tape questions. I'm getting them every second. I'm like, everyone's asking me about my tape. I'm like, bro.
You've been doing it for 10 years?
Yeah, I've been doing it for 12. Like, I did it in Hawaii years ago, so maybe all the kids should tape their feet and they'll have webbed feet and it'll be better.
If they surf half as good as you, mate, I reckon they will. Good on you, Jack. We'll see you later this afternoon.
Well done, Stace. Keep asking those tape questions. I love it. So unique. And how about that explosive finish attempt, but ending up incomplete. Now in motion, Florence. And he decides to get out of there. His top two, an 8.03 and a 7.67. I'm wondering if Jack's worried that if everyone tapes their teeth, they're going to have a little extra mojo there.
They're going to have the edge.
Yeah,
no,
Jack must be a secret there.
Jack's done this for years. I mean, I've grown up with him, and I've always known he's done that. It's pretty funny that people are just starting to take notice. They must be always asking him recently, but yeah, interesting. You know, you can see Jack's really focused. You can see just by the way he handled that post-hit interview with Stace. You know, Stace asking him, obviously you're the one with the most experience out here. Everyone's wanting to watch you. You know, and he's like, oh, you know, there's a lot of water moving. You just got to be in the right spot. As we break down all the action that happened just recently, Jordy Pittar, big opening hack in the lip, straight up for a critical top turn there, and gets a finish. So I've just been so impressed with him this whole event. I was impressed at Bells, but he's just backing up that performance once again here. He dropped some seriously big numbers during this event. Excellent scores at Bells, excellent scores here. And I feel like the future is very bright for Jordy Pittar.
He's got an opportunity to be the most successful wild card this season if he gets into the semifinals. That great performance from Morgan Siblick at Bells, João Duro in Portugal. It's cool when you see these surfers come out from the Challenger Series and they have enough points from the previous year and they get the call up to compete. Last score for George, a 7.33, 2.83 before that, as he leads over Griff. Here's John into his first hook with that higher line down to the bottom, and a big layback blowtail. Florence picks himself back up for a radical finish.
Wow. That was super, super entertaining. Much like when you watch Jack pull into a barrel, same thing with John, but you just can't look away when they go for turns like that because they just got cat-like reflexes, they move like a cat, and that was insane, that last turn. Just the flexibility on him, the mobility, his ability to bring his board back underneath his body. Late takeoff there, gets around this first section, and we didn't quite get to see this opening turn, so carving maneuver. He knew that first turn, the first turn was good, but he really needed to go for it if he was going to improve on the situation on his backup score. And wow, that was radical. His back foot just left the tail of that board then. Let's have another look at it here. Eyes off that section. Does it get more radical? Both feet left the board. This is just insane. And the awareness, the spatial awareness when something like that is happening, the body awareness, wow.
And just the way he hit it vertically too before going into the layback. Nice drawn out down carve from Sammy Pupo with an answer back. Rips it on the open face again. Hacks it on the open face, and now Samuel looking to finish. He gets stuffed on the end section. So he's down. We know he's got a hard task ahead of him when you battle against John for your spot on tour. But he's doing quite well. His turns are powerful. He did miss the finish there, but already started with the 7. The problem is John's probably about to lock in, what, number 48 for excellent scores when that one locks in.
That is the problem. The problem is John at main break, and the problem is that he is so explosive. That was just such an exclamation mark on his last turn on that wave. It was just, you know, it had us on the edge of our seats, and it's Sammy's putting together a great heat. He's surfing really well, but when John's putting up scores like this, it's going to be a hard task.
Oh, officially, number 48 in excellent scores for John at main break. Another excellent heat, and he's up again.
Oh.
Connects in the pocket with that lean back motion, and now chasing the end section, attacking it off the top, and John's in fine form today.
He's in good nick.
That's exactly right. We're going to make a t-shirt that says that, because he's looking brilliant. I mean, and it goes to show how good his body's feeling. That's been the major issue as we go into the barrel with world number 1. And that yellow jersey is kind of like a flashlight if you're spelunking in a cave. It's so dark in there, but that bright yellow leader's jersey gave him a little extra light inside that cave. It ended up shutting down on him, so Griffin incomplete. Probably saw what Jack did earlier when he got barreled against Italo and looked to have the similar start. He's got some catch-up work to do against George Pittar.
Yeah, he does. At the moment, you know, they're in the non-priority heat right now, but George has put away a beautiful score already. That highest score, that 7.33. And this is Sammy's last wave. That turn there, I mean, he's well on his way to a great score, backs it up with a second one. But when I just compare it to John's and I think about the way that, you know, John's last wave left us in our seats and just the impression that we had, I feel like Sammy just needs a little bit more, just a little bit more pizzazz. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from this surfing because it was beautiful to watch. It's textbook power surfing, it's traditionalist surfing, but nothing wrong with it. It's just when you're coming up against John at main break and when he's putting down, you know, the maneuvers he is on the kind of waves he is. And I mean, it's sort of speaking to what I said before. I mean, the wave that John posted that 8.23 on, this is his last wave. So big layback hack and gets up here for this finish. But yeah, the second to last wave, the 8.23, was much like his other 8-point ride where he took off and the wave necessarily wasn't the best wave. It was just, he's able to just make these turns so critical. It's so explosive and it's exciting to watch because you just don't know what he's going to do.
It's got such that unpredictable ability to just change gears, use so much power and control in the pocket. He could kind of get raw and almost like Aki, bury half his board and come out sort of in a different type of style. So it keeps you guessing. And this was Griffin's attempt to get barreled at the start.
Yeah, just a bit deep there, but you could see that one wanted to stay open. You could see he was just a little bit deep. If he a little bit wide, he might have had an exit. It kind of looked like that one clamp though, and maybe wasn't going to give him the exit he needed. But I mean, yeah, wow. John looks in fine form. He looks in good nick, and he looks very dangerous, and he looks calm. He looks like he's today with these conditions, it's just so conducive to his style and his approach out here.
Two-time world champ, 2016, 2017, and then last year was the first year since then where he actually completed a year on tour and didn't win a world title. So finished 8th in the world, missed out on the WSL Final 5. But all those other years in between, sometimes he'd even be in yellow and then get hurt and the season would just go away from him. So last year was just a great step in the right direction, staying healthy. I was talking to Ross the other day. He said John feels incredible. Now with 90 seconds to go, focusing on Sammy Pupo in this must-win situation, needing a 9.09 to make the semifinals and make the midseason cut. If he does not find that 9.09, we'll see Yago Dora take that last spot to finish off the year. We heard the message of Connor O'Leary officially making the cut just moments ago, and I was surprised that took so long after he started off the year number 3 in the world after Pipeline.
Yeah, Connor had a fantastic start to the year, and to come here to main break and him to be in such limbo and obviously not be confirmed for the cut was a strange place for him to be in, because I feel like he's been very strong the last couple of years. But yeah, I mean, fantastic news for Connor this morning. But as time ticks down right now, I mean, Sammy, I mean, what a journey he's been on during this event. I mean, he just come off one of the biggest, probably emotional wins, the heat previous to this, coming up against his brother. And now he's here with John. I mean, such a hard heat draw, needing a 9 to advance. I feel for him. This event has been a roller coaster of emotions for him.
Yeah, that post-heat interview the other day when he beat his brother,
yeah,
I think had us all in tears. Oh. But it showed how much heart he has, how much love he has for his big brother. And unfortunately, Sammy Pupo wasn't able to get it done against John today. So he'll be with his brother Miguel back at Snapper Rocks for the Challengers Series. He won that event last season, so we're expecting some big results to see him back on tour next year. And John Florence is into the semifinals. Not a big surprise at Main Brick when it's like this, seeing the best in motion. It's such a beautiful sight to witness.
Oh, isn't it? And, you know, I just, you know, not that you will things to happen, but it's just exciting to see him keep advancing. We obviously know that he's in a good place right now, and yeah, it just seems like that really the trophy is his, and you know, it's ever for everyone else's to take at the moment with these conditions.
Congratulations to Yago Dora making the cut with that result. As we continue on in the overlapping format, we'll bring in Richie Lovett and Ronnie Blakey for the call.
Is it real now? Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you become walking on a dream?
It's finals day here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, stop number 5 on the WSL Championship Tour, and we are into the quarters now. We've got Heat 2 of the quarterfinals playing out at the moment with George Pittar, the amazing wild card, leading the world number 1 at this stage of the game. And then quarterfinal number 3 also hitting the lineup now. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. Rich, this magic run of George Pittar continues. A 7.33 against the current world number 1, applying some pressure. Seth Moniz, he's back out there in the lineup.
Yeah, and well, Seth is just coming off an amazing moment this morning, re-qualifying for the championship tour, but George Pittar, he's just on fire at the moment. And this is the first ride of Seth Moniz, picking up where he left off. Beautiful opening carve, wraps back into the whitewash, gets a bit more aggressive with that second turn, all the way through to the inside. A foamy section, handles it well. The judges are just really paying off these big final finishing moments. Great action here. Seth just full of confidence now.
Yeah, collecting one of the highlight moments of his young career earlier on today. Getting the jump on Ethan Ewing to earn his place here. He had a moment to get his heart rate back down. And now he's set and started this heat off with a bang, a 7.17. Came up underneath the section there, upside down stuff. And he has banked a big score, 7.17.
Yeah, great way to start this heat for Seth Moniz up against Jordy Smith.
Yeah, had a chat to his coach, Doug Silver, just moments ago. Congratulated them on the good work they've been doing. Add a little code word. He's got a habit of coming up with those. Modelo is the code word for them for this event, and it's a mix of Moniz and Toledo.
Wow.
Because he wants to tap into that approach, the aggressive approach on the big end sections here that we've seen Felipe use to good effect in this event. So
love it.
That's the mindset, and it's working well at the moment. Caio, throbbing swell lines coming our way, and big matchups in the water.
Woohoo! A lot on the line, and we waited to the last day, and it's pumping out here. We saw big sets coming through, Ron. We got some rogue sets coming through. We just got chased in all the way to the inside of the reef. Had to do a U-turn, get back out here. What a day! What a day for finals day.
How's the world #1 looking out there at the moment? He hasn't got a decent score to speak of just yet, and
Yes.
the wild card's on fire.
Yeah, sneaky George Pittar. I'm calling him sneaky because he's getting waves early in his matchup, putting some pressure on Griffin. We're going to see if Griffin's able to respond to that. But so far, it's the wild card making a name.
Yeah, Rich, you've seen a lot of George's surfing, watched him come through the ranks, offered him some advice over the years. You must be so impressed with the way he's handled himself in his 2 opportunities now as a wild card.
Yeah, his maturity and growth and maturity just in the way he's competing and his surfing performance in the last 12 months it has really been extraordinary. He's come a long way. One thing I did say to him, just big turns, mate. At a CT level, the turns need to be big. They need to be done with intent and power. And if that was one thing that he sort of needed to iron out was these little in-between moments where he's sort of just wiggling and sketching around a little bit. You notice these CT surfers, they hold their line just so cleanly. Here's a great looking wave for George.
Yeah, big set wave for George Pittar. Draws off the bottom. This wave flattens out a little bit. Sticks with it, hoping that he gets a big closeout section to rip into here on the inside. This one standing up. Well-placed turn, but just gets knocked off. So George Pittar, he'll extend his lead there with that one, you'd think. Let's check in with the winner of that last heat, John Florence with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. John, the second turn on the 827 is, to me, looks like the kind of turn that could get you fired up to win this thing.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I just, that wave was kind of funky on the beginning. It laid pretty flat, and then it had that section side. I knew I had to do something to make it worth it. And yeah, felt good. I got to kind of hook and do it.
You've had a lot of tests this event. We've been speaking about them, but they've been a little more mental. The performance is still looks like it's brewing. What indicators do you look for to run down these stairs fired up?
I don't know. Just having opportunity, I think, gets me fired up. You know, when those heats get really slow and it gets like there's not enough opportunity for both guys, I think that's when it's kind of like, okay, like what's going to happen here? But when there's a lot of waves like this, it's just kind of surfing and surfing, and you just kind of get rolling with it. And so I'd much rather just have that and just surf.
You've passed the priority test this week. A little more west in the direction today. What do you make of the conditions?
Yeah, a bit more west. I mean, it's the best day we've had by far. But the west definitely makes it tricky. It makes it hard to figure out which ones are going to have wall, which ones are going to hug the reef right. At least I think I think that's what the west does. But yeah, there's definitely really good waves if you can find them.
Stop looking over my shoulder, Brew. We're out the front today. Well done, John.
John Florence continues his run here. More excellent numbers. Another excellent heat score, 16.26 to end Semi Pupo's run at qualifying. Seth Moniz on another solid wave, bringing it right through to the inside here, Rich.
Doing some great work under priority here. Seth drives around this section. Nice swooping cutback. Back up into the pocket again, so he's getting these combinations right. Snaps it tight in the pocket there, so really working on the variety, and just an incredible floater to finish off. There's an intuition now in the way that Seth is approaching these waves. It's almost like he's all connected. It's just happening subconsciously for him now. And that's when you really know that a surfer's feeling connected, they're feeling the flow, and I guess it's called in the zone.
He's in the zone. I mean, even a lightness now to the way he's approaching these waves, and really feeling the freedom on this turn, kicking that tail free, so compact. Good to see him back.
Yeah, and watch this, up and over the roof, keeps it on, stays up there for a little while, hops off the roof of it here, almost jumping off the lip of the wave, down onto the flats.
And he's pulsing that section, and Seth read it beautifully. So we are waiting on some numbers to come through for him. Plenty of time for Jordy Smith to get his comeback rolling, but Griffin Colapinto still unable to really get going in this heat.
He's going to have to put himself together. 10 minutes to get 2 waves here. He does have priority. George has got that solid 7.33. Know that George went out for a free surf on his 6.2 this morning, jumped up again to a 6.3 for this heat. That's how much power and energy in the ocean.
Something standing up on the outside here, and again, it's George Pittar getting going here. Up into that bowl. This wave feels like it's tapering a little bit on the outside. We've got Griffin taking off. The current world #1 has to fight to get in front of this one, and got a decision to make now. He is going to commit through to this inside and hope that this section stands up for something big, but you can see it's getting pretty bubbly and ugly there on the inside. He opts out the paddle. George is going to go the jet ski assist route to get back to the takeoff zone.
Yeah, I'm feeling a mid-range score, possibly at best for George here, but it will add to the pressure. I don't feel like Griffin's really going to get some points on that wave at all. So his heat still hasn't started with just over 9 minutes to go.
This is a good test. You know, he's been flowing beautifully through events. He's looked really composed, never looked sort of out of sorts, and even when someone's got him chasing numbers, it's never really felt like he wasn't going to turn the heat in these last 2 contests. So this is a big test for the world #1. You know, he looks a little more anxious for good reason than he has in the past 2 events.
Yeah, it all seems to happen so easy for Griffin all through bells. He was just kind of, you know, nonchalantly winning heats. Never really felt like he got out of 4th or 5th gear.
Let's have a look at the replay here for George.
Yeah, George, great wave standing up. Bit more of a TP this one. Had a little slopier wall to it, so George has to go to that cutback manoeuvre, trying to stay with the power pocket. Just a series of swoops on the inside and then nothing much after that. And you can see Griffin's wave outside. Just so much downtime around the foam, a sleepy little cutback, waiting for this wall to stand up, and it really just didn't produce any workable face for him.
Caio Griffin has looked so zen, so in the moment, every event this year, but clearly frustrated at the moment.
Yeah, he's frustrated. He's getting going. Here we go with Griffin. Let's see what he can do on this one. Nice carve off the top there to begin with. Smaller tapered wave, take it away, Ron.
Oh, he's got some frustration to let go of on this final section. Ripping through it, trying to read it the best he can. It's a tricky wave to deal with. But this is the one that Griff needed to get himself back in this heat. Couple of swoops on that outside. And Caio, I think he's making his move at the perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get back into rhythm, right? He's been out of rhythm for most of this heat. The rhythm has been all with the George Pittar so far in this heat. So maybe that wave will get Griffin back into rhythm. And he's got 7 minutes and 20 seconds to turn this heat around.
Yeah, I think that will be pretty comparable to, and probably better than George's second score. Definitely not the 7.33, you wouldn't think, Rich? Or do you think he gets it with that first turn?
I like the speed of this 2-turn combination here. The first one had some acceleration through it. It had a better pace to anything that happened on George's ride. Unfortunately, almost could have gone up and floated that really tricky section.
I mean, the first turn was A1.
Yeah, watch the pulse through this turn. Hits on the gas here, drives through it.
Beautiful.
Switches rails.
That's it though, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be a mid-range score for Griff. This is going to put him back into the heat because George hasn't been able to really bank that second scoring ride yet, but he does have priority. Good spot for him to be in these closing moments. But look out, the #1 rated surfer in the world's coming at you.
Yeah, just looking at that first turn again, it was strong, but it kind of fell apart, the flow. Meantime, we've got Jordy Smith on the outside taking off. Big late drop for him. Digs in on the first section, transitioning now to set up this steep inside and gets on top of it, but doesn't make too much of it. Meanwhile, George Pittar gets funneled on the outside. And can he finish this one off to get rid of the 3.17? Nice turn there. up over it and does get clear of that white water, so that will improve his heat score total.
Brett Power and Britt Merrick celebrating there. That's their boy. Been on the Channel Islands program for some time now. And what a wave right at the moment. This is going to be a great backup score. And all of a sudden,
wow,
our man in the yellow jersey, he's going to be under pressure.
He is. Well, he had a waiver as well. The same wave. He went left on that one, as we see now Seth loading up off the top. A lot of momentum carried through that first turn. Carved high out of the bowl and comboed it up. He's trying to better a 6.5 to get further ahead of Jordy Smith here. Jordy with a number on the way.
Oh, George just backdooring that section. Totally disappears from you. For you. Let's concentrate on Griff. Big opening carve on the backhand. Comes through to this ledgy section. Tags it under the lip. Two-turn combination. Here we go. Just slots straight into this beautiful almond-shaped barrel. Just no part of the tube touching him. Very clean. Comes out. Disappears from view. The judges always want to see you disappear. So right now, we've lost vision of him coming through the water.
Unbelievable, Caio. It's a beautiful thing when main break serves up the pit. It must look amazing staring into these things.
That was so cool. Took off straight into the barrel, traveled through there. It is great to see main break showing his teeth, offering some barrels out here, Ron. And I'm so excited what I'm seeing so far this morning. What a finals day.
It's been amazing so far, and a huge moment for George Pittar there. He's going to improve his heat score total, Machinoski, and his camp is buzzing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got goosebumps down here watching George out there and Emai running down, which is also team Almeric. We have Britt. What's George riding out there in the water right now?
George and Emai are both riding the 2-point pro, which is our go-to short board as well as our kind of go-to step up. George is on a 6.3 right now. His backup here is a 6.2.
And keeping in mind, he's got the performance glass solid fins at the moment out there in the water, the AM template. That's allowing him for those deep carves and strong, committed turns. And that's why he's riding out with complete control as well.
Stand by, Matty. We have big numbers dropping for George Pittar.
Oh, wow.
Couple of judges. Well, 3, in fact, into the 9-point range already. Jordy Smith finishing off his ride. Griffin Colapinto's in all sorts of trouble here. He's counting on a 5. He might be comboed in a moment.
There it is.
A 9.5 for George Pittar. Griffin Colapinto chasing a 2-wave total of 16.83.
Oh, my goodness. What a moment here for the wild card. The Northstone boys will be losing their minds right now.
Amazing stuff.
Just a mature performance, isn't it? Just in his second event at this level is just unfazed.
Well, Jake Patterson, who coached Griffin Colapinto for a number of years before Tom Whitaker took over, said that Griffin was like a sponge and just absorbed any information he could get from anywhere, whether it was a directive from him or just stuff that he'd noticed, observed. And George Pittar has those same kind of qualities, Rich. He really seems to have a keen mind that's curious and willing to learn.
Yeah, he's sharp, he's switched on, he's a mature lad, and you know, he's been working towards this moment for a lot of years now. This is just not a flash in the pan thing. He's dedicated his whole life to this. Been putting in a ton of work, recently relocated from Sydney up onto the Gold Coast just to try and get a bit more of a competitive environment around him. Doing some work at the High Performance Centre. And, you know, leaning into the knowledge of Jay Bottle Thompson around the competition area here in the last few events.
I mean, a massive boost to the account. At the moment, it's not about the money, but it's certainly going to help when he hits the Challenger Series this year. It'll help relieve some pressure there, but it's about this moment for him. It's about the surfing that he's laying down on the main stage and the people that he's overcoming on his road to the semi-finals.
Yeah, they're not fluke victories. You know, he's earning these wins with really good surfing, solid surfing. He's matching the world's best, and that instantly will be giving him a sense of belonging. He's going to take, you know, who knows what's going to happen here on finals day. We might see a full Cinderella story, but, you know, he'll go back to the Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks next week with just a ton, overflowing with confidence.
And maybe with a CT title. As we see Griffin now. This one really just about putting on a show and giving everyone a taste of just his brilliance. Forehand, backhand, this guy's been insane this year, repping, but it's George Pittar's moment. And he's going to get a victory over the world #1, which is going to tighten things up at the top with a couple of the big names still alive in the mix here on finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And they'll make plenty of noise for him, the young Australian, as he makes his way in. Absolutely buzzing. He was busy in the heat. He had 8 waves total, the best of them at 9.5, and a 7.33 is on the outside. We see Jack Robinson getting things started. Woo! He is surfing in that next quarterfinal heat, the last quarterfinal heat against Imai DeVault. And he wasted no time here.
No, he is just the barrel master. The Vortex Shaman, as he's affectionately known. If there's an orb, he's going to find it. And Jordy Pittar, you've just made the semi-finals, mate. What a moment from the young Manly surfer.
Massive. He is making his way through to the semis. He'll take on John Florence. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. More quarterfinal action right after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Epic Safety, official eyewear partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia.
WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation, Margaret River Region and their Youth Marine Steward program to work together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion and to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem. We planted local native coastal plants and laid brush. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean. Welcome back to the show. What a show it is here on finals day. Sunday, April 21st, and it is just after 9 a.m. and we're seeing monster results fall the way of the underdogs today. Imai DeVault now has an opportunity to continue that story as he takes on one of the best, the former winner out here in Jack Robinson. Jack getting a very quick start though. Scores still yet to come in for Jack's opening rides, finding the pit. But we're still reeling in here from what we've just seen from the young wildcard, George Pittar, who this time last year just broke through in the last regional qualifying series event, had a second place in the final against Joel Vaughan, went on the Challenger Series, had a good run. That's where he'll be again this time, or this year. But Rich, his performances through these last 2 CT events They're giving you goosebumps.
Oh, mate, I'm absolutely fizzing, and the text thread with home with all the boys is just layering up. But, you know, he was so nervous. At this stage last year, he was a bundle of nerves going into the first Challenger Series event. He was actually lifeguarding, you know, with aspirations of obviously being a pro surfer. But within 12 months, it's all just becoming a reality for him. This is a dream run for him. And obviously, you know, with these type of heats, he totally belongs on the championship tour.
Well, Jack Robinson got busy early on in his quarterfinal clash with Jordy Smith, dropping a 7.17 on this one.
Yeah, it was a nice way to open up. Beautiful little tube ride. You could see the exit of the tube. Wasn't as clean as George's, so they kept that scale down a little bit. It's the backup score. Oh, just high in the lip, really radical. Getting the fins free, and it's just noting before when I was watching Jack surfing out here, he just plays with it. He's got this kind of fun approach to all these different waves. The lines are all different. This is live action.
He just keeps tapping into the quality waves out here at the moment. Also throwing away a 6.17 at the moment. Jack Robinson digs in on that final turn, doesn't quite pull it off. I mean, the stickers kind of help me make the association, the sponsorship there, but he just reminds me of Bruce Irons so much at times, Jack. Just the barrel riding prowess, just the rawness in his approach, his unpredictability, the airs. Amazing surfer that he is, and just become just such a fantastic competitor too. Look at the pressure that he's putting on his rival in this heat, Imai Kalani-DeVault. Seth Moniz up against Jordy Smith in the other heat, and their battle's really starting to tighten up.
Yeah, look, you look at both the high-scoring rides as we just watched the replay here of Jack's last wave. Beautiful carving snap to start off. You can see more of a front foot approach, really driving hard, just pushing a bit too hard on that second turn. But we've got a bunch of scores to come in for Jack Robinson here.
So Jack out there at the moment. A lot of time left on the clock, and his quarterfinal heat with Imai Kalani-DeVault has numbers on the way. Jordy Smith and Seth Moniz, their heats just tightened right up. Jordy's getting himself back into this one. Just dropped a 7.17, so matching top scores for each of those riders. It's a battle of the backups at the moment.
Yeah, and Seth Moniz has the edge on the backups by 1 point, 6.5 versus a 5.5. So these guys will really look to improve on that second score in the last 13 minutes. But Jack, he's just so fun to watch. You know, you look at him in contrast to a John or a Jordy, it's a cleaner line, almost, I don't want to say predictable, but you kind of know the ammo that they're going to go to. This guy keeps you guessing, man. The lines are so unique that he draws. He goes to different parts of the wave. He's also got that crazy air game, which we've seen him tap into out here at Main Break.
Some movement on the outside here, and it's going to be Seth tapping into this one. He's going to try and get rid of this 6.5 and turn the heat up on Jordy Smith. Nice hit in the pocket there. He's been throwing the fins all day. Gets chewed up in the impacting whitewater there, though. Women's quarterfinals are on standby. India Robinson, Gabrielle O'Brien will be in that first heat. But 4 fantastic head-to-head battles we can look forward to there.
Yeah, exciting platform here for our women to perform these quality matchups, all 4 of these quarterfinals. Some scores starting to drop. Jack Robinson opens up with that 5-point ride. We've still got more scores on the way.
So I'm standing up on the outside here. Will we see any takers? Now, when you've got a heat in this dual heat format, holding priority, quite often the surfers without ultimate priority will have a look at these insiders, but no takers there. Stace, the road for a wild card through a CT event is never easy. You're coming up against the title contenders, the title favourites. George Pittar's just making short work of them at the moment.
Absolutely, Ron. He's taking care of business. George, I just spoke to Gene Hay. There's plans to put a statue at North Stain.
Well, oh man, I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, seriously. It's just like, every time I'm out the back and with priority, there's just a bomb coming at me, and I'm just frothing. It's so sick. And like coming up the beach, seeing everyone and like seeing the crowd here, and I know waves are cooking, and I'm going into a semi with John. I'm just, yeah, I can't believe it.
I'll remind you, you just beat the world #1 firing main break. You go one more hit, there'll be a public holiday in Sydney after you, mate. You are on fire.
Yeah, I don't know. I swear, I feel like Griffin that heat, there was one he got at the start, and I think he maybe didn't make the keg, but it got a bit slow through the middle there, and he didn't really have that many opportunities, but I just knew, I was like, the 7's definitely not going to be enough. I'm just going to have to keep adding, and then that bomb rocked up, and I again had priority, and yeah, I was just like, this thing's going to keg, and just pulled in, but oh man, I'm just speechless. It's crazy. I'm frothing.
John, next, what do you make of it?
Yeah, that's a bit of a mountain to climb. But yeah, watching the surfing he's been doing here, like ever since I've been growing up, and these conditions are just made for his surfing. So I'm just seriously just going to enjoy being out there with him and just enjoy this experience. Like, I just feel like it's so good, and to be paddling out with John, just sitting in a heat with him will be such like a experience I'll take for the rest of my life. So I'm just excited and looking forward to it.
A word to the lads tuning in back at home.
Yeah, thanks everyone, all the North Stone board riders lads, I know you're watching, and everyone in Vanuatu as well. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. Thanks for all the support, it helps heaps, and hopefully we can keep the ball rolling. I'm frothing.
4 more waves, George, well done, mate.
Thank you, Stace. George doesn't know what's going on.
We do.
But we do. He's into the semi-finals against John Florence. Meantime, out the back, we've got Jack Robinson up. Big carve to get started. Gets the board on the roof and stomps it with ease. So Jack was counting on a couple of 5-point rides. That's likely going to be better than those. And Emai Kalani-DeVold, patient out the back with priority. Hasn't taken any of these insiders yet. Just seems to be waiting for his opportunity on a bigger set wave.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here of Jack Robinson. Pumping off the top. A really high line carve. Holds it. And then just a critical closeout maneuver. But watch the lip of this wave just moving all around underneath him. So high. Just hanging on with that hillside rail. Gets straight back up into the lip again. Comes down with it, airdrops, compresses the legs, takes all that shock, and rides out clean. Jordy out the back, a huge gaff, throwing all that weight and power. Just tucks the board out from under him. A nice wrapping cutback, sort of adapts to that big warble in the wave. So Jordy looking really smooth as well. Needs to build on this 5.5. Just attacking this opening section. Almost submerging his entire board, but brings it out. Oh, just the smooth flowing style of Jordy. It's something to watch.
Awesome. Yeah, he was hot through the first 2 events, tepid through Portugal and Bells. But he's heating back up here at main break. Looking sharp. It's mad to think, though, that this guy has gone so long without a CT win. 2017 at Bells was the last time he held the trophy on stage. So big opportunity for him here today, and he's got to watch Seth Moniz in this heat, because Seth kicked off pretty nicely and has left Jordy chasing a 6.51 here, Kuiper.
Yeah, that's the story right there, that priority heat. I did want to make a comment on the non-priority heat, the fact that Seth Moniz with ultimate priority, Jack Robinson showed his local knowledge and got that wave. Looks like Jack may be at it one more time. Look at him picking this thing off.
Wow, he did well to scrap that, even though it didn't eventuate into anything.
Right, so that's what I'm talking about. I mean, he's putting himself, he's finding, you know, in the jigsaw puzzle, he's solving the problems out here, while the other surfers are just, you know, mucking around. Here we got Imai, got this one on the inside. You take it away, Ron.
Identifying something in this wave, and Imai finds a beautiful steep section to start. Lets the tail go. Nice carve combo to perfection on the end of this one. That's going to be a big score for the Hawaiian. As we see Seth now, still hanging on to the lead. Big section standing up. And Seth in full attack mode.
He's found the recipe, hasn't he? Pick that wave with that big wall at the end, attack that final section.
Well, Seth's boards might be looking better than anyone else's here on finals day at the moment. The way he was able to draw off the bottom into that section, so strong. Jordy, he gets knocked off on that first move. Not too much of a drama with his positioning there. And with Seth so far down the line, but Jordy's going to need a pretty decent number, you'd think, when Seth's score drops. Meanwhile, Jack Robinson looking to keep on pace here with Imai. And he's hanging on, wrestling the whitewater for the finish. And reappears. And this local crowd getting right behind their boy. But stand by for the score for Imai Kalani to Vold. I think he's going to drop a bomb here.
Yeah, this is going to be a big number. He's waited a long time to get this heat underway. Patiently waiting for the right wave to get that work done, and he surely did that. Chatting to Brent Power from Channel Islands Surfboards earlier, and he was just saying something's clicked in Imai. Since that heat with Ian Gentile, he's found this confidence within himself. All year he's been sort of struggling at it. It's been a mental game for him. The surfing's always been there.
The bubble's popped, you could say, Rich.
Yeah, it is popped in a big way.
And he's inside that cut line and ready to, I think the surfing we've always felt is worthy of being higher on the ranks. And with this ride, he's going to help his chances at climbing a couple of rungs.
Slidey snap to start things off. And a cleaner one, just straight transition into that third turn. Super smooth, difficult wave to surf to, Ron, with all this foam and texture. Watch how quickly he redirects here. Slides the tail out, kicks those fins. Then re-engages under the lip. Gets that bottom turn going. Beautiful, stylish carve off the top. Again, with some tail release. Look at the compression of the lower body. Mid-face bottom turn, because he had to get up to that section there. Floats over the roof. Great flow and timing on that wave.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Imai, who's already equalled his best finish in a CT event, quarterfinal at Pipe earlier this season. Would love to crack the semis. As we see Seth on the replay, this turn here.
Wow, he just crushed that last turn. Really critical moment on that wave. The opening carve into the big closeout turn.
7.1. Here comes Jordy Smith. Live action. Needs to fight back now. Needs a 7.11. Certainly got the turns to do it. Big section here. Jordy absolutely smashes it. Kicks that tail. And he's in celebration mode for good reason. He threw everything at it then and more. This is turning into a fantastic quarterfinal heat. Seth up again. Nice clean section here.
Yes.
Draws that rail turn from top to bottom, up into the pocket again. Pushing hard on the tail with each of these moves, and a really strong finish. Great combination. Two surfers on fire here on finals day, fighting it out for a place in the semis.
Wow, what a exchange of waves there. I've got to say, I feel like Seth's wave is probably going to be the best for him of the day. It was just such a great combination. He clicked into another gear there. Jordy's wave, fantastic as well.
Here we go, excellent for Jordy. That big finishing turn, getting a lot of credit from the judges, and so it should. He's up in the first momentarily. Seth needs an 8-point ride out of his wave to get back in front.
Huge turn combination. Why did it go so high? Because it was extremely high risk. The final moments, watch the opening carve. Really composed, Jordy, super smooth. That's what he's built his career on. But watch this second turn. Really high risk maneuver. Goes up high, through the lip, tail release. laying back in just an avalanche of whitewash. And the big South African just powers his way through it.
Turn of the day?
Turn of the day.
Wow, that's strong. Jordy Smith, got to love the power, but the combination from Seth, I think, is going to score very high.
Oh, so much speed and acceleration on that opening carve. Straight into a second one. Crisp. And then the third. Just a beautiful slash under the lip. Just full tilt speed from start to finish on this wave for Seth Moniz. Look at the angle of the board, just completely buried. One half of the board was just fully biting into the face of the wave there. Seth, clean rails between the turns. Keeps all that speed, just really leaning into the judging criteria there. Just delivering the variety, delivering the power, the flow, the critical nature of the turns, and how about that score?
8.73. We've seen Seth Moniz blow minds with his barrel riding ability in recent years, but this is the guy that exploded onto the CT, finishing 12th in 2019, getting back to his best here on finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro and getting the jump on the hard carving. Power surfer Jordy Smith here, with both surfers dropping exceptional numbers.
Was it Mondelito, the magic word?
Modelo.
Modelo? I was close. Nowhere near close. But,
First semi-final for Seth since the Pipe Pro in 2022, and just look at the form of this guy as we go to the break. Still got to get a result out of the heat between Imai Kalani DeVault and Jack Robinson before we move into the women's quarterfinals here. Finals day rolls on here. Still got just over 17.5 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 4. Ronnie Blakey's sitting alongside Richie Lovett and making his way into the keyhole here. Watch your step, Seth. You got another heat to surf. As Seth Moniz powers from below the cut line, locking up his position on this championship tour, but also moving into the semi-finals, dropping excellent scores against Jordy Smith in what was a very close battle. Seth finishing on 15.9 as his two-wave total. Jordy Smith not far off the pace, 15.17. One of my favourite heats of the contest so far, Rick.
Yeah, that was a great seesaw battle between, well, one of the giants, one of the big boys of our sport, Jordy Smith, who was in fine form. Great scoreline, as you said. You know, Jordy, put in a great performance, and that's what we love to see, these heats where both surfers are on. They've got an amazing playing field ahead of them.
Yep. Jordy's the ultimate veteran now, the oldest and longest campaigning surfer on the championship tour. As we see Imai Kalani DeVault, 6.93 on his previous wave, and he needs a 4.57 out of this one to get ahead of Jack Robinson. Not mucking around, throws everything at the final section. But without the conversion, the opportunity for Jack to increase his heat score total is alive now as he just releases that board and rides the lip and gets the finish.
So dependable, isn't he, on these final sections? Just, you very rarely see this guy fall. He knows it. He's been surfing it since he was a kid. This is his local break, and well, you can just see how he toys with this wave.
Well, we've known Jack for so long. We've seen him as a micro grommet that he's kind of in your mind the eternal grom. But he's actually a big unit these days. Really solid, does a lot of training. Has some pretty hefty legs on him and can stick those high impact finishes here at main break. Let's see the replay from Imai.
Carving cutback to start off. A quicker snap, the second. Quick check fade, because he needed to get to that moment, just trying to put himself in the perfect position and just pushing a bit too hard. So Jack outside. You can see the line of his wave is a bit taller, just holding it through that inside section. And Jack just in attack mode. Beautiful. Driving off that front foot, up into the lip. Now he gets a bit weightless. Staying with it, drops down, re-engages with the wave face. Almost, you know, surfing with an immense sense just to of where the board is, where it's going.
Yeah, he's like a big eagle, just flying over the line up here too. He spreads his wings through those big calves, helping to draw those turns out. Waiting on the numbers to come through. But Jack Robinson leading Imai Kalani Devault at the moment. Imai's had some big numbers in him this event though, Rich. Not ready to write him off yet. He's gonna fight back in this one at some point.
Oh, no way. Well, he's almost matched Jack's top ride with that 7.10. Not far off the pace, Imai with the 6.93. So really, it's going to come down to these backup scores. Still plenty of time. Have a look at Margaret River main break. It is starting to really show its fangs here.
Just loving seeing the clean canvas for the competitors here on finals day. Wasn't easy for them to get to this point in the competition. Scrappy conditions through those earlier rounds. Bump on the face in those afternoon heats. They've really earned it. And Jack Robinson earning a 6.6 on that last wave. So the requirement for Imai, 6.78, still so within reach.
Oh, Imai just squeaking under that one.
Yeah, it's one of those locations, kind of reminds me of a Haleiwa or a Sunset, where you can't surf here without getting waves on the head, even in a heat. You're going to get waves that kind of cap on, the bigger waves that cap on those outer sections. And I think all the surfers realise that here at main break, you're better off putting yourself in the firing line of some of those bigger sets and darting out to the apex of the peak rather than trying to chase your way from the outside in. It's just, especially when the wind's blowing offshore.
Yeah, absolutely. Those bigger ones, at the moment, I'm sort of still not seeing as much opportunity as, say, those middle-sized ones that are hitting the reef a bit better.
Our competitors sitting on the takeoff zone, and Waxhead sitting somewhere else in the area. Let's see what he's up to.
Here I am in the Rusty activation tent right here at Surfers Point. Rusty, founded in 1985 in San Diego, now based in Perth since the last 20 years. The apparel all on display here, right here in Margaret River. We've got the epic staff helping everyone out, and it's just like the Easter show here. Things are just ticking over. But the coolest thing is they've actually got a t-shirt press where you can get, right now you can get a blank t-shirt or a hoodie or a hat and get anything you want printed. We've got these old decals here from the 90s and the 2000s. You can just go through the flip book, and there's one in here, my favorite, with the flower. Where's that flower one, guys? You can get the mugs here with the Rusty sign. The flower, how's that thing? A throwback to the mid to late 90s. And this is the press. The boys are killing it. Come on down, get your Rusty t-shirt or merch. Fresh off the press. Down here, Surfers Point, Rusty, one of the sponsors of this event.
Thank you, Chonners. And yeah, RDOT, iconic logo. Yeah. I mean, as Surf Groms, you know, you chase down sticker packs from every company, but the RDOT was a beauty, and they've had some amazing team riders over the years, and they're one of them surfing this event. Jack throwing everything up into that first section, coming unglued, but yeah. Got a new movie out too. It was premiered the other, maybe last night actually. But worth checking out for sure. But Letty Mortensen, Wade Carmichael, Caio Ibelli, Zeke's out here at the moment.
Yeah, solid team, no doubt about it. Big shout out to Rusty for all the clothes for us that we've been kicking around in all week.
When we were Groms, we got a set of clippers one Christmas and we made stencils of the Rusty logo and shaved it into the sides of our heads. Vaughan and I. But yeah, 10.5 minutes to go here. And we've got Seth Moniz powering through to the semi-finals here, Stace. I mean, this guy, we haven't had the chance to chat to him too much, but plenty of opportunities for post-heat interviews here in the West.
That's right, Ron. Spending a lot of time with Seth, and I'm not mad about it. Seth, your comments in your last interview about the cut were what they were. Many people echo that sentiment. However, it's bringing a level of surfing from you that we haven't seen this year. Where are you getting this, new level of fire from?
I mean, everything was on the line, my back was against the wall and I had to perform, but just stoked to just be riding waves in these heats, like just starting a rhythm. And I get so locked up in heat sometimes where I just would sit there and just let the guy surf around me and just freaking not stand up on a wave. But I'm stoked. The waves are pumping and just I'm able to just kind of show what I can do. Is really happy about my last performance. Took down Ethan Ewing and Jordy Smith. And Margie's, when it's firing, I'm pretty happy about that and proud of myself.
As you should be. Obviously, different statures to those two surfers to yourself. How do you unlock your best, but also kind of expose their weaknesses?
Just do my thing. My whole thing was I'm just going to ride waves. It's find a flow, and I did that. I just started the heat off really well at the 7 and a 6.5 and kind of built from there. And right on that last wave was so good. It was just buttery and just super fun. Super fun to get waves like that in heats,
I got to put it down to more than just riding waves. You're finding waves with great shape and a lot of steep wall.
Yeah, I think I'm having a pretty good, easy time like identifying the waves and like knowing which waves are going to have a wall. So I guess just relying on my wave knowledge right now is it's paying off.
Certainly is. Someone else who's having a good time watching you is Kaipo. Kaipo's in the water. What's doing?
Just enjoying the whole show. I think we got a guy up and riding right now in the way of Imai, so I'll let the set take care of that and we'll get back out to me.
Oh, there's a nice little finish there from Imai on the inside. Round of applause from the crowd. And he was after a 6.78 to get himself in front here. Really enjoying this show, Kaipo. Big performances from underdogs, upset results, great surfing.
Right, we waited 10 days for the final day of the window, and Margaret's is providing. It's been beautiful out here. The performances through the roof, Ron. It's been absolutely incredible. The stories, George Pittar, the wild card, he's in the semifinals. Seth Moniz, we just saw his interview. Hey, this morning he was worried about just staying on tour. Now Seth in the semifinals. Big stories, big waves. I'm just stoked out here.
Oh man, for sure. And he'd already made a huge jump up the ranking, Seth. He climbed all the way to 17th after just cracking the quarters. So he's on a special kind of run at the moment as we see the replay of Imai here, Rich.
Oh, I'm tripping out how low this guy gets off the top. And then just watch the body extension here. Loaded up, hits that lip. Look how low to the board he gets. Just absorbing all that power and energy. And then next thing on the agenda, outrun this whitewash. He was feeling that one.
Seth up into 13th position now.
Wow.
So a magic fight back from below the cut line, up into 13th position already. Obviously can keep climbing if he cracks that final. Huge.
Well, it will be an all natural foot affair in the semi-finals. John against George Pittar. And then the winner of this heat will fill that last spot to go up against Seth Moniz.
Pretty good event for the Hawaiians historically too. 3 victories on the men's side, courtesy of John Florence, Sebastian Zietz. That's in championship tour events. They got a few more when you look at the QS results, courtesy of Dusty Payne. But on the women's side, 3 Hawaiian champions. Carissa Moore contributing to that. And yeah, it's going to be a fun finals day to see who breaks through. Live action here as Imai Kalani DeVold All style through that first turn. No double pumps between moves before he gets to the inside now to get some high impact work done to finish this one off strong and potentially get himself the lead, and does hang on for the finish. Imai's one competitor, Rich, who through those tougher days of the competition when there was bump on the face and the wind was wreaking havoc, he never complained. He was like, still feels like glass to me. Coming from Maui, obviously, a lot of wind there to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of these exceptional surfers that, regardless of the conditions, he makes the surfing look smooth. Style, obviously, a big factor for him. This is a great inside wave. Stood up perfectly. That opening carve had so much aggression to it. And he pairs that up with a nice swooping cutback. Comes through the inside, starts to mix it up a little bit. Funky little turn off the top there, and a little drift. Little coping slide. But this opening carve run, have a look at this. Gets onto that hillside rail, holds it, drives through it all the way to this moment here. Now he gets into that transition. Just so much flair.
You know when a surfer's riding out of that white water, that impacting water after carving, that they've really taken it back into the bowl, taken a tight line, surfed that most critical portion of the wave. And Imai, even though he had a couple of moments on the inside where he was sort of forced to almost recover here, he still finishes it off and gets clear of that white water just to really let the judges know he's got full control here. And waiting on the numbers to roll through. That one coming through, 5.93. Didn't go into the top two. Jack Robinson, he's after a 7.34.
Super close scoreline at the moment between these guys. Not a lot separating them at all. And it's Jack Robinson, the local favourite. And I'd say the favourite probably with most people to get through this heat. But Imai Kalani-Devold, he's found himself in the lead just with some good, solid surfing. He took a little bit of time to get things going, has been more selective. Jack's ridden 10 waves already in this heat.
Well, let's have a look at who has made the cut and will be surfing through the back half of the season. It's an amazing lineup, and we've seen some heroics in this event. Also, you've got to say, Bells Beach, it really is where the movement on the ladder started happening for people, but Yago Dora just survives being overtaken today and hangs on with that final position in the top 22.
Yeah, well, he would have had a couple of sleepless nights, as would have Connor O'Leary as well. Their positions weren't shored up until earlier this morning, and things started to pan out, but a really good-looking field there. We've got a couple of rookies still hanging in there. They've done enough. At the flip side, we've sent some people back to the Challenger Series, which will be starting next week.
You have a look at the rankings too, and just what's happened at the top end. Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing falling out of the mix. You know, the importance of a heat win here for Jack Robinson is right up there. He's in 4th position, and a move into the semis would really help him gain some ground or reel in guys like Ethan. John's still alive in the mix, obviously, too. He's already moved up into 2nd position on that live ladder. So Ethan's been bumped back into 3rd spot at the moment. Jordy Smith on the live ladder has already jumped up into 5th position, up 5 spots with that quarterfinal finish.
Well, psychologically, I think that's a big thing for Jordy to see himself in that 5 position. It's a place he hasn't really been in a while, so this could really
there after the
ignite
first 2 events, but you know, we'll get that familiar scent
Yeah.
in his nostrils heading into the back half of the year.
You just never know, do you? A Jordy Smith at, you know, 6 foot lowers. Mate, he's one of the best.
Oh, he's had a couple of victories there in the past. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go for the local boy, Jack Robinson, to turn this one around. He's had big moments here in the dying stages of heats before to keep his dream alive of going, in his head, back to back. He wasn't here last year, he had an injury. but won the 2022 Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We got set waves approaching here, Rich.
Yeah, there's a medium-sized set starting to look. Jack's starting to have a look at it, get himself in position. There's a couple in this one.
Imai on the inside, just giving Jack some space. Wondering if there's an opportunity to up the requirement here. But Robinson eyeing this one off. This will be a shot at it. 40 seconds to go. The crowd on their feet and making plenty of noise for the local boy from Margaret River. Big section standing up. Hammers it. Gets the finish. Is it a 7.34 though?
I just don't know if that final turn had that intensity that we needed. Jack is definitely feeling like it's the number. He's trying to sell it. It was a big wave. Clean open face, two-turn combination. So the ingredients were there. It's just whether they were the right ingredients.
Trying to manifest the number at the moment. Two big sections, Rich. Was there enough in the first turn? Did he tee off the way he would have loved to on the second?
Pretty
Big
looking wave. Geez, he got that opening snap carve. And then this gigantic section, full redirect. Mate, he did well to make it.
Biggest wave of the heat.
Biggest wave of the heat, for sure. Aerial view, you can see great to look at the path the surfer takes. Watch how acute this turn is. Full redirection there. Stays out of harm's way.
And what, Rich, does that size in the wave mean when you start thinking about where this score's going to go?
Well, you look at the judging criteria, it clearly states doing the most critical turns on the biggest and or the best waves. And just really, really critical, that final turn.
Needs a 7.34. I think if you make comparisons too to what numbers were turned in earlier on in the heat, you've got to say that, you know, Jack absolutely ripped into that first turn. I think the second turn, he got it there and almost arrived a little early, but he still put it on the line, and the number has dropped. 8.33, and Jack Robinson, he is going to get the win over Imai Kalani DeBolt here and move on through to the semi-finals.
Matty Bemrose there, never in doubt.
We're up high watching this one unfold, and from our level, you know, it's all the waves do kind of look the same, but clearly word coming in from Stace, he was down on the steps and he said that was considerably taller, that wall, than what we saw earlier in the heat. So not a surprise to see him get the credit there. 8.33, and the local boys' dreams of claiming a second championship tour victory here are still well and truly alive.
Yeah, let's tip our caps to Imai Kalani DeVault as well. A great performance from him.
Saved himself, didn't he?
Yep, amazing surfing and under pressure. Now there's some interesting semi-finals setting up now.
Leandro Dora high-fiving Jack there on a solid performance and great composure on that final opportunity. Under a minute to go, he delivers. The women's quarterfinals are just around the corner. India Robertson and Gabriella Bryan will hit the lineup. We'll bring in Joe, Felicity and Waxhead for the call.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
So this is Luna. Luna just caught one of the biggest waves of the day. How old are you, Luna?
I'm 10 years old.
10 years old and absolutely charging. Hi girls, welcome. This is probably the second Rising Tides for a lot of you. I'm the owner of Queen and Me. This business I started for the next generation like yourselves, and it's to inspire, empower and educate you along your journey to achieve everything you can. There's going to be some of your favourite surfers out there, and I want to encourage you guys to chat with them, ask them questions.
What's your name? Amali. Nice to meet you, Amali. I'm Tyler.
The cards you see behind you, they're called values cards. Your goal is your end goal, right? Some of you might have goals to do with surfing, another sport. Values are the steps you take to get to that end goal.
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did you get the best wave of your life?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did you almost get a barrel? Almost, yep.
It's definitely been a dream of mine to get onto the tour. I think it would just be super cool going around surfing all these waves.
The WSL Rising Tides program went off here in WA. The local grommets are incredible, fun to talk to. They get to be up close and personal to meet their heroes. That's a moment you never forget in your life. Joe Chappelle, Felicity Palmatier, and the Wax said, but you guys probably have a story of meeting one of your heroes in person and trying to find the words to say. For me, it was Pat O'Connell at Salt Creek, and I was just baffled that he went by me. He was still on the tour. It was the last time I was lost for words. But thinking about you, Flick, do you remember that? A personal moment when you finally got to meet one of your heroes?
Yeah, it happened right here at Main Break. I was about 12 years old, and I had posters on my walls of Lane Beachley. And finally the day came and I got to see her in real life, and I was actually terrified, and my dad actually had to push me forward, like, go on, go on. I was like, I don't want to. I don't know what happens, but you're just so in awe and you can't believe it. And I think that's why this event's so great, because for the Grommies you can just get so close to your heroes and to the idols that you've been looking up to.
Lane Beachley, 7-time world champion, actually had a moment with Lakey Peterson. Lakey did a family trip to Manly and actually has a photo of meeting Lane and inspired her to become a pro surfer. Waxhead, what about you?
I grew up with a lot of pro surfers around the Northern Beaches, but it was Occy at Warringah Mall doing a record signing. He just released an album when he just won his world title, and it wasn't just his music, it was his compilation. But getting a photo with Occy as a grom at my local mall was just like, oh, Occy, the world champ.
Oh, something that you'll never forget. The Rising Tide program, they not only get to meet their heroes, they get to surf with them, they get to chat with them, they ask them questions about life on the road, and India Robinson is giving back with her own sort of look on focusing on young talent and helping them rise to be the best version of themselves, focusing on the young girls with her program. And I saw her taking part in the Rising Tides at Bell's at her home break, and she spent so much time on the inside just shoving these kids into wave after wave, and you can tell she loves giving back as she focuses on this heat here in the quarterfinals. She's got some work to do. Let's get back to some cut talk here. If Gabriella Bryan wins this heat, she qualifies for the midseason cut. If India Robinson wins, she still would have to go on to win the event. So a lot of the line for both of these athletes. Gabby Bryan has been strong here in the past, Flick, obviously finaling under pressure in a couple of years past.
Yeah, this is just a battle of two absolute powerhouse women, and when I think about, you know, the most powerful women on tour, these women would be in that conversation for sure. In my opinion, we've already spoken about it during this event, but I feel like Gabby right now, you know, Carissa's there, but obviously she's taken this year off. But in my eyes, Gabby is the most powerful women's surfer on tour at the moment, and I'm just so glad that the waves have showed up today, because we're about to see a display of that right now.
Things getting started here in the quarterfinals. Gabby Bryan setting up this one on the open face. Second hook in the pocket. Still some room left, little chip section, she'll carve through it. And end section approaches, attacking it, stays on her feet, and is able to have a nice position beyond the bricks, and she'll get the assist on the Red Bull ski in just a moment. Yeah, always cool to see the test for all the surfers. Right now we've got India Robinson looking to match Gabby Bryan on the start here. Just kind of feeling her way through that turn, putting a little bit more whip into the second effort, and she's gonna get out of there So a bit of a warm-up wave for India Robinson. But yeah, thinking about what, Gabby Bryan dealt with in the heat with Isabella Nichols, where they had restarts, they're paddling out of position, knowing that their spot on tour was on the line. Fun to see them now into finals day in the best conditions we've had in this waiting period.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that she's at this point in the competition because of her preparation with her coach, Richard Dog Marsh. But here goes Gabby. This is her second turn, leaning into that thing, looking like a fun, rocky right there on the inside section. So, I mean, very relatable. We said Haleiwa before, and Rocky's, very similar sort of section, how it moves away from the peak and comes into a closeout. And here goes India. This was a nice little carve there to set up this one here, which is the most substance. And I thought she was going to line up to hit the end section, but she opted to pull back out, which will allow her to paddle instead of having to use the jet ski to get back around.
So Robinson also on the Ghost model from John Pizell. Gabby Bryan getting boards from Matt Biolis as this one's getting started with early scores coming in for quarterfinal number 1. Let's hear from the local boy, Jack Robinson, is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Jack, what's the self-talk like? 4 minutes on the clock. Horizon looked a little flat. How's the language to yourself?
Definitely not in doubt, bro. Yeah, the waves are good, and just tried to summon the waves. It was only one too, and I had to sit really far out because there wasn't really that much time left, just so I gave myself the most time I could if it broke out there. And yeah, that was, he pushed it to the wire. Imai did. Got the score, and yeah, it was just the way it came down. It was actually good to have a heat like that, really push me to the wire and needing a score, and still stay really calm, in the moment, so it was good.
You revel in those types of scenarios. Where does that come from?
Probably just growing up, as a child, yeah, you're always put under pressure in situations, like in the water or, yeah, just, I don't know, I don't really put it down to, yeah, I'm not sure.
You mentioned you paddled out to meet that wave. I would say that most people's instinct with the clock counting down is to paddle in. That seems really fascinating to me.
Yeah, interesting, huh? Yeah. Better not tell too many coaches out there. No. It was just, there was a big set coming, and yeah, kind of had to go and meet it. So, yeah, was happy to get through that heat.
You mentioned you grew up here. There's a lot of kids here on the point cheering you on. Have you had time to reflect on, how far you've come?
Yeah. Oh, they're giving me so much energy as I walk down. High-fiving every one of them, and it's just enjoying so much from it, and there's so much support. So yeah, really special, and seeing all the kids. Like, I remember I was down here and watching that, so just full circles, like every moment that I go past this boardwalk, I'm like, whoa, okay, stay focused. I'm like, all right, I better go and surf. So yeah, it's a really cool vibe.
How are you balancing the focus between family, personal time, and then obviously trying to win the event?
Yeah, he's actually giving me a lot of energy, Zen right now. So yeah, Zen power, bro. We're just step by step.
I'm sure he's taking a bit from you as well, but it's working well. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Joe.
Good man, Stace. Zen is Jack's son, Zen Robinson. What a great name. Feel like we have another pro surfer to look forward to in the future. But yeah, I love how Jack taps into good energy from the fans, the young grommets, as we transition back to India Robinson here, opening ride 367. That'll be a throwaway score as well. Winning the opening exchange, Gabby Bryan with a 6.33 as we focus in on the Bailey Ladders bracket here for finals day. Semifinals set, the final 4. People on the bluff are talking about a Jack Robinson rematch in the final, but there's some names that want to change that story around. A wild card from Manly Beach, George Pittar, most successful wild card this season, has a chance to feature in a CT final. And also Seth Moniz, he's all the way up. So many spots, he made the cut. He's already 13th in the world on the live rankings. As we flip it to the women's final bracket, Gabby Bryan taking on India Robinson. Gabby wins that heat, she makes the cut. If India wins, she has to go on to win the event. Then we'll have Molly Picklum, world number 3, taking on one of her best friends on tour, Brisa Hennessy. World number 1, Katie Simmers. The 18-year-old has a 2-time world champion, Tyler Wright, and Sally Fitzgibbon, Sawyer Lindblad also surfing for their spot on tour in quarterfinal number 4.
I get excited for all of those quarters. There's a story behind all of them, but I think for me, quarter 3, youth movement, veteran on tour. Tyler, I feel like, is coming off a lot of good momentum. She obviously had that really clutch moment in the round of 16, got her really fired up, and just she spoke about how she hasn't had a feeling like that in a really long time, being on tour where she's really had to fight. You know, every heat she's had to fight to keep this dream alive and to keep her job. So quarterfinal number 3 is going to be a banger, and obviously quarterfinal number 4, Sawyer and Sally in a do or die situation. They both need a win, as we see Pickles, Molly Picklum, running out down the boardwalk for her heat.
Big one for Molly Picklum with an opportunity to move with Joanne DeFay, world number 2, out of the event. We'll give you more details on quarter 4 as we get there, but neither of the athletes will clinch by winning that heat. That's Sawyer and Sally. Sawyer needs to make the finals. Sally needs to win the event. We also got Blakey Peterson just standing by, waiting for results to hopefully head the right direction for herself. We'll keep you posted as we go through. Focusing on this one, Gabby Bryan wins this heat. She makes the cut. If India does, she's got to go on to win the event. As we see firing main break. Gabby Bryan sitting with priority. And Stace was talking to Jack about repositioning to put himself in that spot to get the winning wave against Imai. We'll see how Gabby and India take this on, because they haven't had a chance to warm up in main break conditions like this since they've been there.
No, it hasn't been a day like this the whole contest period. There was waves before the event started, but not this big. So all these surfers opting for their biggest boards that they have in the quiver right now. Yeah, India on the 6.0 Ghost, which is that wide point forward, a lot more volume to handle the long period swell, 14 seconds and a bit more west in it today. With west-southwest underlying swell with that southwest, so it's coming straight on, which is why the surfers are getting caught inside.
And this is where you help your shapers out, get some points. We're into the final series, or the quarters are better, and that's when you start adding points to the shaper rankings. So we've got Biolis representation for Bryan, John Pizell for India Robinson, Darren Hanley for Molly Picklum, and then Glenn Pang for Brisa Hennessy. In these quarters, right in front of us, this is Gabby Bryan. Bottom turn, cool connection on the open face. Well overhead section here as she chases it down, connects with the pocket and steps off.
Yeah, I'm just seeing shades of the final that she had out here with Isabella Nichols. That was obviously a bit later on in the day, but just similar conditions, very glassy, similar sort of size, and Gabby's looking right at home. I feel like she seems very sure-footed so far. I think India, she's having another look here, but she's just looked a little bit out of sorts so far this morning.
So glassy, stretches out the bottom turn, just set up work again for India Robinson. And land that turn over a bit harder on the second effort. You could feel her, Wax said, just wanting to really connect on the first section, and it's kind of forced her to reset on her last couple waves so far.
The judges have been appreciating some creative lines on the wave. John and Jack with that barrel. I wasn't sure how that was going to score earlier in the day. Ended up being excellent because they wanted to see a unique take on it, not that repetitive turning. But this is Gabby's wave, so hard bottom turn and leaning onto the heels there for that carve and lining up another one here. Really good pace on this wave and a little bit of drama at the end, and she just pin drops out of there and she'll make her way out.
Yeah, this one here from India, you just see she was trying to place this first turn, but then ends up cutting it a little bit short. She's trying to get to this second section here and pulls that turn actually a little bit short as well. So I feel like she's just figuring it out. And I think it's to what you were saying, Matt, is that, you know, the women and the men, we haven't seen conditions like this for the whole week, and just sort of feeling it out. It's the biggest it's been the whole waiting period, the best conditions today. And it takes a little bit of adjustment, and it takes adjusting. You know, she's probably gone up a couple of inches in her board, and it feels different, you know, that little bit more length under your feet, and I just feel like things just aren't quite clicking. I'm sure it will as we move through this heat.
You're a big wave surfer, and sometimes there's months, even seasons, where you don't get to ride your big boards, and then finally you get thrust out into the ocean, and these deep ocean bombs are coming. And I mean, these surfers are surfing every day, right? They're surfing grovelers onshore. They've had to surf lefts, rights, and this is about as drastic as it gets, the change.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe some nerves out there as well.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think obviously Hawaii, we did start off with a bang. We had great conditions on finals day at Pipe, but there were only a few women left in the draw there. Sunset obviously got pretty big, pretty challenging, but it's cool for me. I'm being biased because I love big waves, but I just love to see the men and the women tested more so. Obviously, surfing on a wave and technical ability, but for me, it's all about ocean awareness and the connection that you have with the ocean. And I think that's why I personally love watching surfers like Jack Robinson, John. They just have this affinity, and it's just like this sixth sense that they know where to be. They know that, like what Jack spoke about, or Stace spoke to Jack about in that post-scene interview. You know, when most surfers would zig, you're zagging. You know, most surfers with 30 seconds left are going to move in. You're moving out. You know, and it's just, I really love that about this stop on tour, because you see all different faces of the wave. It brings so much. You can surf it from, literally, we've seen 2 foot to 10 foot, and I just love how much it tests the surfers.
Quarterfinals off and running. Leader is Gabby Bryan, 5.67 and a 6.33. Caipo Guerrero, what have you noticed so far about this matchup?
Talked about ocean awareness, right? Gabby in tune right now. She's making some great decisions. Not just great surfing, great decisions. She decided to paddle back out after that last wave rather than take the ski ride around like India did. So she got priority. She's got heat control with the lead and priority. India, last big set that came through, India was caught inside. Had to bail her board, not once, but twice. So it's been exhausting so far for India. Robinson, well played and calculated so far by Gabby Bryan.
Great insight, Caipo. Gabby Bryan making that decision to paddle back out, get priority. India Robinson now needs a 6.5, but she doesn't get to choose on this set. She's got to wait for Gabby Bryan to make a decision. Sometimes there's some tricks with trying to push your opponent, even when you don't have priority, just to be around their headspace, kind of intrude on their energy and their focus. But they're so used to this game. Gabby Bryan uses priority quickly here. Looking to better a 5.67. Throws down a turn back into the pocket. Out in front again. Nice, well-paced wrapping turn. Gabriella gets that carve in before the section. Good timing there to get there nice and early to stay on her feet. A hard-working athlete representing the island of Kauai. Spending a long time in her youth just island hopping and working on her craft, picking up better backing once she qualified for the tour after just demolishing the Challenger Series. Here's India Robinson, solid wave. Whips into that first section, connects well this time. Throws down a snap on the open face and sneaks a third in under the lip, but she'll get caught. Trying to fit in that extra turn before it shut down. And Mainbreak continues to fire.
Yeah, big set rolling through the lineup there. And initially my thoughts are, I think she was just trying to fit in one too many turns. I think easy for me to say that, you know, hindsight's the perfect science right now, but I feel like 2 turns would have been the better option there. I feel like it was the biggest wave of the heat so far. She was already on her way to a great score. That opening turn was beautiful. It was a clean face. And then she just would have been out of here. Let's break it down, Matt.
Yeah, so big wave, hard off the bottom. This first turn was sick, and then she lines up the second one, but it's a bit caught between what to do, stays high, and then couldn't get that projection up to the top for that third turn. Working smarter, not harder, is Gabby. Perhaps a little more conscious thought on this, a little more energy for her decision making, and this was a nice 3-turn combo, and she just has a cool pace here, waits for this end section, and slices under the lip there just before the foam to avoid any issue with that turbulence, and she's able to get that completion. So smart surfing there from Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, also cool to see India connect on that first turn, especially picking up a very large wave. Judges sending out the notes this morning, looking for commitment and degree of difficulty of the combinations of major maneuvers in the more critical sections of bigger and heavier waves. Actually talking about wanting those big waves in the criteria wax set.
See that board, see where her hand is, just in front between there and the Parzel logo is where the wide point is on that Ghost model. So that's where all the foam is. When you see India surf, it's like a big pendulum. She's coming off the bottom on that narrow tail, and the weight of that board's pushing up the face, which allows her, when she's way back on the tail pad over the fins, to get that release in the turn. That second and third turn, she didn't have that same projection off the bottom. So the board was having another idea of what it wanted to do. Unfortunately, just missed timing. That would have been an excellent score, I think, if she'd have got the completion.
Quarterfinals getting exciting. Gabby Bryan, a 6.93 on her last. We'll give you the score for India Robinson right after this quick break. Great opportunity to download TrueSurf for free from the App Store or Google Play and tap WSL Events to play the virtual Western Australia Margaret River Pro. You can compete in multiple divisions and go big, all for free. And do what the world's best are doing right now in real time on a glorious day in WA. The best waves we've had in the waiting period. On finals day, we've had a bit of that going on this year in 2024. And Molly knows it, Brisa knows it. They've been ready for it on finals days. They've both had great seasons underway, and they're just getting started in the non-priority side of their heat. Quarter number 2, Brisa Hennessy, the Costa Rican, getting a nice turn in before that oncoming section, but it's chasing her down and doing really well to maintain control. Another note that the judges have been reminding all the surfers every morning, they want to see right away with control. At this size, it's been nice to avoid the bricks a lot, but when those sections are converging, it's really wise for Brisa to hit it early and try to just get out of there to get credit for the finish.
Yeah, she had the right idea there. I think it's super important. I think you've got to evaluate every situation slightly different there at the end, but in that situation, you want to get up there early. You could see those 2 bits of whitewash were going to converge. So she had the right idea, but we've seen some funny calls, like obviously judges deeming throughout the event that some turns weren't quite a make. And exactly what you said, Joe, you've really got to ride out with that commitment and control. And yeah, she had the right idea.
So she rolls into this one, a nice little chip shot and just an elongated carve there. So the scoring really begins about now. So the judges want to see attack on the lip line and critical maneuvers. So it comes down to this turn. She cuts it short and a little bit of drama at the end there. She gets that snap before the convergence and hangs onto it. So a nice completion there, and that should be a healthy score just in that. Look, you can see the leg rope caught around her front toe as well. No. So she did extremely well there to ride out. And I'll tell you what, if she didn't here, that's a precarious situation. You can get a leash stuck around your feet in a convergence like that. It could be a really bad injury.
I've had a terrible injury like that. Waimea Bay, hog-tied by my 12-foot decline garden hose leg rope and just absolutely wailed. The board was 10 foot long, just pulling on my leg. And I was wrapped underneath the water like this. Couldn't do anything about it. It was terrible.
Ouch.
Yeah, real bad.
Gabby Bryan. Nice clean wrap to start on a glassy open wall. Lays down the rail again. Drives hard through the open face and celebrates another fun ride at main break. Bit smaller than the previous set. Trying to fit that one into her top 2. Still leading with a 6.93 and a 6.33. But looking solid, the power surfer on tour. If she wins this heat, she officially makes the cut. And so far, she's sitting out in front at the moment. But yeah, let's have another look from the start of this one. Flick, what'd you see?
Just a beautiful clean wave and just so much power that she laid into that first turn. Goes into a more drawn out second carving maneuver, brings it through to the inside here, little jab in the pocket. And I think she's feeling it. I love this wave. This was one of the cleaner waves that we've seen Gabby take off in this heat. Her first couple of waves, scoring rides, they had a lot of texture, like a bit of whitewash on the face, you know, which makes it harder to surf. So she's been quite you know, the one thing I'm noticing about Gabby in this heat is her wave selection. She's not choosing the really big sets. When I think about India, you know, I've got to talk about that last score, and we were sort of talking about it in the break, but India's last score came through at a 6.03, and that was basically for, you know, size of the wave, like you mentioned in the judging criteria, Joe. But then just on that one big turn, I've got to think if she made 2 of those, wow, she's on her way to a big score.
Robinson laying down a beautiful wrap in the pocket, lays it down again, really connected on this one. Chips it under the lip quickly. Opportunity for a little mid-face kind of reaction there, just seeing herself run out of water on the bricks. So not a whole lot on the 4th maneuver, but maintained control, didn't land on the bricks. And we'll see if she can really fight for the lead now, chasing a 7-2-3, but also waiting for last of Gabby Bryan as well.
Yeah, crucial exchange here right now. Both surfers going complete, and that was exactly what India needed to do. So this is the front angle here. So that beautiful bottom turn again. And here gets a bit of release there in their pocket. Goes up for a nice long bottom turn and an extended carve there. This one here just nearly hits the lip line, just comes under the lip a little bit more, and kind of got a bit caught between 2 maneuvers once again on the end. If she'd have banked off that with some controlled hit, I would say that would be a very healthy score, but I think it will still be a great backup.
Thinking there might be a slight little bit of hesitation there, from my observation, just around that end section and the bricks. Look, what you said, Matt, she was in 2 minds, but that end section's giving her a bit of grief at the moment. It just the timing and the pace, like she's nailing that first section. Her wave choice has been great. Big, critical, heavy waves, being rewarded for that, but just seems like to me when she's getting through to that inside section, she is in 2 minds about either trying to fit in 2 turns or just the one. And I feel like if she can click it and she can figure it out, I feel like she's going to post an excellent score. It's just at the moment she's still trying to figure it out, and then maybe a little bit of hesitation there on that end section.
I think we're seeing her improve on the fly.
Yeah.
She kind of missed the first section in the first couple waves. Then she started nailing it.
Yeah.
And I think she's finding her feet towards the tail end now. If she can put it all together for India Robinson, 12 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Chasing an 8-point ride now because Gabby Bryan just laid down her best number so far at a 7.10. Robinson finds herself in a tough position on the rankings this year because she hasn't been in a quarterfinal up until now. It's top 5, so in a must-win situation, not just in this heat, but for the entire contest.
Yeah, it is a giant job for India right now, but her surfing, I feel, really suits this style of wave. It's power and power. And like what you said, Joe, I feel like she is learning on the fly in this heat. She's figuring things out. There's a bigger board, bigger waves. Last day of the waiting period, and we're met with the biggest swell. And I think she looks like if the big set comes through, it presents itself. Hopefully we get to see her nail 2 of those big trademark power hacks that we know she can do, because I feel like she has all the ingredients to drop this excellent score, this 8-point ride that she's chasing right now.
Had a lot of excellent numbers in this event, maybe the most we've had so far this season, even on smaller conditions. We've been talking about how tough it's been for waves this year, but you think about when it has turned on, it's been very rippable, some big combinations of turns. But I love how we're peaking at the right time on finals day. Semifinals set for the men. Jack Robinson getting the last wave in the heat with Imai to turn it, to move on to the semifinals as he takes on Seth Moniz. Seth surfing for his career earlier today, and now he's surfing for a spot in the top 10, moving up so quickly on the live rankings. And also John Florence taking on George Pittar in the first semifinal. As we see the numbers now settling for Breese's start in the non-priority heat, a 4.83 opener. And Molly Picklum still being patient to kick this one off. As we have a beautiful view of the Indian Ocean, let's break down the Oakberry surf conditions with Caio.
Oakberry surf conditions. Molly Picklum's up, I think, so you can get to the action, come back out to me. I'll get you with the conditions after the set rolls through, because the conditions right now, pretty epic, and waves coming through, Joe.
That's right, yeah, seeing Gabby Bryan kick out of the inside section. 7-1-0-6-9-3 before that, our heat leader. Priority with India Robinson in a must-win situation. And we'll see if this might be a good time for Caio. We'll dive back into these Oakberry surf conditions.
Okay, here are the Oakberry surf conditions. We got 8 to 10 feet. Ant-Man pointing out the boil that's starting to show out here. That's the indicator when you're at that size. And so we're getting the big sets on that size. About 6 miles per hour. North-northwest wind, a little ruffle showing up, but really light, glassy. We got the tide dropping throughout the afternoon and throughout the day. So Oakberry surf conditions, couldn't ask for more actually. It's just absolutely beautiful out here, and the performances off the chain.
What a fun assignment right there, Caio. When you look at delivering a report like that, an absolute hero. 8 to 10 feet, gosh, and glassy as it gets. Really look at the championship tour and all the different venues that the surfers have to be prepared for to win big events, to become a world champion. So we'll get back to that because we've got Molly Picklum starting off against Brisa Hennessy. A couple of nice turns there, just getting started. She'll lay low to get the completion. Coming off a big win at Sunset, but you see how they're challenged, you know, with all the different venues on tour, from beach breaks, point breaks, you know, big waves like Sunset, which we can make some sort of comparisons to main break. To be an undisputed world champion, having a premier day like this is so important for the championship tour.
It is, and I just am stoked that the best day of the waiting period, we have it here on finals day. As we break down this one from Molly, this is her opening ride. She takes a little bit of time to get around that section, but beautiful gouge in the face of the wave there. Gets up into the pocket for a second and almost loses it here, but she does well to hang on. So nice little opener there for Molly, but yeah, it just, I think back to, you know, this week it wasn't easy, the forecast. The opening day, we had some nice waves and then things got a little bit tricky, but I mean, the Indian Ocean really has delivered. Western Australia has delivered. The finals day here, it's you know, some of the best conditions. It's as good as it gets. And one thing I do want to mention too with this tide dropping, I mean, main break works on all tides, but in my opinion, when it is best, it's on this dropping tide. So I feel like it's only going to improve. Wind is supposed to stay light. Caio did say there's a little bit of a waft texture on the face, but I mean, how beautiful does that look? It's just, it's pristine out there right now. And I just think back to Pipe and the finals day we had there and how unbelievable that was. Sunset, finals day, unbelievable. We've just, been blessed this year already, I feel.
It's great, and I think when it peaks on finals day as well, I mean, every event title is worth it, by every sense of the term, as being an event champion. But when you get to remember the day that you won when it was 6 to 10 foot, or, you know, days like that are the ones that we talk about for years on end.
But it's also the grindy heats and the lead up to that, which do take the most effort. Gabby Bryant has been down here every single one of Dog Marsh's students that he's been coaching. She's been there with a notepad, recording scores, and actually being the coach as well. Being there for all the surfers and being present to, I guess, ride their highs and lows and build a heat IQ up. And you can't coach this, what we have out there now. You can give them as much heat IQ as you want, but this is intuitive surfing. This is reading Mother Nature, reading those lines, like Jack paddling out to the boil, getting that barrel. I mean, he knew that was there. That wasn't coincidence. And he when I asked him after that tube, how'd you find that? And he goes, I just knew it was there. I just had to get in the wave.
It's that special connection that surfers have, especially at this level, of putting themselves in the spot at the right time. Sometimes it's hard to articulate because they just make it happen subconsciously. Nice carve, cool transition for Brisa. Laying into the open face again. Nice controlled turn as she hops out. Her second scoring ride so far. Started with a 4.83. Just needed to catch a wave, really, to get the lead off Molly Picklum. They've been spending a lot of time together. It's that funny story of one of your best friends on tour, both competing for the same goal to win the event, and you run into each other in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it is an interesting scenario. I know that Kobe Enright's here as well, another friend of these two women here supporting both Molly and Brisa, and it's so super funny, you know. She's gonna have to pick a side right now. Obviously she's here to support both women, but I loved what I just saw from Brisa here. That first 2-turn combo was done really well. The transition from that first carve, just holding the line, there was no bauble in between, straight up into that second turn, was really, really well done. But yeah, but both women, great friends, and you know what, there's probably no one as well that they would probably want to surf harder against. I feel like those heats you can almost afford to give it to your competitor a little bit more because you are so close, you know. There is that respect there, but sometimes I feel that that's where these big rivalries come from, these big stories and those big moments, because you know, there's no one you'd rather lose to and there's no one you'd rather beat more as well.
Sometimes you can be more brutal than your good friends because you know they're going to love you anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, if I snag you, I know you're going to love me.
Last score in for Brisa, 6.83. Back in first. Picklum now needs a 6.34 to answer back to her good friend on tour. For Molly, coming off such a high runner-up at Pipe. 10-point ride against Betty Lou, talking about the heat of the decade in that semifinal. And then into Sunset, getting a huge win with maybe the turn of the century. There was so much just winning and excitement and adrenaline and just changing surfing history. And Molly was at the top of all of those reports from the media. We got to see it and witness it. And you're just wondering, is this going to come down at any point? She went to back-to-back ninths, and I almost felt like that was a recovery period after such a gigantic start to the year. Brisa Hennessy on the wind-up. Redirects on the open face, swings back into the pocket on that Glen Pang. Flowing through her turn, similar type of approach that she's had on a lot of her rides. And this one she'll just run out of room on the bricks and turn in a third score with 23 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and that board looks very similar to the one that she'd been riding, if not maybe the same board earlier in the week as well. So not even perhaps a step up, unless she was riding a bigger board on the smaller days. But nice flow, really good controlled surfing there. There's a little bit of a bump through one of the calves, but I think this will exceed that 4.83, may even go close to 6.83 or better.
Well done for Brisa Hennessy as we flash back to a perfect score and one of the biggest, most monumental days in pro surfing history, how we kicked off the season. And this was the 10-point ride at Pipeline for Molly Picklum. She's got the Yeti 110, 410 at Pipe. That was one of the biggest moments we've ever seen in surfing history.
Oh, 100%. It changed everything for me. It was such a monumental moment. This whole finals day, that heat between her and Betty Lou was incredible. Betty obviously right behind her took off and got a 9 as well, and it was just, I felt so proud to be like in the booth calling that and witnessing that, and it was just, history was made that day, and Molly just, she blew me away just with how technical she is on her backhand. In my opinion, on her backhand, probably the most technical backhand tube rider on the women's tour.
Big air chop on a big wave for India Robinson. There's that big wrap that she throws down on the open face. Clean bottom turn and sets it up under the lip. And this section's been a little bit tough to work with, and that one is wild. It completely disappears into really shallow water. Bounces back up. And she finds her board again, takes a breath, down to 1:15 on the clock. Remember, India in a must-win situation. Tough to see her fall in that finish. Gabby Bryan, if she wins this heat, she makes the cut. India trying to win the event. What about a big takeoff that was?
Oh, big takeoff and big wave once again, and a massive turn there from her. I just loved it. Went up into this second section, eyeing off this last one. Things got really difficult here for her. She still went up and hit this section, but came just down with that huge explosion, and wondering if that's just disappointment or if she's okay.
Now into live action again. Gabby Bryan looking to finish solid on her feet. Big section, hits it hard, and she can't hang on. So her situation will remain the same numbers-wise, just coming down to the last of Robinson, who did fall in the finish. She was chasing an 8-point ride, Wax said.
Yeah, and I think Gabby's looking in, not sure what the scenario is, because she went down on her wave. She doesn't know, did India go down? And it's a little bit of unknown, and both surfers, taking some beatings too. So interesting to see their emotions as we watch them make their way through the inside. You can see India, she's almost admitted defeat there.
Last score there for India Robinson, 6-0-3. Not enough, as India Robinson will be back on the Challenger Series. And officially, Gabby Bryan with that win. She has qualified and made the midseason cut, surfing another complete season. And gosh, she's had a lot of drama here in the West over her career, and I'm sure that experience is helping her believe in herself, and she got the job done.
Yeah, working smarter, not harder, was the moral of that heat there for Gabriella, conserving her energy, getting the jet ski all the way around, getting those smaller, medium-sized waves, building a heat total up, and in the end, it paid off.
We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break as the quarterfinals continue. Brisa and Molly will be the priority heat, and we'll get to see world number 1, Katie Simmers, take on two-time world champ Tyler Wright.
Have a nice race, everyone! Run with me!
People all around the world running together at the same time.
Let's get it. This is your catch a car, your moving finish line.
Sign up now at wingsforlifeworldrun.com. Let's run for those who can't.
Our friends at Red Bull are supporting the Wings for Life World Run, and we are joining them to help raise money for spinal cord research by creating a WSL team and running with them on May 5th. You can sign up now and join the great cause. A couple of Red Bull athletes in the water right now with Molly Picklum and world number 1, Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers taking on Tyler Wright at pumping conditions at main break. Tyler with an event win behind her here at this venue, who came into this stop with the pressure of the cut, but didn't really look like she was under pressure because she was going fishing in between warm-up sessions, in between finding her equipment that she'd ride to compete on. We already have some catching up to do during the break. Molly Picklum getting this wave wax in.
Yeah, so wild first turn, and she throws it up for the layback and can't ride out. And this was Brisa's. We didn't get to see this one. Nice searing carve there, opening up the wingspan, holding that bottom turn in for this next little snap, and goes up for a Rio in the third turn. So she got an ending in here. So stays on her feet too, and she'll get back on the jet ski to go all the way around.
And here we go. This is Tyler Wright, opening wave, big layback hack in the pocket there, flying down the line on that pink board, does another beautiful wraparound carve, and she'll kick out, but great two-turn combo.
Yeah, Katie here, so rapid fire. Nice little unique line there for Katie. Keep staying in the top third on that turn. Lining up this section here, she goes up for the Rio, waits for this inside, and a 4-turn combo there for Simmers. She's looking very relaxed on her opening wave.
And she always just has that relaxed nature about her. Katie Simmers is so cool, calm and collected, changing, surfing so quickly. She was a surfer that kicked off the year #1 in the world, winning at Pipeline, and had that famous quote in the water that we'll be looking back on for a long time. Just that natural type of approach, but also very compy, as she calls it. She gets very competitive and feeds off of her coach, Tommy Whitaker. And great job to Tommy, having both yellow jerseys at the moment on the men and women's tour. And gosh, what a breathtaking day. If you haven't been to Western Australia yet, make that plan happen in your life. Be treated great waves, great people like Felicity Palmatier. They're always going to head you in the right direction. But if you work with Tourism WA and do some searches about the Margaret River region, you can find yourself itineraries, and pretty easy to create a plan to really get the best out of this coastline. Brisa Hennessy just finding her way off that last ride, her 5th wave ridden in the matchup. Her last score of 5.67, and Molly Picklum with priority needs a 7.17 to make a comeback here. Molly into 3rd position in the world, so she's got an opportunity to get closer to Katie Simmers now.
Yeah, she definitely has this opportunity, and I mean, I like what you said too before, Joe, is that she obviously started the year off with you know, back-to-back finals in Hawaii, just 2nd at Pipe, 1st at Sunset. As we break down this last one from Brisa, beautiful clean face wave, opening carve there. You can kind of see she's waiting for it, trying to suss out, hang on, am I going to better my backup score here or either score, as we cast her eyes out the back.
Molly Picklum coiling up off the bottom. Kind of a fading turn to re-engage now on the 2nd effort. Managing all that speed into a top turn wrap. Chasing a 7.17 at the moment. Takes a step down and a tough end section, but really does well to get there with that climbing finish. So Molly chasing the 7.17. Brisa getting another score to factor in. Brisa's been looking very calculated, very controlled in her efforts, not running away into the exit range yet. And it felt like Molly was trying to see where she could really engage that rail. Found a good finish, but still nothing crazy as far as scores of consequence, as she finally makes herself to the Red Bull ski. Molly's wave first, Wax. Said, what'd you see?
Yeah, so a little bit flighty, a little bit of air under the board there. So this is just a bit of a controlled carve, just to set things up. The scoring really begins about here. Still sort of managing those bumps, a little searing carve, stays in the top 3rd, generates the speed through here, and it gets a bit funky, but she does really well to get a completion there. Will it be the 7.17? I'm not sure, but there was a little bit of drama on the end section, and she did really well to complete that wave.
Love breaking down rivalries, especially with good friends Brisa Hennessy and Molly Picklum. In another fun matchup, every time they meet, they're at least in the quarters or even higher, like the last time they met in the semifinals at Sunset, where we saw Molly go on to win. Now she leads 2-1 over a good friend Brisa Hennessy. Both have a lot in common. Their first event wins at Sunset. Brisa won hers the year before Molly. Now Molly's gone back-to-back, all of their wins at Sunset Beach, and made me think, actually, the year before when Brisa did win, she was working with Micro Hall at the time, so Micro as a coach has gone 3 in a row, coaching to Sunset victories. This year, Brisa working with Leandro Dora, who's probably having a nice emotional moment downstairs, getting all the messages that his son Iago got the last spot on the mid-season cut.
Oh, and just what a day for Iago, having to wait around to see how Destiny was going to play out. I can't imagine the emotion and the roller coaster of this. And I mean, right now, you can just take a sigh and a deep breath and a bit of relief. Just what a relief.
Oh, there's different types of energy that we've been feeling at Stop 5, Wax said. I mean, for Leandro, knowing that Iago was undecided for so many lay days and wondering what might happen, he just had this calm, relaxed approach like nothing else was going on, that he was still enjoying the moment. But that's not always the case for everyone that you run into down at the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, being a coach or a mentor, you have to preserve your energy so you can address the situation for your athlete that you're working with, and you have to be able to measure that. And it would have been hard, that personal feeling of Iago, you know, on that cut line, but helping other surfers. But it's all worked out so far, so good.
Yeah, and he handles it so well. He's always so calm in those moments. It's been a heartbreaking moment, though, for a lot of our athletes that have worked so hard to get here. Now back to the Challenger Series, like the case for India Robinson here, and getting an embrace from J. Bottle Thompson. So much hard work, so much dedication, and we know she's going to bounce back.
She will bounce back, and she's so strong, she's so resilient, she's already been through so much in her young career. And I mean, I think about last year, first event on the Challenger Series, she got a win there at Snapper, and that's exactly where she's about to go. You know, first event of the Challenger Series is just there in a few days' time, so she's got some good positive memories from there. She's just going to need to reframe, regroup, process what's happened here, and at least, you know, I draw the positives from that. She's got good positive memories to draw from last year's Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's an emotional one to watch, even for fans. I talked to world champ Joel Parkinson a few heats ago. It's almost like you're watching every heat with like one eye closed. You don't want to go away, you don't want to miss anything, but it also talks to the intensity of the moment. And he was mentioning watching Seth Moniz in a high gear, how much that elevated that performance, knowing that everything was on the line, and you could really feel it. So a lot of excitement, a lot of emotion throughout this event, still with plenty of room to move on finals day. We're just in the quarterfinals, going all the way today to crown our champions, starting with the round of 16 for the men this morning. We'll continue to overlap these heats until we get to the semifinals, and then they'll have some time for just one-on-one. From that point on, Brisa still leads over Molly Picklum. Last for Molly, 4.73. She's been on some solid waves, but she's still looking to really execute some really powerful carves, kind of what she was famous for when she came here to Margaret River for the first time.
Yeah, I think for me right now, it's just the wave just hasn't been bowling enough for Molly to be really critical in the pocket, as we see a big takeoff from Brisa.
Brisa extended bottom turn, just a setup, open face hook to line up something bigger down the line. Got there early, blew the tail and went down. I like her thought process there, though, knowing that she didn't really get anything out of the first section. Really tried to lay it all out there, Wax.
Yeah, and I was about to say the board was looking really good. It's looking really connected and driving really well off the bottom for Brisa, and there just trying to kick the fins out and to snap that under the lip, knowing that she'd missed a little bit of the outside section. So she'll sneak out the back, and with 8 minutes left, she'll still have plenty of time to put more pressure on Molly Picklum.
It's a great time to catch up with Gabby Bryan with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Gabby, to get to this position, the heat was a little shaky. This time around this morning, you're looking locked in control from start to finish.
Yeah, for sure. Each heat has been so big lately, and obviously going up against India, she's my best friend on tour, so it was really hard. And yeah, I just really wanted to do some good surfing. The waves are so good, so just make good decisions and put myself on the best waves so I can do the surfing I know I can do.
Must be hard to surf a heat against your best friend on the tour. However, the upside of winning that heat is you have officially made the cut.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. I've been on the lay days for 5 days. I felt every emotion. Yeah, it's been crazy, but to officially make it, it's been good. It's been a tough year for me, so hopefully now I can just surf without that pressure and do even better and go all the way. And yeah, wow, what a relief. I'm so happy.
You make a great point. To get to the quarterfinals seemed to take a long time. This is the last day of the event window. Today it's going to be back-to-back quarter semi-finals. Talk us through what it's like to prepare for one heat at a time versus 3 heats in one day.
I guess, as cliche as it sounds, doing a 1 heat at a time, even though it's in the same day. I woke up this morning and I was like, I could have 3 heats today, and I've surfed 2 in the past 2 weeks, so yeah, it's crazy, but I'm excited, and the waves are firing, and it's going to be a good day.
Certainly is. Looking lethal. Well done, Gabby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Gabby Bryan, feeling the emotional roller coaster this week. You're on standby day after day, and the situation just stays the same. You still need work to do to make the cut. Congratulations to Gabriella, once again making the cut, moving forward into the semifinals, and also getting caught up there with Molly Picklum, Brisa Hennessy in the priority heat. Molly at 2.5 on her last, going down. Still chasing a 7.17 without priority. World number 1 catches up to this wave. Already flying down the line. Cool redirect carve. Driving hard off the bottom, getting caught in the pocket. Incomplete there, as she was only chasing a 3.84 for the lead.
Yeah, that was interesting, that one. I just love when she takes off, how cruisy she looks. It's just a different sort of approach. It's a different style, and just a very laid-back approach. She's just really, really waiting for it. That wave was a bit of a funky wave. She kind of had to go out in the face, a little bit of a horizontal approach in the beginning, and then there was a lot of lump and bump there at the end, and just, yeah, becoming victim to that end section.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock here in quarter two. See what happened to Molly Picklum on this one, Waxhead.
Yeah, so this is on the inset of that during the interview with Gabby. So holding the carve back to the pocket, really trying to find a section to tee off on, and she does. And she goes in and lay back and is unable to ride forward to the whitewash, so goes incomplete.
And then Katie Simmers on this one, Flick.
Yeah, just a cool little takeoff there, but this wave forcing her to go pretty horizontal out in the face here. She knows she wants to go up into the lip, but there's just a bit of lump and bump there, just bucks her off her board. So both women not converting there on that end section. I liked Molly's idea though. Molly's idea was pretty good. I think big grab rail carve there in the beginning, trying to mix it up with a layback hack. I liked Molly's approach. But yeah, I just feel like Molly just hasn't found the wave that she's been looking for out there yet to really sink that rail in, to really show us, you know, I think back to a couple of years ago when Molly actually fell off to the year that she posted that 9 for that one big power hack. I feel like we just haven't seen that just yet from Molly in this event, and I feel like she's just sniffing around trying to find those waves, that more bowly section, and at the moment I feel like the ones that she's taking off are just forcing her a little bit out on the shoulder. They're a bit, just haven't got that scoop to them.
Here's Katie Simmers looking for just a 3.84, glassy open face. How fun was that? Forehand hook. Quick jam in the pocket for Simmers. World number 1 lights it up again. And a nice little pin drop to step off. Cool read there, different types of turns from start to finish, but stayed on her feet as she was only chasing a 3.84 for the lead change off a 2-time world champion. Priority heat is with Brisa and Molly. Molly takes this wave. Hard off the bottom, clean wrap to start. Pushing hard off the bottom again. She'll guide that Darren Hanley into the pocket. And throws down a nice wrap, well-timed wave. And the most connected that she's had so far. Her coach, Glenn Hall, loves it. And that's the entire Hall family just about. I didn't see the little boy there, Alfie, but Zara, Poppy, the 2 girls looking on. Glenn's wife, Gemma, enjoying the action. But Molly doing a great job there to stay really connected, Waxhead.
Yeah, that was her best wave yet, I feel. Had great flow and didn't have any hiccups on it. All of the waves so far have had a little moment of discombobulation where they're kind of just trying to work her way through the chop. Late takeoff, and she was actually gifted that under priority. So it comes hard off the bottom into that nice opening turn, rides down to the bottom of the wave, drives back up, and another slower carve there and cuts it short so she can line up for the end section. And that's another committed carve there and gets it finished. So I feel like the score's right there. It's definitely her best wave yet.
717, so it has to be the highest wave of this heat. Has to be better than Brisa's 683. And in my opinion, I agree with you, Wax. I think that this was her best put together wave for sure. 3 big turns. Well, it was touch and go there in the beginning if she was even going to stroke into that wave, and she ended up being super late into it. So we'll see where the scores land here. So a minute 20 on the clock.
Momentum's a real thing, isn't it? Especially when you keep on winning. You can make the comparables to her performance at Sunset as well, and surfing in heavy water and just everything's just going her way. Molly's in the point of this season now where she's trying to get that flow back, where she can just react and turn in excellent scores. Last number comes through for Molly, a 6.47, her best so far. Not enough for the lead. Brisa's still out in front with priority with 52 seconds to go.
Brisa on her way to another 3rd place finish, at least.
She's been impressive, and when you can compare their rail work, Brisa's been looking a little bit more in the flow state, a little bit more confident through her points. There hasn't been a whole lot of chatter off the bottom of her board. It's looked like reliable surfing for Brisa in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like Molly's just figured out the recipe in her last couple of waves. Brisa, on the other hand, started off with a 4.83 and then the 6.83, been really consistent in this heat and a really good performance.
So 20 seconds, Molly passing Brisa. Hennessy should be able to shut this down with priority and the lead. And doing well this year, even getting injured in Portugal with a busted eardrum when she was on her way to a big result. She was absolutely ripping up until that injury. Came back into form at Bells, working with doctors to see if she was able to surf. Went right into action at Bells Beach, getting even better here at Margaret River as she takes the win over Molly Picklum. And in one-on-one history with these two, it's even at 2 wins apiece. Hennessy into the semifinals here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Sally Fitzgibbons and Sawyer Lindblad will get started in a moment, and Tyler Wright and Katie Simmers will have the priority heat. Katie Simmers waiting for her score from her last wave to see if it was enough to catch up with Tyler. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Lost track of how many times I've come to Western Australia, but it's that returning to nature and really feeling in touch with the raw elements, the surf, the forests, the beautiful wineries, the food, and the people, I think is what makes this place really special. I'm super excited for the opportunity to have a few lay days here. I love the ocean and the waves here. It's powerful, it reminds me a lot of home. It's a time for me to kind of just find the enjoyment and fun in it.
Last year's event champ Carissa Moore there. Loves her time in the West. We miss her this year, but no doubt she'll make a return to this region at some point. It's just too good, and it's flexing today in a big way. Finals day here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. The quarters unfolding for the women. Semi-finalists are taking their place in the top half of the draw. We've got to determine who's going to face who in the bottom side, and we've got those competitors out there at the moment. Quarterfinal number 4 hitting the lineup now. 2 surfers below the cut line fighting hard to keep a place on the championship tour. Former winner Sally Fitzgibbons up against the rookie Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente.
Yeah, it's an amazing heat, and Sally obviously has been on the tour for so many years and has just sort of struggled to stay right up at the top of the ratings the last few seasons. But here we go, Tyler Wright up and riding. This is a replay of her
place
ride.
at the moment.
Yeah, doing well. This is one of her rides, but really stood up on the inside. Just a calculated turn to finish this ride off. Great composure there. Technique absolutely perfect for Tyler Wright. Watch this wave stand up on the inside. Tyler does a beautiful redirect. That's her trademark. Signature layback hack that she's just lent into so many times over the last few seasons. It's taken her to multiple world championships.
Well, Caitlin Simmers is just so reliable for consistent performances, and she's got herself the lead here at the moment. I do feel like Tyler Wright, when she's on, there's a bit more power output in her moves. Could work well for her in these bigger conditions out here today. Tyler at this stage needs a 5.07 to get back in front, and she's just done that with just a 5.1, just enough to get back ahead, but an important flip of the momentum there.
Yeah, a swing in the lead in this heat. 15 minutes on the clock. And just a battle of the mid-range scores at the moment. Katie Simmers just been amazing over the last couple of seasons. She has just been a welcome, a breath of fresh air onto the women's tour, bringing a whole new bag of tricks, a new approach to the wave. And just so young, so many good years ahead of her.
So psyched too. I mean, during the off days, Katie's been chasing clips up and down this amazing 48-kilometre stretch of coast. Just another great example of the beauty of this region on show for you there.
A couple of the real locals just cruising through the lineup. They always have priority out here. And not unusual to see pods of dolphins on any given day out here at Margaret River Main Break. Lots of sea life, salmon run happening at the moment.
Yeah, it's been fun. A lot of the competitors, including Tyler, getting into the fishing on those off days. But they're both chasing big results here. That's what they're fishing for. Caitlin Simmers wants to maintain her position at the top of the ranks. Tyler Wright, she's had great form this year, Rich, but just hasn't had that big breakthrough result yet this season. Second place finish over in Portugal, where she looked really sharp, and we know how bad she wanted the three-peat down at Bells Beach. It didn't happen, and that's as shattered as I've seen Tyler after an event loss or heat loss in ages. So it just sort of suggests that she's really connected to the goal of getting into the final five again, and wants to accomplish that this season. But she needs a big result, and a win over the current #1 would be huge for that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely engaged in competition at the moment. Her story is just remarkable. The ups and downs and the comebacks. Here she goes.
Let's see what she can do. Just edged ahead on her last ride. This one's not going to pan out for her. She's out of there.
I do like the strategy, though. Just staying busy under priority. Just keeping that pressure on. Just even that lead change, Ron, from you know, being trailing to getting your nose out in front, being in first position. Automatically, Katie's going, okay, I really need to perform now. I need to make sure I pick the right wave. Only after the 5.37. And we know that she's more than capable of that. Beautiful looking conditions out here at Margaret River Main Break.
Something standing up on the outside. No takers for this one. You can see that wall quite flat. Not a lot of scoring opportunity there. Bit of scrambling happening here at the moment. But let's see, Sally Fitzgibbons potentially looking at this one.
So Tyler, for those curious, is riding the Pizel Next Step. 5.11. And it's a bit of a mash-up, this one. It's got the same back half as the Ghost model, but with a bit more of a traditional pulled-in nose, a little bit more nose rocker. It's the same board that John will ride at Pipe and also at Tahiti. And it's basically the go-to step up for the Pizel team. It's looking good under her feet.
Yeah, looking sharp. Really close on the numbers between Tyler and Katie in it. Separated by 0.03. At this stage. Tyler's looking to click back into the form that saw her claim a couple of world titles before she suffered from post-viral syndrome. Got really unwell halfway through the 2018 season, I believe, and yeah, it took a long time to get kind of back to her best, and she's still sort of working on getting to full health. But she seems to be in a great place, really happy, settled at the moment. Got a real jovial spirit about her around the contest side. And her heat win, actually, in the earlier rounds, on the left over at Southside, she was in full celebration mode.
Yeah, it was just a clutch moment for her. You know, really proving that in a precious situation where she does have to perform, she rises to those occasions, you know, basically thrives off it. Had a little chat to her about that, and we sort of dissected what happened and how that score fell into line in the scheme of things in that heat.
One of the big stories this season, the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Rich, you've been talking about the equipment, and let's have a chat about what's unfolding here at Main Break.
Yeah, so the Lost brand way out in front, of course, headed up by Matt Biolis there down in San Clemente. He's got a bunch of riders on the tour, and geez, those boards are performing exceptionally well. The likes of Griffin and Crosby Colapinto, Gabriella Bryan,
Cole
Hauschman, a lot of the boys on there. Sharp Eye, not too far behind, and then Channel Islands, they're having a great event here. They've got youngster George Pittar, the wildcard, into the semi-finals. DHD and TNC Surf there, so Pizel will probably see him jump into that top 5 at some point.
For sure. TNC Surf, though, they're going to be hard to knock off one of these spots on the top end of the ladder at the moment, because Brisa Hennessy is staying alive in this draw. She's having a magic year, Stace.
You are good. Brisa Hennessy, you're even better. You said there's no one more in this draw you would rather beat than Molly Picklum, and you did it. How's that feel?
It feels good, but I'm bummed that we weren't in the final battling it out, that's for sure. I always want her to do the best too, so I wish we got more and better scores, but I'm really, really stoked to be in the semis.
Take him out early.
Yeah, it's true. I don't have to deal with her later on.
You're coming up again really quickly. How do you prepare in between heats?
I think it's good, just not thinking. I think this event is all about, you know, being in the moment, but also letting go of things that you can't control and really embracing things that you can. And so it's good. I don't have time to think, which is great. The thinking mind is what I think kills all of us.
Definitely. What's one thing you can control that you're looking to control going into this next heat?
I think giving it my all. I think not holding back and being committed in my surfing. I still feel like I have so much left in the tank, and I haven't really had the opportunity to do so. And that's where the thinking mind comes in. That needs to be checked to the side.
Like you said, it's all go, go, go. We'll let you get ready. Thank you, Brisa. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Right now, Caitlin Simmers up. She got pushed back in a second spot, just loses a bit on the first turn, still going. Might be able to make up for it here with a big combination, but it doesn't happen for her. Just over 8 minutes to go, and she's still going to be chasing a 5.37. Tyler Wright with priority on the outside. The former event champ here at main break. She won the event in 2016, Tyler. Part of one of her world title runs. She'll want to convert on her next ride, though. This is a big opportunity for her. Gifted that priority back, and Katie not able to turn this heat.
Yeah, it's always a pivotal moment in a heat when you know, your competitor takes a wave with priority, but then is unable to convert it into a score. So Katie, you can see there, just got tripped up a little bit on that opening carve. Perhaps on this longer line of board, this longer rail, just trying to get used to it. But yeah, Tyler Wright in the box seat now with priority, has the opportunity now to build on that 5.10, sub that out with an excellent scoring ride, and things will be really difficult for Katie Simmers.
Things still quiet in quarterfinal number 4. That's a huge heat though. Sawyer Lindblad, she is trying to keep a place on the CT, and so is the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, it's a must-win situation there for Sally and Sawyer. Obviously, Sally Fitzgibbons been travelling with her father, Marty, for a lot of years now, just having that family support. Sawyer Lindblad leaning into the professional advice of Jake the Snake Patterson, who is former champion out here.
She's got her dad here too, Sawyer, but yeah, it's a big test for Sawyer Lindblad's backhand. It's strong, we've seen it. I think it really worked in her favour the other day when the event moved over to Southside. She got to show us what she can do on the forehand, able to draw some comparisons with her home break trestles to earn her place here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I've watched a bunch of clips of Sawyer Lindblad actually, and got to say some of those edits on the forehand, on those left-handers at lower trestles, really spicy. You know, she's got a very, very strong forehand. But you know, these long right-handers at the moment, it's been a bit of a test for the goofy footers out here with this pickup in swell. It's you don't get as many of those tight, pockety, more vertical pockets to really wind up that backhand and get vertical. We've seen these the natural footers going for that more horizontal approach, that big slicing cutback. Variations of different carves and hacks, but on the backhand, a little more difficult, so we'll see what she can do here. Sally will be looking for that wave where she can start to wind up on the forehand.
Yeah, she's been performing so well through the contest too, Sally. I think giving us some more unpredictable moments than we're maybe used to seeing from her. But Sal's just really been fighting hard to keep a place on the championship tour the last few years. But one thing that she's never lost is is the fight, the determination to stay at this elite level. Been dropping some solid scores, excellent numbers on her road through to this point in the competition.
Steely in her resolve, no doubt about it, and puts the work in. You'll be lucky to find a more committed surfer to the craft, committed to improving and adapting. Beautiful looking set here.
It's Tyler Wright with the priority, ultimate priority at the moment. Sizing this one up, sitting on the apex of the peak, glides into it on that pink craft. Straight into a nice hook. Back into the pocket now. This one's starting to lay down for a moment. Just gets a little bogged down on the second move. Can make up for it here. Goes to that layback jam. She'll get out in front of it. Trying to improve on a 5.1.
Yeah, well, solid ride there for Tyler. We'll check the replay and we'll see whether it is going to compare to that 5.10.
You just know that it's not going to be a monster score, though. So Katie, she'll be well within reach of that #1 position, even if Tyler can slightly add to this 2-wave total.
So Tyler goes for that layback hack again. Really tight radius, stays nice and high, up into the pocket. And just caught a couple of edges there. There's a few little ripples on the face, but comes through to the inside and then does a repeat of the same turn. So if there was a question mark on that wave, it may be that there wasn't enough variety. See how she's leaning back on that back arm. Pivoting around it, that's the axis. She's just turning around that back arm axis. You can see here a couple of ribs on the face, just catches that heel side rail. Sets the line again, regains. I do like how she's getting to these sections early, Ron, getting the turn done so that she can ride out clean. But you can go too early, and then you're in danger of taking away the critical element.
On the outside, we did have Katie taking off. It was just in and out. She didn't see enough face in the wall of that wave to commit to it through the inside. Tyler's up the requirement just a little bit, 5.83. Not a super strong ride, though. I mean, the first turn was strong. You know, in a flatter section, really committed, drew the board right back into the pocket of the wave. Second turn, lost a lot of flow, got a little sticky, and the last, you said, she got there early. She avoided the difficulty in executing on the final section, but it also wasn't too critical, so the judges couldn't throw much at her.
Degree of difficulty. It's a major part of the judging criteria. And as I was saying, the earlier you go into those sections, it withdraws that degree of difficulty. So the judges are forced to keep that score relatively low. But she did put a couple of extra points on the board.
Well, nerve-wracking 2 minutes here for Caitlin Simmers and also for Tyler Wright, because they want the opportunity. You know that if Caitlin's provided with a wave the same as what Tyler's just turned in, the 5.83, that Katie might be able to surf it up a bit just based on the form that she's carried this season. But there's something going on out there with the conditions too at the moment, Rich. You'd think, just because we've seen the competitors kind of bogging down a little bit on their top turns at different stages. And
yeah, there's definitely a wind shift. We had straight offshore conditions this morning. That's when the wind is blowing from the land directly towards the horizon. Beautiful groomed faces, and it looks like this wind is shifting around. It's supposed to be light and variable for most of the afternoon.
We'll have a look at this on the inside. Tyler Wright having a look, doesn't get into this one. Less than a minute to go. Set wave standing up on the outside. Caitlin Simmers with priority.
Big set.
The #1 surfer in the world at the moment on the women's CT. Makes her move. Good looking wall standing up. Clean swoop right back into the bowl. Great flow so far as she moves through to the inside now. Needs to convert on this final section. It's a big one. And she gets annihilated. Opportunity lost, and Tyler Wright with just 25 seconds to go looks to be heading to the semi-finals.
Wow, it all came down to that last turn on that wave of Katie Simmers, and she needed to nail it.
Full commitment, threw herself into it, but so difficult to ride out.
change. She'd blow over in a strong southerly. There's not much to her. And she did so well in just attacking that section. But let's see what happened in the replay. Triple overhead for Katie on this opening turn here. A big swooping cutback. Patiently waiting for this next moment. Does a nice clean snap. And right here you can see trying to get the timing right. And as she hit the lip of that wave, it actually punched her board off the line that she wanted to take. And she just could not hold on.
You can't safety your way through that end section too. You have to match the power of the wave. Katie tried to do it, full commitment, but falling short of the required number. And Tyler Wright gets the win and is moving through to the semi-finals here.
Yeah, that's a big result here for Tyler Wright.
Not a convincing victory. Didn't look her best, but certainly something that she can build on there.
Absolutely, yeah, no, she'll realise that there's work to be done here, and no doubt she will vocalise that in the post-heat interview. But a win's a win, mate.
A win's a win, and she'll take on the winner of the heat remaining in the water, Sally Fitzgibbons and Sawyer Lindblad. They'll battle it out as we go to a Bonsai brew break.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsai, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
The lineup with Dave Prodan podcast is back for 2024. Get event predictions and breakdowns, behind the scenes stories from surfers and unfiltered opinions from influential figures all across the surf landscape. New episodes drop on Tuesdays. Don't miss it. Hope you're going well, Dave. Looking forward to catching the next episode. You can scan to listen to the lineup podcast using the QR code on screen.
Yeah, some great insights from Dave Prodan there, and Mitch Salazar also getting involved. Great conversations.
Plenty of different guests, always fun to watch. 16.5 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 4. And Sally Fitzgibbons and Sawyer Lindblad are yet to put numbers on the board, but that's about to change as the former winner Fitzgibbons gets going on a mad mission to crack the final and give herself a chance at making the cut here. Nice swoop, flowing well on a wave that had a lot of tricky sections on it. Taking on the rookie, Sawyer Lindblad, who's in the same situation as Sally. If she wants to have a shot at surviving the cut, she has to make it through to the semi-finals. Both surfers need to crack the final to have a chance. If Sawyer gets into the semis, she'll have to make the final. Getting into the semis will put her on the same points as Lakey Peterson, but she'd lose a count back to Lakey if she didn't progress through to the final. Let's have a look at this replay.
Really clean rails on Sal's right here, opening turn. Beautiful, wraps it all the way back into the power source. And again, nice spray, perfect control through all these maneuvers here. And just cuts that third one down, cuts it short. Didn't want to really continue on for that closeout section, but connecting those 3 maneuvers, it's a good start.
Well, I think the fact that these two got so wave-starved in the opening half of this 40-minute exchange, it just meant that finishing that wave off was really important. If Sally maybe had a couple of mid-range scores on the board, she may have found a bit more to hit the end section with, but she just realised that she was on her way to a pretty reasonable score. 6.5 is a great start.
That's a great start in this heat in the scheme of things, with so much pressure involved. And a must-win situation, as you said, Ron, for both these surfers. Sally has just got a lifetime of experience out here against the youngster who is competing out here for the first time.
Well, one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour, Sally Fitzgibbons. And her stats here at Margaret River are pretty decent. One event win back in 2017. Third best winning percentage. 21 excellent wave scores, adding to that in this contest already. And Fitzgibbons with 12 career CTs all over the world. And she's done it on her forehand. She's done it with her incredible backhand against, you know, two of the greatest women that we've ever had on the championship tour, in Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore. It's been hard to wrestle victories away from them, as Sawyer Lindblad gets her opening ride here.
There you go.
Throws the board up. Aggressive approach on the final section. How's it going to stack up against Sally's ride, Rick?
Well, there was a vertical hit on that final manoeuvre there. On the opening two turns, I have to give it to Sally, but the final hit, definitely a stronger manoeuvre for Sawyer Lindblad, and the judges have been paying that last turn off all through the men's quarterfinals. Interesting. I'm keen to see where the judges go with this one. We'll break down the replay. Here we go. So Sawyer takes off. A medium-sized wave, not as tall as Sally's. Sort of an open-face carve, not as much speed and acceleration as Sal on the forehand. But watch this last turn. Gets the board up nice and vertical. Great pivoting action, and then rides out to safety. Leans in on that heel side rail. Perfectly positioned at 12 o'clock, nice and vertical. Gets a little stuck there. If we're to be really critical, gets a little held up on that final turn, but a completion.
A completion for sure, and completing to get herself a victory and move through to the semi-finals was Tyler Wright. She's with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Tyler, did you like surfing one heat every 4 days to get to this point, or do you prefer to do potentially 3 heats in a day and just bang it out?
Well, we'll find out today what goes better, but look, been doing it long enough now that you kind of like relax into it. You kind of go do a few different things, have a tea party, you know, it's fine.
You've been pretty open about your health and how, you know, the fatigue at times has been an issue for you. How are you feeling today?
Oh yeah, that's fine. Honestly, now that I can breathe better, it makes everything better, and I can sleep again. So that's amazing. Yeah, it's been a journey to get to that point, but I think physically, yeah, I'm like the best I've ever been, and so it's so funny. It's such a wild journey, but just relaxing into that and getting used to that as well is like a different mindset as well, and I've had to adjust that a little bit. But no, I feel good. Like, it is tricky out there. Like, it like looks so perfect, but I kind of like a little bit, not struggled, but it was definitely like not as like picture perfect as I didn't assume it was going to be that. I never do, but it was, yeah, tricky to find the ones that were going to allow you to connect.
We appreciate your time. Quick turnarounds today. Best of luck in the semi-finals.
Thanks, Stace. 11 minutes to go now to determine who's going to be taking on Tyler Wright in that second semi-final clash. We do know that we're going to have Gabriella Bryan and Brisa Hennessy out there next. What a heat that's going to be. Two absolute power surfers going at main break here. Here goes Sawyer Lindblad. She actually got the better of Sally on that exchange. 7.17, so a lot of credit for that final hit. And she's up again now. Trying to add to that tally. She takes a fall, though, on the outside. Yeah, I think full credit for just a bit more commitment on the end section for Sawyer.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good spread. Just over 0.5 of a point in separating those two surfers. But I was just going to touch on, Ron, there's so much more swell in the lineup now than we've had all week long, but it's not straightforward. It's anything but straightforward. Wave choice here is crucial picking that right wave where it allows you to do the sort of turns that you want to do, especially on the backhand. Soy Lindblad here. That's a better wrap to open things up. Love it how she just held onto that bottom turn, a little bit longer on the second turn, but then the third overextends the timing all wrong. And a critical fall there, so lucky.
She's strong though, so you can tell on the backhand. You know, we haven't seen too much of it on big open face waves, but looks strong. Looks like she's got a good backhand carve that she can rely on. Has a few variations of approaches to the lip. But I mean, you go vertical and commit on the end section here, you're going to be well rewarded, and she was on that first wave. 9 minutes to go now, and you know, Sally's got to be really careful not to, you know, be too measured with that final section. I think she knows how to get the excellent numbers. She's proved that in this contest already.
Well, she's had 21 of them, so she absolutely knows how to get it done. But that commitment to the final turn, she needs to really dig in here. I feel like she wanted to get that settler wave, just get the completion on that opening ride. You know, she's very calculated, mature in how she serves. Sal will put another score on the board, then we might see her open up a little bit more. I don't know if we'll see her really go for the ultra critical maneuver on this next ride. She'll just want to make sure she gets a good number here. Soy Lindblad, she's the lone goofy footer left in the field now on the women and the men's side.
Wow. Sally Fitzgibbons, Rich, an unbelievable career. A lot of finishes at the very top end. 3 consecutive world title runner-ups, 2010, 2011 and 2012. A number of top 5 finishes. But since 2022, she drifted out to 12th. 2023, finished 12th. Finds herself below the cut line again here. So looking to reclaim the kind of confidence and form that saw her get to the very top of the rankings.
And she's still got that form, Ron. I truly believe it. I think she's got some incredible maneuvers. She really has worked hard on a more progressive, the air side of her repertoire. I doubt we'll see it come into play simply by the size of the surf on offer today. But she's really worked on that variety, trying to show the judges something different. You know, that they're human, mate. They can be guilty of watching the same surfer over and over again, and you've got to spice it up. You've got to keep them entertained.
Despite some career low points for Sally Fitzgibbons on the championship tour, still achieving incredible things along the way. Represented Australia at the Olympics in Tokyo. Won a 4th ISA World Surfing Games gold medal in Puerto Rico this year. So, you know, she's still racking up the victories and the special moments. She wants another one here today just to keep that dream alive.
Yeah, just under 7 minutes on the clock now, and Sally waiting patiently for this next opportunity.
I do like the board change for Sal. She's experimented with a number of different shapers over the years, looking really good on the Glen Pangs. And for me, across all conditions throughout this event window, her boards have cut through the chop. They look really smooth on the cleaner days as well. Just really refined her equipment, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Been working really, really hard on the boards. Looks like she's going to have a little look at this one here. No, just not quite big enough.
Reflecting on Sally's incredible years on the championship tour, what stands out for you as one of her best moments?
I like the Bells wins. You know, she's had a victory down there. I also think back to her victory at Cloudbreak under sort of circumstances where she perforated her eardrum and then went out and went on to put in an incredible display of surfing there, really working on that backhand tube stance. They're sort of 2 moments that sort of come into my mind.
Yeah, it's Fiji for me, but also just making the Australian Olympic team. That was massive. Sally, you know, obviously right into her sports, not just surfing, but as a 16-year-old represented Australia at the Youth Olympics in long distance running. So always had that kind of dream, and also reached a career crossroads at one point where she was sort of deciding which sport she'd chase. And lucky for us, she chose surfing.
Absolutely, yeah. Very competent in so many different sports. You can see here, bailout. One of the biggest sets of the day, rolling through both our women. You saw that opting to try and not duck dive this mountain of whitewash. Sawyer just bailing out again. Sometimes it's the better option. Pin drop down, get as close to the bottom as you can, and let that foam roll over you.
Well, opposite ends of the Margaret River experience here at the moment. We've got our quarterfinalists wearing sets on the head, and we've got one of our commentators ramming the produce into his face.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, while Sally and Sawyer bust the snorkels out, I'm down here with Yago Dora. Yago, first things first, you've made the cut. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We love the Challenger Series, but we don't get Evan Hayter from Margaret River Produce on the Challenger Series. How good is this lunch?
Yeah, it's the perks of being on the World Tour. Getting some good food with the good waves also.
Yeah, well, we're stoked to see you make the cut and now get on for the back half of the year and obviously the start of next year. We're looking forward to watching the back half of the year. Evan, you've definitely made the cut. Speaking of cuts, what are we rolling with here?
A bit of geo-organic Scotch fillet, actually, all from the region. Everything we've got here today and the last few days, the whole event, has been locally grown. A whole lot of veggies and things put together by Margaret River Produce over here at the farmers market. Marybrook lamb, ocean grown abalone. Yeah, a whole lot of good things that are growing all within our region. We're pretty lucky down here, so it's been a good event.
It's all been fantastic, but we all want the recipe to that sauce, the chimichurri.
The chimichurri. Oh, I can't give away the secrets, mate. I actually buy it in packets and just
Please. Thanks for your time. Congratulations, Yago. Thanks, Ron.
State Galbraith there with another great report from the Margaret River Produce tent, and they've been providing big time.
Oh,
but have a look at this. Sally Fitzgibbons in second spot, 6.5, just under 3 minutes to go. You know, a long and storied championship tour career potentially coming to an end here. Sally doesn't need a big number though. Something standing up on the outside. Will we see Sal make her move on this ride? She's got to...
We've got to see if they're back into
Sawyer's
position
got priority.
Here. Looks like Sawyer Lindblad's going to have a crack at it.
Sawyer's got the opportunity here to improve on the 3.67. Big section starting to stand up down the line. Sawyer wants to time this one right. Nice hit under the lip there. Trying to better a 3.67.
She's done that.
Well, the best of it was the final move. Not a whole lot before that. This is still going to be a heat lead that's well within reach for Sally Fitzgibbons with 2 minutes to go here.
Well, Sal's only just getting back into the lineup now after getting that flogging from those from that big set.
Here's the GWM 2-minute warning as Sawyer Lindblad climbs onto the back of the ski, driven by Dino Adrian, an unbelievable surfer from this region.
Wow, this is a cutthroat. 2 minutes on the clock, or just under for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's going to need a bigger score than a 4.35. Let's watch the replay. Sawyer Lindblad on the backhand, driving hard off that first turn. Bit of a mid-face check turn. The second one, she gets up higher in the lip. But as you said, Ron, it's that third turn. Pretty much a carve down on the backhand, so nothing like, there wasn't that amazing significant moment. It was just clean surfing all the way through, nothing more than a mid-range score, but it will put a couple of more points on the requirement for Sally Fitz.
Where is Sally Fitzgibbons? We just saw another wave roll through on the outside.
Oh, there's a couple of sets approaching here, under the final minute now.
55 seconds remaining here. 5.5 for Sawyer Lindblad. The requirement now for Sally Fitzgibbons, 6.18. Something standing up on the outside. And this will be Sally's last shot at it. Has to position herself well. We know that first turn is all about where you get into the wave. And she's lining one up. This will be her shot at it to keep her place on the CT. She's got to go a long way in this contest, but she has to survive this heat. Up into the first section. Nice swoop to get started. Sally goes to the rail again. Needs to finish this one off. Big section. Little layback jam on the finish there. Was it enough?
Well, she gave it everything she had. It was a great looking wave. 3-turn combination. We need to really drill down on the strength of those turns.
Good size wave. Probably bigger than the wave that Sawyer Lindblad had for the 5.5. Much bigger when you look at the replay.
It's much bigger than her first ride too, which was the 6.5. So a really nice opening carve, really committed. Almost lost the tail hit, but then she regains control and then goes for the big layback cut down. On reflection, it's pretty good.
They're going to be looking at the 6.5 opener. I think
it feels to me that it's better than the 6.5 opener.
Let's have another look at it. This is the 6.5 from earlier on. Remember, Sal needs a 6.18 to stay alive here.
Okay, so the opening carve was a little bit longer, strong second turn. But the final moment there, that cut down, it didn't have the explosive nature as her last wave just then. It had a bigger section on the end. It was a more committed turn on the end section. But on that opening ride, the 6.5, I feel like the first turn was stronger.
Well, the number's in, and it's not enough for Sally Fitzgibbons. A 5.67, and Sawyer Lindblad is going to get the victory here. What are your thoughts? Wow, you thought that she'd done enough?
Well, it was right. It was right there. It was one of those rides where. And in that situation, the judges are really going to put a microscope on it. But obviously, those outside turns on the 6.5, the committed approach is what the judges really wanted to see.
I really feel like Sawyer Lindblad was more committed to the end section of her rides than what Sally Fitzgibbons was. She almost steered away from the oncoming water, wanting to ensure she got completion. And as a result, it kind of turned into a bit of a carve fest. A bit repetitive with her moves, and it's going to cost her here. Sawyer Lindblad, though, is going to keep her dreams alive of staying on the championship tour. She's still got more work to do, though, but job done, getting the win over one of the most winning surfers on the CT and a former champion here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Yeah, that was huge. Congratulations to Sawyer Lindblad. Great surfing. She's into the semi-finals.
It'll be a quick break for her. We're going to get into the women's semis next. We're going to bring in Joe Felicity and Matt Janowski for the call.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you become walking on a dream?
You're watching the semifinals here on Finals Day. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro, stop 5 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. And we've got a packed house here on the cliff, on the beach, in the VIP area, in the Cooper's Bar. Thanks for being with us, whoever you might be watching around the world. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Matt Janowski, also known as the Wax Head, with a Final Four set for the women now. Gabby Bryan taking on Brisa Hennessy, and Sawyer Lindblad beating the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. Sawyer still has some work to do as she needs to make the final to save her spot on tour. Does it get any better than this?
Oh, I love to see it. I think she came into this event with such a big job ahead of her. She's had big heats, and she's just inching ever so closely to keeping this dream alive. And I mean, that was a really, really big heat. And on the flip side, tough one for Sal. Really, really tough one for Sal. I think this is going to sting, and I feel like she just probably feels like obviously she didn't get a chance to really open up, but I feel like she had a bit more left in the tank on that last one. She could have squeezed a little bit more juice out of that one, but yeah, I feel for Sal. I really, really do.
She's so sensational, an athlete that's made a difference in the sport, and she never even alludes to the idea of stopping what she loves, and that's competitive surfing, redefining her act. But a moment like this certainly is an emotional one. A 15-year veteran to the championship tour, 3-time runner-up in the world, 4-time finishing 3rd in the world, representing Australia in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. We could go on and on with her memories, winning Cloud Break with a busted eardrum, winning that event 2 times, and look at that. Still has a smile for the fans on the beach.
Yeah, you know, she took that moment to herself and quite stoic, looking out to sea. And now the smile's back on. The ambassador that Sal is for Australian surfing comes right out now, and she'll congratulate Sawyer, no doubt, as well on that win.
Something's going on with the fans too. Sally's got them playing rock, paper, scissors, and it might be for the jersey.
What a legend.
Oh, that was huge.
Oh, what a moment.
Taking the leash off her board.
Oh.
What an incredible ambassador for the sport of surfing, but just for herself, being a really solid human being to look up to. For all these years, 15 plus on the CT, she's just always been so reliable as a class act. Can't wait to hear from her on her plans for the remainder of the season. She's always said, oh yeah, the Challenger Series is another playground for her to do what she loves to do. So I'm wishing her all the best of luck, best of waves, as she's looking at the Challenger Series. As we now focus on the conditions here at Main Break for the semifinals, it's a classic matchup. Gabriella Bryan versus Brisa Hennessy. Waxhead, any one of these surfers have the edge in your mind coming into this clash?
I think it's a dead even heat. Honestly, I think the way that Gabriella's been preparing through this event's very impressive, surfing really smart today. The other end of the spectrum, Brisa, she's carrying a lot of confidence going into this and surfing very smooth. So both of them, power surfers and regular footers, a great matchup, Flick.
Yeah, this is just, I think, another matchup of power versus power. And if I just look at the results on paper and performance from this year, obviously you'd probably swing towards Brisa. I mean, she's had a string of semi-final finishes, good performances. She's looking just, yeah, like she's got great momentum, but Gabby just finding momentum here at this event. And this is her first semi-final appearance this season. We know that she's made the final out here a couple of years ago when she needed to keep her dream alive as well to make the cut. She was in the final with Isabella Nichols. She ended up second out here, and it was actually conditions very similar to today. Maybe a little bit more unruly, but similar in size, and hardly any wind too. So I'm sure she's drawing on a few of those past experiences from a couple of years ago.
It's always interesting to me to see how surfers perform under pressure and then how they continue to perform once the pressure's off. You know, so for Gabby Bryan, getting the news from Stace on the glass in her last win that she's made the cut, you wonder, how do you keep your foot on the gas? It's such an emotional roller coaster. Are you going to relax a little bit and not perform at your best? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, Brisa's eyes will be on that final 5, being at the upper end of the rankings, but Gabby just reluctant to have even been in this situation. Pressure's off. I can't wait to see it unfold.
Let's hear from Sawyer Lindblad with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Sawyer, back to back to back. A quick day, you're on fire. How's it all sinking in?
Yeah, it's kind of fun out there. I mean, it was firing all morning, so I was super excited, and then kind of went slow in our heat. Didn't even start till like after the heat in front of us went in, so pretty stressful, but trying not to think about it all and just taking it in.
How do you go keeping your eyes off the ratings? Because obviously things are getting really tight around that cut line.
Yeah, I mean, Honestly, I was just focused on like trying to get waves, and I don't know, I'm just kind of taking this event as any other event. I have nothing to lose. I'm only 18, so just want to keep going, and my goal is to always win.
You're only 18, but your surfing certainly belongs on the tour.
Yeah, for sure. I think so too.
Well, then you don't want to be on the Changers.
No way, no way. I want to stay here.
Sounds like it could be one more heat to go. We'll let the mathematicians figure that one out, but how does that feel going into that semi-final that you are getting really close?
Yeah, just, wow, that's close. But yeah, I just want to keep surfing and keep doing what I'm doing.
You're doing it well. Good luck. Thanks, Joe.
Good man, Stace. Great to hear from Sawyer Lindblad as she's in the semifinals. The focus is on her now, and also Lakey Peterson. Lakey out of the contest. She's waiting to see what Sawyer's going to do at the moment. She's already guaranteed an equal third in semifinal points. We'll keep you posted officially. Seems like she has to be in the final to make it official for her run this year as a rookie on tour. It's Sawyer and Alyssa Spencer out of the rookie class. We saw Alyssa get sent to the Challenger Series, but she had a beautiful post on her social media moving forward. I think the rookies this year and some of the athletes falling off have benefited from the ones that have fallen off before them in the last couple of seasons, seeing how you do have an opportunity to come back better.
Yeah, this isn't the athlete's first rodeo. You know, this has been around now for a few years, the cut, and yeah, it's not the first time they're exposed to it. We've seen success stories from where people have fallen off. We talk about Zhao Chianco, we talk about Molly Picklum, Leonardo Fioravanti. It's happened before, and it's doable. You can get back on the Challenger Series. You can sort of find that fire again and find that purpose and find why you really want to surf and find that deeper meaning and that reason as to why, and maybe you come into that Challenger Series a little bit more hungry as we see another pod of dolphins moving through the lineup. So maybe that means that there might be a set on the way. They are the best surfers in the world, the dolphins.
They really are.
And they're pretty in tune. So usually they come into the lineup when there's a few little lines starting to roll through.
They've made a direct impact on surfboard design, especially fin design, when you think about George Greeno, Waxhead.
They have. The way that dolphins and fish move through the water, the way their fins flex and propel, that's exactly where we came up with the flexible fin. Thank you, George Greeno, who came up with that, and along with surfers like Simon Anderson, Bob McTavish, the V-bottom and the shortboard, we are where we are today because of those because of the dolphins, actually.
It's just so cool. A legend like George Greeno going, who has the best fin design in the world? And looking at all the sea life, it's like, wow. I love that connection to the ocean, to surfboard craft. Dolphins doing it the best and showing us the way. Gabby Bryan, Brees is still scoreless. What's that, Waxhead?
Oh, there was a story in the 80s, Greeno turning up to West Oz. It was he rocked up in a Holden Kingswood with his dog and a sailboard, but without a sail. And apparently, yeah, he just jumped on the board and hooked onto something, and it took him all the way out. Came back in. He had some fish with him and the dog all good, and he was just out at sea for an hour or two and just read the ocean and let whatever he was hooked onto cruise around the lineup. And that was one of our forefathers of surfboard evolution.
That is magic. George Greeno also famous for doing go-behinds with camera equipment, creating water housings. And look where we've gone from there. Now we get water housings and a live format on the broadcast.
And flexing surfboards too, not just fins, with his kneeboards as well. He was able to create that spoon kneeboard and flex his way through waves and really explain foils to a lot of surfers, not just in fins, but in rail design as well.
As we look at the time on the clock, 30 minutes in these semifinals, and they've been alerted that there's no restart for this heat. The head judge deeming that there has been scoring potential, but they're just being way too picky and hassling maybe a little too much for that first wave. So they're well aware of the clock. They know they're not getting a fresh start. Now they've got to surf a 17-minute semifinal.
Well, like I said, when those dolphins actually moved through the lineup, they moved through with a set, and the women actually got a little bit caught inside. They were out of position. I think there was 2 waves, maybe one really good one in that set. So look, they're right now, they're about to surf basically a 16.5-minute heat, and things are going to get pretty spicy, I'd say. Things are going to get pretty heated, because that's not very much time. And especially, I mean, obviously we've got jet ski assist right now, so it makes it a lot easier if you do get a long ride, but this is a really big playing field, lots of water moving today, like Jack Robinson said, and it's not an easy lineup to navigate, that's for sure. It's the size of a football field, really.
Yeah, now it's putting more emphasis on that first wave, which makes them not to break even more. They're going to want to hold their position with time winding down, because that first wave might be the difference in a heat win. As we focus on their history, it's heavily favored to the Costa Rican. Brisa Hennessy leads 4-1 over Gabby Bryan. And we talked about it earlier. Wax said, we're like, who has, you know, the edge in this heat? And I thought that was such a fair call. They have so many similarities with their power-based rail surfing. You kind of think this would be a little bit more evenly matched when you look at those previous matchups.
Yeah, that does surprise me. Perhaps Gabby wants to get that monkey off the back and try and regain some of those wins off Brisa too, because that would sting, having her with 3 wins on top, and she, you know, at this level, you don't forget.
Been picking up on the competitive headspace of Brisa lately. A lot of times in her post-seed interviews, you're really inspired by, you know, the journey that she's been on. She's such a kind soul. She's so giving. We talk about how happy you are when she's baking something for us and sharing it the next day. An absolute wizard with making food with her mom and her dad. But then hearing, you know, Stace leading into like, you wanted to beat Molly badly, and seeing how fun that friendly rivalry is, because they are best mates. But then also for Brisa, when I saw her get a good wave at Winky Pop, she had this posture and look up towards the panel where I just absolutely loved. Everyone shows their competitive nature in a different way, and I'm really seeing Brisa's this year, but maybe more than ever before.
Yeah, I think that speaks volumes just to the journey that she's been on, and, you know, she's had some health issues and she's had some struggles there, but I think her ability to be open with everyone, you know, obviously she took her own time to process this, but her ability to be open and be vulnerable and just really express how she's feeling, it just gave this great transparency. And I feel like she's also come back this year just, I'd say, with a different perspective on, you know, what she wants out of competing on tour and what it means to her. And this year, so far, she's had an incredible start. You know, the semi-final finishes, but I like what you said, Joe. I feel like there is a hungriness there that I haven't seen from her just before on tour yet.
Well, we're scoreless at the moment. There's 14 minutes on the clock, but Kaipo, I know you're watching a lot of things happen. What's going on the water?
I feel the two surfers right now, Brisa and Gabby, are paying attention to each other and being very competitive and watching each other rather than paying attention sometimes to what the ocean's doing. And what we've now what has eventuated is that we have an abbreviated heat. So it's really is now you painted yourself into a corner as a competitor, right, Joe? Now you really need to make that first wave really count.
You really do, Kaipo. I was just thinking about another heat as well where Owen Wright and Nat Young were basically at upper trestles instead of lowers, and they were getting told so many times, hey, this heat's not getting a restart. You guys are completely out of position, and they basically had to bolt back into the lineup with 5 minutes to go to surf a 5-minute heat. For surf fans, it was tough because you just want to see them rip. You want to see blow for blow, but the entertainment in a paddle battle and out positioning each other can be pretty exciting at times. You know how much they want it. They're kind of being hard-headed at the moment. They don't want to leave this point of demanding that role of taking the first wave, and we're down to 12:55.
Yeah, clearly they got a plan, right? Their plan is to get on that first wave, to dominate the beginning of the heat. Neither surfer budging. So, like you said, Joe, we've seen it in history before, and it's happening again. It's competitive surfing.
I mean, update on the conditions, Kaipo. I mean, are you still seeing some great waves coming through? Or are they just being too picky?
Yeah, a little too picky. We got another waves coming through here. I'm just really, really impressed, and I don't want to jinx it right now, but that the wind has just been very light.
Oh, no.
You know, remaining light right now.
Oh, no.
What does WA stand for, Flick?
Windy always, but quite the opposite today.
Yeah, I think winning always. We're doing great right now. Kaipo, you got everything you need out there? Good crew that you're with on the ski?
Oh, yeah, I've had the best crew ever. Sam Smith, expert cameraman, and Paul Ant-Man Patterson, not just a legend, but probably the best ski driver in the West. We're always in position, and we're catching up. It's just a joy to be out here.
I know you're far. I know you're far out there, Kaipo, but can you hear the crowd react on big scores?
I can hear the crowd, and I can see them. The beach is packed.
There he is.
And the bluff is packed, and the energy is just like you can feel it from all the way over there all the way out here. And even the Dolphins are having a good time.
Thanks for keeping us connected. It's such a big playing field. Good man Caio, so we'll be checking in with him in a moment, but we're pretty far away on this bluff. It's almost like you're surfing an outer reef with some friends, but when that crowd gets loud, especially when locals are in the lineup, you can hear them screaming. They've got a Jumbotron to watch the replays as you take a great look with the Western Australia flight cam. It is a packed Sunday, last day of the waiting period. It's going our best conditions when it really matters the most.
Oh, completely. Today has just been incredible. It's been pristine. And this whole week really has just been an amazing display of what WA has to offer. Weather. We've done some amazing activities on the lay days. I've taken some friends to some beautiful rock pools, done some beautiful parts of the Cape to Cape Trail. But one thing I just noticed is that Gabby was actually in this situation in a round of 16 heat against Isabella Nichols, and they were at a standoff. And it took them, I think there was a heat restart in this, but they were jostling so hard for position, right? And in that heat, Isabella Nichols actually ended up only with one wave. It was a lot smaller back in this round, but just interesting that Gabby was doing the same, really wanted this inside position, and she's doing the same here. She's holding that inside to the death. I mean, it's 10 minutes left in this heat, and she will not give it up, and she did that same technique in the round of 16 heat. So it's just very interesting. Gabby obviously loving that inside position start.
It's a great call. We're learning a lot about Gabby Bryant right now.
We are.
And also her working with Richard Dog Marsh. The whole key phrase that he was saying to Gabby before that heat with Bella, where it was all on the line. You know, if you lose, you're off tour, basically. Same situation for Bella. And he was like, all in. You're all in with this. And she's taking that and carrying that into a semifinal today as well.
And from the coach's perspective, they know that it's an evenly matched battle for both of these surfers. It's going to come down to who can get the set waves, and that would have been the advice from the coaches to both of these surfers. Wait for the first set and make sure you're on that one.
9:25 on the clock here. Wild semifinal. We haven't even seen a wave ridden. We haven't seen priority established. Haven't even seen a turn. Winner moves on to the final. And let's just see if someone wants to go surfing today. Oh, they both let it go through.
Wowzers.
Mind surf this one with us as we take you to break. Someone's got to budge. You've got to ride a wave at some point. It's going to happen right after this.
Margaret River, you've had a little bit of history here, you've had some success. What does this crowd mean to you?
You're watching the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We're getting a wave here, ridden by Gabrielle O'Brien. Finally, swinging into action, throwing down a frontside carve, hitting the lip really well with the snap to slide. It's not over yet, and she will shut it down. Nerves of steel. She can run the clock away and still be fired up to compete. A good-looking wave stretching out for Brisa Hennessy. Nice smooth rail work like we've seen from her all day on finals day. Quick jam And a cool spot on the wave. Wasn't really high off the lip to drift the fins, but controlled it at that upper third and was able to maintain a finish after sitting with Gabby Bryan for a very long time. We finally have the opening exchange.
Ladies have decided they want to go surfboard riding today. It's great. And this first one of Gabby's, she just got a little bit deep on the start of that wave there, but gets that first carving maneuver. She knows she needs to finish this. She cannot afford to fall here. With such limited time on the clock, she needed to get a finish, and she does. So little 3-turn combo there for Gabby. I think a lot of those points coming from this big carving maneuver here. But yeah, she just could not afford to fall. You can't make a mistake at this point. Just with so much time chewed off this clock right now, you can't make a mistake. So straight up into the lip there, that was really, really well done and critical. You know, it's so hard to go up into the lip to release the fins here at main break with so much power. So I think, wow, she waited a long time, but she's going to convert here. And then out behind her, Matt, what did you see here?
Yeah, so great answer back from Brisa. Smooth carve, cuts it short at the top of the wave and lines up for this great placement of that turn there. Slides the fins as well. So actually, a couple of similarities to both Gabby and Brisa's wave, but this one, all the rail engaged and driving through there. And you'd notice the surfers that enter these finals are snapping and stopping their turns at the top of the wave to allow them a diverse end turn like that. Snapping the fins and sliding a little bit, leaning on the tail, stepping back and pulling the nose up and riding up with control. A great exchange from both surfers.
It's cool to see that in slow motion because you can kind of see the slope of that wave, and where she hit it, she knew it was actually bowling up there. So she actually ended up having a thicker lip to hit into the slide where she got there early, and it was just well timed for Brisa, understanding that end section so well. 6-1-7 for Brisa. Gabby Bryan 7-2-3. What a matchup now with 4:35 to go.
You got to be thinking too that, you know, both ladies seem like they're at the back now. Gabby's making her way over from the left over to the takeoff point on the right. Brisa paddling back out on the right there, but I feel like there's maybe only one more roll of the dice here. So literally, I mean, unless someone catches a wave right now, it's going to come down to obviously Gabby leading right now. She's got that big 7.23 on her opening ride, so it's going to leave Brisa chasing right now. And I feel like we're only going to see one more roll of the dice. It's unbelievable.
What a start to this matchup. Both athletes wanted to be a part of this finals so badly. Want a chance to win this event for the first time in their careers. Gabby runner-up to Bella Nichols a couple of years back. As we look at the roll-in now from Brisa Hennessy, fading the takeoff. Clean bottom turn, swings around the Glen Pang into the pocket. Jams it, throws some water on the second effort. Now hunting down the finish, she'll tag it, shuts it down, stays on her feet, and she'll move into the lead.
Yeah, she's in the lead now, but it looked like behind her, it kind of looked like Gabby might have, or she didn't take a wave, so she's waiting. Brisa's going to be in the lead with that one. She's only chasing a you know, just over a 1. Now it's leaving Gabby at the back, pressure's on, and she's going to have to perform, and she cannot make a mistake.
Well, this is a rematch from their quarterfinal at Margaret River back in 2022, and Gabby did go on to make the final. That's Gabby's single victory over Brisa. Brisa with 4 previous wins, including 3 straights over Gabby Bryan. As we look at Brisa's again, Waxhead.
Yeah, so just knowing she needed to stay on her board on this one and get a good backup. A couple of nice carves to set it up, and just cautiously hitting that end section, riding through the foam. And that will be enough just to get her nose in front and get the lead.
So Brisa Hennessy standing by for that last score. Very aggressive for both these athletes, demanding the start. Gabby got it, turned into a 7.23. It's still the best number of the heat so far. There's her backup in motion. Carve in the pocket. Nice clean top turn. And the surfer from Kauai stays on her feet and rides away. Showing so much confidence, demanding that opener, and so far it's still paying off with that aggressive approach. Last score for Brisa, a 5. So Gabby Bryan needed a 3.94 on that wave.
Oof, not sure. It was a smaller wave from Gabby. Looks like Brisa might just get one more opportunity here Obviously, Gabby jumping back on the ski. We'll see if she gets back out the back in time. Let's break this one down. This is a smaller wave. Time was ticking down. She needed to go. So, bit of whitewash on the face there, but she carves through that first maneuver here. This wave just gets really small in size here. She gets around here, gets one more little foam climb. Is it a 3.94? Just, possibly. I mean, it's right there for me, but I feel a minute 20 on the clock and Breeze is out there with priority. I don't know. I'm just on the fence here. I'm not sure.
I know what you're thinking. I mean, just the size of the wave.
Yeah.
It's not just giving you that solid feeling of a change if they're going to compare the size of the sections from the previous. But the way she performed on it was brilliant. And it is enough. 4-6-7. Gabby Bryan does get the lead. Priority with Brisa Hennessy now chasing a 5-7-4. An incredibly close matchup, which really started performance-wise at the 7-minute mark. Both of them not trying to give up the inside position.
Oh, wow.
And Gabby Bryan trying to stop the losing streak that she's had against Brisa, going back to Tahiti, Pipeline, Sunset earlier this year. She's got 20 seconds to hang on to this lead out front. Little wave popping up. Priority is with Brisa.
Yeah, Brisa's looking a little bit far out right now, and I feel like this one just might sneak underneath them. There's one behind it, which looks like it's going to stand up, but I just don't know if it's going to get there in time.
And now as we close this one out, Brisa still hoping this one's going to enter the lineup in time. It might not even break where she's sitting. And Gabby Bryan breaks the losing streak, picks up her second consecutive win that she's had at main break over Brisa, and moves into her second ever final appearance. Her last one was right here at Margaret River as well. This time she's got more experience, and she's going to do everything it takes to try to get her very first championship tour win today.
And we saw the coach, Richard Dogmarsh, pretty stoked with that one, and his advice, get that first wave, paid off in the end.
All in. That's what Gabby Bryan's been doing all event. Saved her spot on tour. And now there's one more thing to check off, and that's your first championship tour win. It'll be against Tyler Wright or Sawyer Lindblad as the semifinals are continuing here at Main Break Margaret River. We'll take a Bon Soy brew break. Back for more after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Bioglan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
Big heat on the line for the rookie Sawyer Lindblad as she takes on a two-time world champ, a past event champion, multiple-time finalist here at Margaret River, Tyler Wright, who's been switching on into a high gear throughout this event. Sawyer, the goofy foot from San Clemente, California, who blitzed the Challenger Series last year, a U.S. Open champ, shows a lot of confidence in her performance. She believes in herself, and she needs another heat win. She needs to make the final to keep her spot on tour. If she loses to Tyler Wright, she would lose to Lakey Peterson as far as the cut's concerned on a tie-break decision. If you're tied, you go to heat wins to break the tie. If that doesn't work, you go to average heat score. Oofed. So you think about all those opening round heats where you got second. Remember, the ER doesn't count towards heat wins because if you're ripping, you're supposed to skip that round. That's not a bonus for ending up in the elimination round. Well, it's all coming down to this. Her father, Mark, on hand watching this go down, working also with one of your good friends, Jake the Steak Patterson.
Yeah, and what a good person to have in your corner here. He's obviously won out here before. He's won amazing big events, J-Bay, Pipe, and, you know, he's grown up in the West, just down the road, yelling up, spent a lot of time here, knows every inch of this reef. As we see Tyler.
Love that we're watching wave riding early in this one. There's the wrap for Tyler Wright. Already had a 0.5, so she just wants to get going. Attacking the oncoming section and gets kind of inverted on the way down. An awkward position after hitting the lip, and she loses the finish. We love all you people just adding to the conversation on WSL social media. Yerby Shannon from the South Bay asking what happens if nobody catches a wave in a heat. Great question, Yerby. You actually have to have a resurf.
Oh.
A lot of people were wondering what would have happened in that last heat if we were scoreless. But good thing things got started at the 7-minute mark, and great thing that Tyler's already on the board, but she wants a board swap, Waxhead.
Yeah, maybe equipment malfunction there. Let's try and figure out what happened, but it was a gnarly section. She went up to hit Tyler, adjusting the conditions, a little bit smaller, less frequent sets rolling in from what we saw earlier in the day. So, I mean, making a quick start nonetheless, but unfortunately for her, seems like we've got some damage to the equipment.
John Pizell was telling me that Tyler was on the Next Step model. Same back half as a Ghost, but with a more traditional pulled-in nose and more nose rocker. Kind of a go-to step up for good waves. So you see John on that model at Pipe or in Tahiti. As she has that board flipped over, she's examining it. That leaves the rookie all alone, Sawyer Lindblad. Into some glassy water there. Wraps it in the pocket, hitting it higher off the lip. Great connection for Lindblad. Essing her way through the inside, finds the lip to square up on. Looking confident. Doesn't look like she's feeling the pressure of this must-win situation.
No, I just loved what I heard from her in that post-heat interview. She just seemed so confident. She definitely knows she doesn't want to go back to the Challenger Series event. Kind of got one more heat in front of her as Tyler does the board swap.
The boards look like copies of each other. So I don't know if it could be a change in equipment. There's a little, damage on the rail there. Oof. Yep, snap. Big old crease in the bottom of the board going right across. So that would have happened when she did that snap. Ended up coming down with the waves pressure. The board would have tried to scoot it out the back, and the leg rope would have brought it back over.
Oh, it just buckled it completely.
Yeah. It's interesting how those buckles happen. Sometimes they're already starting and you haven't noticed it. Great time to make a board change here, Sawyer Lindblad, Flick.
Yeah, this is her opening wave. And these girls just have been getting busy really quick. That second turn was super powerful, really strong, and gets a little bit more damage done on the inside here, a little bit of more of a vertical approach. And great wave to start off for Sawyer. That second turn for me was super strong, super powerful. This is the first one, but this turn here sort of sets her up for this second turn I'm talking about. So that first carve just really allows her to set up for this section, get a bit more tighter in the pocket, really pivot off that back foot, and that was a really well-timed second turn. Just loving what I'm seeing from the rookie.
Gosh, such composure in her first lap. against the top 17 in the world. She wants to be a part of the top 10 moving forward. As we look at Tyler's last, saw she got the carve in and then got to that awkward section on the inside. Caio, you saw that from where you were sitting, and unfortunately she buckled the board.
And why do boards buckle, right? Especially like at this pro level, most of these boards are glassed with a single 4-layer on the bottom and a single 4-layer of fiberglass on the top. Your normal shot board that you know the civilians get, you'll have a 4-layer on the bottom, a single 4 on the bottom, but you'll have 2 4-ounce layers on the deck. And so these boards are built light for performance, but what you do sacrifice sometimes with that light build and that light glassing is a tendency for the board to buckle.
Good insight. Caio loves hanging out with the surfboard manufacturers, not just on Oahu, but all over the world. Enjoys breaking down the construction that happens beyond the shaper's hands. A lot of times there's these unsung heroes that are the glassers, the sanders, guys putting the fin blocks in. There's so much that goes into making a magic board. And like Caio was saying, sometimes these are one-offs. Sometimes a board is built for one event, sometimes one heat. They're hoping it lasts for a season. That's like you had the famous cash cow nickname for Steph Gilmore's winning model, where the way they surf, if you can keep a board for a season with multiple wins on it, that's something to celebrate.
Oh, you're keeping that thing on ice, though. You're really being pedantic about when you surf that thing and when you don't. You know, maybe just only in the heats, not in the free surf. So you might have a complete replica of that board that you're riding in the free surf. You're only whipping that thing out during heats because, you know, that thing's the money maker. Can't be destroying that. You can't afford any buckles or hairline fractures in that thing.
Well, we've got a lot to discuss with Gabby Bryan on how that heat unfolded as she's on the glass with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Gabriella Bryan, sticking to your strengths.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, it took a while for me and Brisa to get started there, but I mean, we're in the same boat. I was like, 9 minutes left, I think, is when we caught our first waves, but at that point, we were so far into it that I wasn't gonna budge on anything less than the set. So got to a certain point and I was just like, well, I guess we're just gonna sit here and wait.
Your strategy clearly on display now for your other competitors in this semi-final. Whoever it is will know what you're gonna get up to in the final, or do you mix it up?
I think it's been working, and like I said earlier a couple days ago, the beginning of the year, I kind of wasn't doing the same strategy, mainly because I was so confident in my surfing, and I just wanted to go out there and get the best waves, and I quickly realized that's the difference between surfing and competitive surfing. You gotta be all in, 100% strategy, mentally, and so that's what I'm doing, and it's working, so I think I'm gonna stick to it.
Speaking of all in, you came into this event hovering around the cut line. I did not see your name in the Snapper Rocks heat draw. That's committed.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. I know that I believe in my surfing, and I knew I could do it. I had a good relationship here with Margaret River, and I gave her my best shot, and here I am in the final, so it worked out.
Second final in your very short career. Congratulations, Gabby. We're looking forward to watching it unfold. Thank you, Joe.
Good man, Stace, and what a cool competitor in Gabby Bryan, just doing her thing so well, sticking to her game plan, not budging off of it, living and dying by it, and she's living into the final with a chance to win her first event.
Oh, love it. I just love how much she's backing herself. It's super inspiring to see. I mean, didn't even put her name down in the heat draw for the Challenger Series, and she's had success out here in the past. She's finaled out here, but yeah, I just love seeing that self-belief and just that process she's going through mentally, being like, you know what, like I used to want to let my surfing do the talking and just, you know, let the start of the heat play out, but I've had to change things because competitive surfing and surfing good are they're two very different things, and I've heard people say that before. You know, there's a difference between being a good surfer and a good competitive surfer. They're almost two different beasts, and when you can combine the two, that's when you get magic, and at the moment that's what we're seeing from Gabby.
I do believe the best surfing in the world is happening in the live arena on tour, and there's certain surfers that even admit to saying they surf better in a jersey. Not everyone's the same with pressure and the attention that heats bring to you. And there's certain athletes, a lot of them are on tour for a very long time, where they can lift when the pressure's on. They can do surfing that they've actually never done before. If it wasn't for the jersey and the attention of the championship tour. This guy has turned into more of a hermit these days since his profile is huge. He's one of the coolest cats to talk to, but you rarely see him in the competitors era, you know, in the last few years.
Yeah, well, talking about somebody who's done some of the best displays of surfing in a contest jersey is John. He rewrote the book on modern-day power surfing at no other than main break out the front. And it's that pressure, but also having the lineup to yourself, world-class waves. And you get the opportunity to get more barreled, position yourself where you want to, rather than being dictated to by a crowd. Obviously, John doesn't have problems with that anywhere he goes in the world. But a lot of these surfers will relish the opportunity in quality waves to have that lineup to themselves, not just once, but if they make it to the final, they're going to have multiple chances and get more comfortable at those spots.
John Florence hiding from the Red Bull athlete zone, but he is coming up next. He's still in the car park.
We found you. Got a little
crew. We found you. While George Pittar, the wild card's got all the room to move in the Red Bull athlete zone. Well, now it's time for a Bond University athlete health check. As we know, Tyler Wright underwent an off-season procedure to insert a device into the roof of her mouth to ease breathing issues that previously really left her under-oxygenated, as she put it. And she says the procedure has been life-changing, from sleeping better to just reacting better in the water competitively. She said doctors are just blown away that she's one of the best surfers in the world. Now she's just got a whole new lease on life. She just feels so much better in her headspace, and she's going after a third world title this year. She's been through even more than that in her career, and we've had to go through the ups and downs with her, just having to leave competition after winning 2 world titles, and we're still celebrating her just feeling incredible this year in 2024.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing to see Tyler so healthy and in such a good place mentally coming into this year, and it was cool just to hear that little bit of an insight after her last heat, right? The one previous to this, where, 2 heats prior, in round of 16, when she got that score in the dying seconds, and she just spoke about how she hasn't felt pressure like that, where every heat counts, you know. With this new format, she just hasn't felt that yet, and she hasn't found her place in a position to fight for her job on tour, you know. That's very foreign territory for Tyler, and she's like, I'm relishing this. I'm really enjoying every moment. I'm enjoying that every single heat I'm having to fight for it. As we see Tyler stroking into this wave now.
Tyler Wright, wide open face, overhead, and she just drills the first turn. Only good for 1 move. She'll use that into her top 2. She's chasing just a 2.85. Here comes Lindblad, the rookie from San Clemente on the windup. Nice, clean backhand snap. And goes under the lip again with an airdrop and controls it. Sawyer Lindblad fighting for her spot on tour in a must-win situation, and pulls together an incredible 2-turn combination.
That was massive. That was one of my favorite 2-turn combos on the backhand. It was, made me get excited, made me sit up a little bit straighter in my chair. That was beautiful backhand surfing.
Yeah, we've only seen Italo today on the backside, and here goes, wow, Sawyer, big re-entry here, and lines up this next one, and gets some air under the board as well, and she stands true. That one would have felt incredible. Have a look at this, the commitment. Throws her body into the turn, rides out of that with so much speed, no downtime. Looks at this section, goes up again, a steeper section, and have a look at this. Almost completely vertical.
Wow.
Airdrops down, disconnects with the board, rides that with control. That's going to be a really, really good score for Sawyer Lindblad.
Sawyer Lindblad's been waiting for her opportunity to prove a point that she belongs on this tour. Kaipo, she's doing it now as she's taking on Tyler Wright.
How's that for composure? First of all, priority, the set comes through. Sawyer with the composure to let that first wave go. Tyler takes the first wave. Then, to execute high pressure, a lot at stake, and what she did was just magnificent. I'm going magnificent with that, Joe, because that was a twofer. That was really good heat IQ and composure, and then follow up with just incredible surfing.
I like that, Kaipo. Let's change it to the magnificent range. His excellent range is great, but that definitely had that kind of magnitude, that element of surprise as well with the airdrop, the commitment to her turns, and just a rookie on tour, taking on one of the greats, with Tyler Wright having 2 world titles. Scores coming through, they are massive. A 9.4 for Sawyer, a giant lead, and Tyler is comboed with 12:20 to go. Can't not think of Lakey Peterson right now in this situation. If Tyler wins the heat, you see Lakey win on a tie break to get the last spot for the mid-season cut. Sawyer, if she makes the final, it's Sawyer's to take from here on out.
You know, that score got read out and I had goosebumps for Sawyer. Then you just changed my tone because I started thinking about Lakey and what would be going through her head right now. And, you know, she'd be watching this. And right now, this is seeming like a very hard task for Tyler Wright.
9.4 and a 7.17 for the rookie from Sawyer Lindblad. If she wins this heat, she makes the mid-season cut. We'll see if she can hang on to this lead when we come back. What a day in WA, finals day. Lindblad leading over Tyler Wright. We're crowning our champions. Our co-commentator Richie Lovett's on a break, but I think he's in a good spot. Where are you at, Rich?
Yeah, mate, I'm down here at the Cooper's Bar, right on the headland at Surfers Point at Margaret River. I reckon this is the best location for a bar in the whole of Australia right now. Australians love our footy, we love our surfing, but what we love most is our beer and the amber liquid keeping us fueled up for today. Girls, what's the most popular colour for today? What's everyone ordering?
The lager, it's sold out already.
Wow, there you hear it. The lager's sold out. I don't mind the light blue as a bit of a session beer. And then the original green, always popular. Get down to the Cooper's Bar on top of the point here. Great atmosphere. Back to you guys.
You lucky. Richie, love it. I thought he was on break, maybe sitting in the green room. He's over at the Cooper's Bar. What a legend. He deserves it. Long-time competitor. Always fun hanging out with Rick. And big thanks to the whole Coopers family for joining us for a big finals day. The fans love it, and they've got a little area there where they can enjoy an ice-cold tin and watch the best surfers in the world. They've got replays there. You can watch all the different waves around the bay, too. It's the place to be at the moment in the West. Can't believe how hard we're scoring here on finals day. With a great view with the Western Australia flight cam, seeing this incredible coastline at Surfers Point.
Oh, it's just so, so beautiful. And when we rocked up this week and things got a little bit tricky there, but I started rubbing my hands together when I saw the forecast for today. I just knew it was going to be on. And I mean, this is the best time of year for Western Australia, in my opinion. With autumn, we get these light wind days and yeah, offshore almost all of the day. Just beautiful, pristine conditions, every shade of blue. You can see right there as we break down the highest wave score for the women's event so far. Sawyer just with this two-turn backhand combo, 9.4. Got to think there was a little bit of a claim there at the end. She was like, hey, look at me go. I'm a rookie, and I'm on my way to stay.
A 9.4, Sawyer's best so far on the championship tour when she needs it the most, Waxhead.
Yep, absolutely. Great time as well. But Tyler had just taken a wave. The one before that, actually, and Tyler made a pretty strong paddle. Sawyer was looking at it as well, and I thought it went on live action. I thought it may have been a mistake. Tyler took off and only got that 4.37. but the wave out the back, Sawyer, it looked stretched out. It looked like a closeout, but on your backside, to be able to commit like that and get those two heavy turns, I mean, it's always going to go excellent. That was full commitment and so well deserved from Sawyer, surfing out of her skin when it matters most.
Gosh, waves are pumping, the pressure's on the line. Your coach, Snake Patterson, might play tricks on her for the rest of the season. Put Brian Teedy saying, okay, there's a new rule update. You could get cut off here because it makes her surf incredibly well under that kind of pressure. Tyler kind of finding her feet in the pocket. Another little wrap just to set up an inside track. She'll lean into that finish early, but has to eject because she ran out of water. And watching her closely, just popping up. Oh, it's such a scary dismount, knowing that the bricks are under there somewhere. So for Tyler, though, wave-wise, she's comboed. And to lose connection with the finish, she's still going to be needing a lot with 6:10 to go.
Yeah, she's not. She's going to need a lot, and she's not going to break that combo. She's going to need 2 brand new waves, and in 6 minutes, just knowing how long it takes to get back out the back. In my opinion, this straight away, she's had to two-stage that first carving maneuver, and she's really out in the face. The wave selection here is really letting her down. It's forcing sort of horizontal surfing. She obviously jams it in the pocket there, has that awkward little dismount in front of those rocks, but I just feel like Sawyer has been on in terms of wave selection. She's been taking off on that second wave of the set. It's been really smooth. It's had that really beautiful scoop to it, that bowl, and it's been more conducive to that more vertical approach, that more tight in the pocket approach. And that's also something that, you know, Sawyer brings as a difference on her backhand, being a goofy out here. She is able to get more vertical and tighter in the pocket, but I think it's come down to a wave selection thing for sure, because that last wave from Tyler is just sort of forcing her to surf a little bit more out on the face of the wave.
Nice breakdown as we hit the 5-minute mark. Sawyer looking for her first final. But the big message would be that she would make the cut and then get to really let her surfing go to take on Gabby Bryan once we get to the final. Next heat is semifinal 1, John Florence, the king of main break, looking for a 3rd CT win. It'd be 4th all time when you count the QS in the past, as he has a feisty wild card in George Pittar in that next one.
I'll tell you what, I mean, that's going to be very interesting. George's heat totals looking really healthy throughout this event. But Sawyer and Tyler, first time they've ever met up. When we look at these stats next time they match, beating Tyler 16.57 to 8.7, that's a really convincing victory for the rookie coming up against a 2-time world champion. I mean, Sawyer, I'm looking at these figures. I mean, I'm not surprised because she's an amazing surfer, but I mean, here, when it counts the most, well done.
4 minutes on the clock. Remember, men's semifinal 1 is coming up next as we dive into the pulse. We've seen John dominate just like he always does here in the West, doing incredibly well to get an 8.23 and 8.03. Another excellent heat, and that was one of the turns of the day. Big blowtail layback. Unfortunately for Sammy Pupo, he's back to the Challenger Series. And then what a moment for the wild card, getting barreled at main break, just like he's Jack Robinson or something. I mean, Jack gets barreled at main break all the time. George from Manly Beach is showing that he belongs on the championship tour. He knocked out world number 1 today. Griffin Colapinto out of the contest. And what about Seth? He's found himself again. He's found his connection to the tour. He's believing in himself with the coaching of Doug Silva. He's already given Doug a raise and telling Doug that you're going everywhere with me from here on out. 15.9 total to make the cut already today, and also surfing the semifinals. And how about the hometown hero, Jack Robinson, getting past Imai Kalani to vault on the last wave of the heat, celebrating on the Red Bull ski with a chance to win another event title here in the West. Here comes John. Walking down, greeting a lot of fans that love him dearly. Preparing for George Pittar.
Oof, this is going to be an amazing matchup. Just both surfers really in fine form. John, the man to beat, obviously. But George, just giant killer, honestly. Like, He has just impressed me. He already blew me away at Bells Beach when I saw him there with that 1 8-point ride I saw, but he's just continued that beautiful momentum here to Margaret River, and he's found an affinity with this wave. And like what you said, Joe, I mean, he's getting barreled out here just like he is Jack Robinson. It seems like he's really figured out main break.
Well, he's got his toughest task coming up next against John as Sawyer Lindblad takes this wave to look to improve a 7-1-7 and also to keep Tyler off of it. Her backhand solid, cool positioning to stay on her feet. Getting points on the Shaper rankings for Matt Biolas. Matt's daughter, one of Sawyer's best friends, does a lot of artwork on her boards. A lot of support from that family and a lot of families in San Clemente. Sawyer, a class act, often taking the next generation surfing like a young goofy foot named Remy Todd down to lowers. Loves where she comes from, loves her job. It looks like it will be continuing for this year as we look at a minute 20. Tyler still comboed. This looks like it's wrapped.
Yep, and Sawyer actually opts for generally a longer board, especially out here in the Oz leg. Speaking to Sawyer and her father, Mark, saying that graduating to the championship tour, speaking to Matt Biolas, that more power is going to be required, and that she has in spades. As we have a look at this wave, a nice carve there, just smooth through the chop. And this one throws her body into that one and knows she's got to capitalize on a 7-1-7, so she hits the lip line there. Maybe not as much drama as her last couple of waves comes in. 6-6-7, so still a great score by any means, but with a 9.4 and a 7-1-7, she'll be happy and just be composed leading into the final.
What a day for Sawyer Lindblad. Had everything against her as far as numbers and ratings are concerned, but she knew she could just throw that away and just surf and do her brand of surfing, which belongs on the championship tour. We saw that quickly in Hawaii. She got barreled to backdoor when she never had one before. She hit the lip so hard at Sunset and just had some awkward results, even in interference at that event. So it was kind of a rude awakening to the beginning of the year result-wise. And now it is going to be official with seeing Sawyer Lindblad make the final and make the mid-season cut, getting that last spot moving forward for the rest of the season and the start of next year. For Tyler Wright, getting her last wave, but needing a combination of scores. She will finish up here with a semifinal result, but looking strong as she heads into Tahiti. So now the final is set. The mid-season cut, we finished it.
Wow.
We get to enjoy the men's semifinals. John taking on George Pittar in the following heat, and Sawyer, a rookie on tour, gets to feature in her first CT final. She just laughs her way up the stairs.
This one's underway in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What a great effort with a lot of big heats to look forward to. Sawyer Lindblad taking in this moment. She was in a must-win situation, but she's got to be proud of herself. Did not look like she was under pressure at all.
No, it didn't. She was just oozing confidence, and I love to see that from a rookie. I love to see someone just stamp their authority and be like, no, I deserve to be here, and I'm going to show you. I don't want to go back to the Challenger Series. And she showed us. 9.4.
And to have Tyler comboed, you know, unbelievable. Incredible performance from the Goofy Foot as the final is set, and she's going to get a lot of high fives. Because once again, the big message there was making the final, you make the cut. She's going to get a complete year in her rookie season and already qualified for the start of 2025. There with her coach, Jake the Snake Patterson.
Go do the interview, let's go rest. Come on.
Snake reminding her that she's got more work to do. A final coming up, and men's coming up next. How about this? Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Taj Burrows here for the call. We'll be right back.
I'm just frothing. Every time I'm out the back and with priority, there's just a bomb coming at me.
That's how I like to serve pizza. I just like to get surfing and I just like to surf. So.
Number 48 in excellent scores for John at main break. Another excellent heat.
Oh man, I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
It's about this moment for him. It's about the surfing that he's laying down.
He's matching the world's best.
Waves are cooking and I'm going into a semi with John. I'm just, yeah, I can't believe it.
A massive moment here for George Pittar, the wild card, taking on the most dominant surfer at this location, John Florence. And the wild card will do battle in the semis here for a shot at the title. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. A lot of GOAT talk during this event with Kelly Slater moving on. And Taj Burrow is the West Oz GOAT. We can say that for sure. TB, thanks for joining us, mate.
How fun,
Thanks for having me, boys. I know that you watch more heats than just about anyone. You still love this game, and it's great to have you in for the call. And I know you've loved watching John surf out here over the years.
Absolutely, mate. Thanks for having me, boys. I love watching it in detail like this with these screens in front of us, and especially with a couple of geeks like yourselves. So, yeah, it's good to be here, mate. Thank you.
Let's talk about this heat. First, John Florence. I mean, his performances here are legendary. He kind of changed the way surfers approach big waves. He's brought a high-performance mentality to this location. He's going to be hard to beat for the Grom.
Absolutely. You know, you think John kind of, like he said in a few of his post-heat interviews, he just wants to surf. He just wants to ride waves, and I couldn't agree with him more. We just want to watch him surf, and I feel like if he does that, he is going to be really hard to beat because he owns this spot.
He does.
What do we got?
Well, let's have a look. Florence getting things started. Rich, take us through this one.
Oh, it just opens up with a savage gaff under the lip. John comes around this section again. Bit of a sleepy cutback, waiting patiently for this wave to stand up. Comes through to the inside, another little check snap, and then bang, hammer time off that final moment there, the closeout section. John just annihilates it. Taj, what do you reckon of these
looks
calves,
like
man?
he hammered a 783 right there. So yeah, great start. Probably pretty low five for John, but still like so rock solid. And yeah, that's a great start to the heat.
Great start to the heat. There's so many interesting things happening here right now. TB, you surfed your last heat as a full-time campaigner on the CT in Fiji against John Florence, and it was an amazing exchange. He's still here doing his thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to surf with John at any time, especially in amazing waves. He's quite hard to keep up with in serious waves, but we had a great time in Fiji, and yeah, I've been a fan of him ever since, as we see George swinging in.
Well, let's see what the wildcard can do. Can he stay on pace with a two-time world champion? Nice swoop to get started. He's been super strong with his rail work on his road through to this part of the contest. But it's semi-final time. He's got to go big. Does well with a tricky end section there to stay on his feet. And let's get to the interview with Stace Galbraith, the winner of the last semi-final for the women.
Thank you, Ron. Sawyer, congratulations. You've made the cut.
Thank you. Yeah, that feels really good. Really happy to make the cut. Yeah, it's still like, I'm still processing it. Have one more to go.
Yeah, you certainly want to win this thing. Winning an event in your rookie season would be amazing.
It would, and I plan to do it.
That was the performance of your year so far. You must be so proud to be able to pull that out in a high pressure situation like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. I didn't even feel any nerves out there. I know people would be thinking that I would be so nervous, but I don't know. The waves were so good, and I've never really surfed this wave this good, so I was just trying to be on the best waves, and I was so happy I got that 9.
What's it been like working with Jake the Snake Patterson?
Oh, he's amazing. He's helped me so much this year, and I feel like I've improved so much from the last 4 events with his help, and I can't wait to continue to work with him this year on tour and for the years to come.
Snake made the cut too. How good. Taj Burrow's in the booth. You got any favourite memories of Taj or any insights for me?
My brother is actually named after you, Tosh. My older brother is also named Tosh.
How good is that, TB?
How good. Thank you, Sawyer. Congratulations, and welcome to the booth, TB.
Yeah, well, he's come in at a perfect time. John Florence maybe throwing down the carve of the contest to kick this right off, TB.
Oh, my God.
And still rolling through to the inside. But so much power. The way he approaches those calves, comes up into the section almost upside down.
It's insane, mate. I can't wait to watch a replay of that because that's a spot that most of us would be thinking a scary off-the-top kind of Rio kind of turn, but he's just laying into it for a full-blown John carve. So, yeah, here we go. We get another look at it. Cannot wait to see this turn. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, there was a collective, audible across the entire surfing world, it felt like, as he ripped through that first turn. Carve of the contest, Rich?
Oh, without a doubt. That's the first one where John has really just stepped it up into fifth and maybe even sixth gear.
Here we go.
Takes off late, drives so hard off the bottom, and then watch this. It's engaged from here. Full throttle, all power, all acceleration. And he has the ability to just sit on that rail for so long. And the breakdown of that Ghost model from Pizel, that narrow tail, he can just lock it in for as long as he wants. And I just can't express it enough. The upper body and the lower body movement, the connection that John has, that swivel between the hips, it's just phenomenal.
Caio, it's a carve, but also fin release at the start of that turn.
Yeah, it was just, that was high-tech torqueology. That was just so much. He's bending his fins in that turn, and then a little extra oomph out of it. It's so impressive to watch it out here from the water. John, waiting for that score. I think it's going to be a big one.
I think you're right. Yeah, this is the type of surfing, Taj, that bridges generations. People like Matt Hoy right now are crying tears of joy into their schooners.
Absolutely, mate. I couldn't agree more. That was a beautiful turn, and just learned a new word from Caio out there,
Torqueology.
What was it? Torqueology. But here we go again. Why not? This thing's incredible. That moment, that bottom turn was so beautiful, and then that moment where he's just floating, and then he just lays in that rail. And yeah, it's a beautiful turn. Love it.
Check the back leg.
I don't even think there's much more to offer on this wave, but it doesn't really matter. It's just so nice to see that one bit of magic.
Yeah, it's the kind of individual move, Rich, that'll take you into the excellent range. And, you know, that's without taking flight, which seems to be a rarity on the championship tour. To get into that excellent range with an individual turn, it has to be something truly exceptional, and that was.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was actually the vision of us in the booth when Sawyer was talking about a brother being named after Taj, and we were losing our minds. And it wasn't actually over about the naming. It was about that turn that we were watching. It sort of moved us, you know what I mean? It gets you out of your seat. And, you know, it's just that. We haven't seen it. We've seen variations of it sort of dialed down throughout the event because John hasn't had the waves to do it. But he's got the canvas now and he's just laying it down.
What do you think he's feeling right now? He's like, yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm here now.
Yeah, well, the conditions too would have sort of taken away a little bit of his confidence when it got a little marginal. He scrapped his way through some close heats, especially the one with Medina.
Yep.
And he made some board changes. The Ghost has been the go-to. He kind of played around with a couple of things. I just think at this venue he shouldn't go to anything else, no matter how big the surf is.
Yeah,
he just looks so on here on this model.
Absolutely.
It's such a unique board, that thing. It's got a big flat spot, big single into double through the tail, a crazy narrow tail, all this bite and energy that he can source into it. If we can pull up another replay, I just want to highlight the back leg of John through that whole carve and how he kinks it in. You've got to get low, you've got to compress. There's two ways to do it. You can either get boxy with your stance and sort of flare that back knee out, or you can tuck it in, and John does it just so well.
Yeah, well, you can see he scored an 8.4 basically for that one turn, I assume.
So here's the replay, and just pay attention to the back leg once he gets into this carve. He sort of, you know, he kinks it in. It's almost, it gets it really low to the deck of his board.
What about that bottom turn too?
Just incredible. So he comes up into this moment here, and watch the back leg. He starts tucking it in. It's keeping all that pressure through the center line of the board. Allows him to keep it going, all that momentum forward. Elongates the carve, now sits back onto his toe side rail and straight into his next turn. This is just poetry. Just a great example of how to utilize every ounce of power that you have in your body and exchange it into the surfboard.
A lot of strength. Definitely got some big engines there.
A lot of points to go with it.
A lot of points to go with it. George Pittar, to his credit, maintaining pace at the moment. It's not like he's been knocked into combination just yet. Still within reach. 9.06 required for him. And what have you made of his run as a wild card at these last 2 stops, TB?
Oh yeah, incredible run he's had. I guess just maybe one of those guys that had needed that breakthrough moment, gave him lots of confidence and then ran with it. And it looks like he's done exactly that. Yeah, it looks like he's just come to life on the big stage. So I've only seen him surf in those few events. I didn't really know much of him previously, and he's got great technique. I really liked watching him at Winky Pop and Bells. So yeah, it's great to see him carry it on, and he's been ripping out main break too. So good on him. Go George.
Yeah, spotting the final up for grabs here at stop number 5. And you can see there some pretty decent numbers for George Pittar, breaking into the 9s a couple of times. So that sort of suggests to you that, you know, this one isn't out of reach. But John Florence has set a new benchmark with the size of moves that can be laid down here on these tall walls today.
What was that 9.5? Was that the tube this morning?
That was the tube earlier today.
I caught that on my phone in the car on the way down here this morning. That was insane, that wave he got.
TB, 12 CT victories, mate. I know pipe is a big one. You also had a victory here in the QS event back in '97. But
wow,
an amazing championship tour career and 2 runner-ups to the title. 99 earlier on against Ock.
Yeah.
And then 2007, you had a great race for the crown with Mick Fanning.
Against Mick, yeah, of course. Yeah, Ron, I've had a lot of fun. It's been a long career.
What's it like for you now being off tour? You know, obviously you had amazing hometown support here, but what's it like just to sit back and watch these events unfold now?
Oh man, I'm so much happier being a spectator. It's really fun to watch these events that I spent so many of my years competing in. I don't know, I just love the relief of not having to compete. I just love being a spectator now. I'm such a huge fan of the sport, and I still watch everything. But, oh, here we go.
Well, let's see what Florence can do here to get rid of that 7.83. All out on the first section.
Holy
and
hammer.
He's going to pull it back under his feet and add more down the line here. This wave's got another big wall standing up, and he just blows the tail right through it. And there is the scream. John Florence hasn't really had a whole lot to celebrate on his road through to this point in the competition, but he is starting to let the emotion out.
We knew that was coming, didn't we? I mean, the position he's in this heat and getting confidence after that last turn, you just knew something huge was going to come. I felt that feeling that he had right then.
Smaller wave too, it felt like he was going to go all out on it, Rich, and they were just 2 super explosive turns, massive combinations.
Look at him.
Oh, mate, all out.
Here.
Jeez, he opened up the injectors on this thing and just let it all out. That's the turn of the event so far. John, it's a good-looking wave standing up for him. Throws everything in that section. Just, I don't even know what you call it. It was like a re-entry hack off the lip with a bit of layback thrown in there. Comes all the way through to the inside. And just hammer time.
Big score. We allowed to guess them.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to go at 9.63.
I might be going bigger than that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Nuggets drop here. It's perfect surfing to me. It had that radical element.
What do you got for us, What do you got for us, mate? Take it away.
It's 10 points. You guys, that's huge. Okay.
A perfect score for John Florence.
I couldn't fault it.
I mean, he took off on that second wave, and that carve is as good as it gets. But, you know, he can do that turn without risking the ride. A lot of people can't, but there he threw it all on the line on that first move. And the power displaced on that final section was some of the best we've seen.
It was just the perfect moment in that heat to go for that wave and go for those turns. He had such a strong lead, he's feeling confident, and he's like, watch this. This is what I can do.
The most critical part of the wave.
Look at him.
It was the opening turn. It was explosive, it was high risk, it had flow, it had energy. Whatever the judging criteria you want to throw at it, it had it all.
As a professional surfer, they're the moments that you just thrive on. You're feeling confident, you're winning a heat, and then you're like, all right, now I'm going to really show what I can do. And it's just one of the greatest feelings you can actually feel as a professional surfer is that moment there.
You want to get a banger clip for your part with the jersey on.
Yeah,
That's
true.
the ultimate. John Florence has done it. 10 points and a 110 for that 10 from Yeti, filled with all kinds of Yeti goodies. Nice little reward. And for a Yeti team rider, that's got to feel pretty good.
That's amazing. Hey, Ross Williams gave me some insights when I was standing on the stairs a couple of heats ago, and he said that despite the sort of laid-back demeanour of John Florence, he said he is like a caged lion, and a lot of his job is actually settling him back into a rhythm of competing. He's opened the cage here.
That makes sense.
He's opened the cage here and started to roar, man, because, you know, he's just let go on that one. This is a different John that we've seen in the previous heats. He's starting to really ignite here.
He just needs waves.
No one can tone down a fire too like Ross Williams. He's one of the coolest customers in the world. As we see now, George Pittar, for a moment there, wasn't in combination, but now he's got a big one to chase down. And this wave, you kind of already get the feeling it's going to be hard to take this into the 8-point range. Just a little bit too much foam to deal with. Still beautifully
Great
red.
surfing, but that's a tough act to follow. There's just so much power and precise surfing in that wave.
I want him to stick with it here, hang into this heat, and just put some really good waves together. He's actually got the opportunity to really open up now to pressure-free.
True.
Given that he's in combination, he can just go, you know what, I'm just going to throw everything at this and see what happens.
Look at these waves, by the way.
Absolutely pumping.
It is pumping. It's amazing to hear people come in from their heats and say, oh, the waves are so good. Even though we've had such a rough run this event.
All's forgiven and forgotten. This is all about final day.
So yeah,
beautiful
really
turn to finish off. That was high risk as well.
Really nailed the end section, but it's just a 5.5. Needs more work on that first big section. 10 minutes remaining here. So much more to enjoy. John Florence on an absolute heater. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Epic Safety, official eyewear partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. The local boy from Margaret River, Jack Robinson, looking to win his second event title here. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is victorious back in 2022. He's hungry. But so is John Florence, clearly. Just on fire out here at the moment. 3 waves, started with a 7.83, built on that, dropped an 8.4, and then dumped the opening ride with a perfect score, a 10. Full commitment to the first section, put it all on the line, and then absolutely exploded through his final turn on that tricky end section.
to win the Yeti goods.
Doesn't need to be a huge set, does it, to get those scores?
Not when you surf like that.
No, true. But he did pick one of those waves that hit the reef a little nicer. You know, stayed steep, and then was able to show off his skills.
Big time. Ronnie Blakey in the booth with Taj Burrow and Richie Lovett. And, well, Rich, you cracked a CT final. Got the better of TB. And Taj, I remember when Rich won at Trestles there, you said, if I could be beaten by anyone in this event, I'm glad it was Rich Lovett that got it done. Why? Yeah. Why were you so happy to see Rich win?
Well, what do you mean? Like, we've been friends forever. We did the tour together, and you know, like I'd made a few finals, and that was Rich's chance to get one. And if I was going to get second to someone, it might as well be a friend. So, yeah, that was fine. You can have it, mate. It's all yours.
Yeah. And you knew it was going to be a good party. You were always probably the best at celebrating victory. I'll give you that.
That's a fun time.
But Rich, this is a big one for George Pittar. He's done so well to get himself to this position. There's 6 minutes. You know, there is still time for him in this heat. And it's been since you broke through for a victory since we've seen a surfer from North Stain get a win on the men's side on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I'm stoked that basically George has, you know, taken the baton and he's running with it. You know, this is just such a big confidence booster for him. These last 2 CT events, he's come in, dropped big numbers, he's beaten some of the best, and, you know, this is just the start of his career.
He said he was going to enjoy the experience out there, and, well, He's got a good spot to watch the show unfold, that's for sure. Let's throw it down to Wax.
Yeah, down here now, Jax is going through his diaphragmatic breathing exercises right now, exhaling, inhaling really fast. But on the other hand, the crowd are going psycho. You got a John fan down here, and all of you guys, who are you guys going for in that next heat?
Going for Jack.
These guys are hoping for a John and Jack final, as you can imagine. They've got the jerseys, the camera's out. Anyone want to say anything to anyone at home?
Go Dad, go Mum, go Jack. You.
All right.
Yes, well done. Might get yourself a day off school tomorrow for that one. And yeah, that's, you know, a common kind of thread that Jack and John surfed a final back in 2022. Jack got the better of John. People didn't see it coming, but Jack's made a habit of surprising us with his performances. He's up against Seth Moniz in the
that was
next
last
semi.
year. Who actually won last year?
Gabby Medina.
Right, okay. They go flying by those years.
They do. 4.5 minutes to go out there in the lineup. Let's hope we see a couple more set waves here.
Oh, yeah, and like you said, a rematch between those two would be incredible, especially in waves like this. But let's see some more waves. We've got 4 minutes remaining.
Taj, this location, a really tricky one. I mean, you didn't do a whole lot of free surfing down here when you were on the championship tour, but, you know, managed to get yourself some strong finishes at home.
Yeah, I do like competing here. I've barely surfed the main break out of a jersey, to be honest, so I didn't do much time warming up. But it's just amazing to see the place progress from a peak into a right, and that's it, only a right. I did see a few guys go left this event, and I was like, yes, because I love a left out here. But yeah, this right's turned into a pretty kind of big wave, high performance wave, as we see George swinging on a beautiful little clean insider.
Now George needs at least an 8.1, a great combination. He's in that situation, Rich, where he really does have to push harder than maybe he's ever pushed in his life to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. We said that he was going to have to really dig deep, but I think it's a good opportunity for him to really see what he can do with a jersey on. You know, try and surf out of his skin, and what's the worst thing that can happen? He's in combo land. He might just stick it, and he might get a really good score, and then all of a sudden he's back in it. But 3 minutes to go, it's going to be really tough now.
Interesting childhood that he had. He spent the first 10 to 11 years of his life living in Vanuatu. That's where he learned to surf on a right-hand reef break. That's why you can see he's got that flow, he's got that read, those beautiful frontside carves. He's used them beautifully at this location. And then, Rich, you mentioned that he's made the move to the Gold Coast to get himself Challenger Series ready, moving up there with a bunch of his crew that he'll be traveling with this year.
How did he get into this event?
He got into this event because he was surfed his way through the Rip Curl trials, put on a good performance there, and then he was a high-rated surfer, and there was a space for him to get the opportunity here, which is fantastic to see. Let's have another look at some of the highlights that we've watched unfold
in this event. Just over 2 minutes remaining. John Florence starting to click into the kind of form that's seen him take 2 event wins here. 3 if you count his QS results. But this is the 10-point ride, Taj.
Wham, that was just so savage. Bang. And bang.
Well put, mate, well put.
Well, I just...
Love the breakdown, mate.
Yeah.
Beautiful. 3 bangos for a 10.
Yeah, really
Yeah, they were
solid
calling
stuff.
it. Leandro was calling it. So was Bemrose. Let's have another look at it. Up under the lip. Lays back, completely loses connection with the back foot. Somehow, with all that core strength, just shoves himself back onto the board and automatically just gets in the perfect spot to get back up into the lip again. Just flares it, and then this last turn just throws the backhand anchor down. Watch this, leans into that tail and just rides out with so much power.
Well, his wife Lauren will be watching on at home. The whole family will be, but they're expecting their first child next month. So this is a big event for John. You know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens as we move to the next event in the schedule. And will he be there? He'll want to make this one really count. And he has in this semi-final heat. Unbelievable performance, starting to warm up. We've seen him go on magic runs through this contest before. This one's kind of been a little bit up and down, but right now he's peaking at the perfect time.
Yeah, well, he's been sort of grinding, and again, Ross said he's been really impressed with the way he's actually come back in and found a way to win all these scrappy heats. But now we're starting to see John really layer up, and the waves are just producing the goods.
That's a happy coach, despite the expression on his face. He'll be thrilled with that. And so will John Florence. Just absolutely dominating. He was throwing away a 7.83, which was better than anything George Pittar was able to serve up. But George getting one last opportunity to put on a show for the crowd here. Nice big swoop off the top, and the crowd really showing their appreciation for this youngster from Manly Beach.
Finish it.
Who's put on a fantastic show in this event, and likely that'll be his best wave. Great surfing, George, and all the best on the Challenger Series.
Yep, he'll be happy with that. That was beautiful surfing. Great result.
Well, that sets up our first finalist, John Florence. He's going to have a crack at another win here.
Via the elimination round, he has survived and kept his place in this draw just in time to catch fire here in the semi-finals. And Florence making his move and looking very much in the zone. Focused on a big finish here and potentially a third championship to a victory at Margaret River. Look at those numbers, incredible stuff. Taj, stick with us. We've got another semi-final coming our way. Seth Moniz is going to take on the local boy, Jack Robinson.
They're giving me so much energy as I walk down. I'm high-fiving every one of them and, okay, stay focused. I'm like, all right, I better go and surf.
Beautiful. A lot of emotions and just like pressure throughout the week. Everything was on the line, you know, and I had to perform to stay on tour. I did it.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's been here on finals day. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro semi-finals continue for the men. John Florence will take on the winner of this heat. Seth Moniz, the Hawaiian out there in the red jersey. Jack Robinson, the local boy, chasing his second victory. He'll be out there in the blue. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett and Taj Burrow. Jack Robinson, TB, you've shared so many sessions with him. Can you remember the first time that he kind of really popped up on your radar, and how old was he?
Oh man, so young, so blonde, so little, and just ripping. So I don't remember the exact session that I first saw him, but oh, here's a wave already from Seth. But yeah, man, he's just been going at it from such a young age. Incredible talent. Seth, wrapping it back. Another cutty, looking for something big on the inside. He's sticking with it. Something big coming towards him. Oh, nice finish.
Yeah, and Seth, you've known forever as well, on the same team for a long time, running with Billabong, staying together on the North Shore.
Yeah, Seth's, it's a big talking point at the moment. He's one guy that I just absolutely got blown away with this morning, just how he looked kind of shaky and unconfident, kind of a bit skitterish on the face, not doing much. And then he got one score against Ethan this morning, 2 big turns, and everything clicked. It was just like from that wave onwards, he was on.
Yeah.
And it was just one of the most dramatic turnarounds I've seen in confidence ever. And every wave he's ridden since, he just looks so much better. So that was great to see. I'm sure the Moniz family are having so much fun watching their boy right now, because he's just turning it on. So yeah, very happy for him. He's made the cut, and he can relax into his surfing now. So that was great to see.
Below the cut line, he's jumped 11 spots already into 13th position.
That's insane.
It's remarkable, and he's going to have a great shot if he can continue his form against Jack here, as strong as Jack is at this location. Jack just has a way of getting himself on the best waves, but he's let this one go. Nice swoop off the top here from Seth. At a 4.83 on his first wave. Winding his way through to the inside now, drives up into the section. Nice flex on the tail, but he gets completely sideswiped by the lip there. Loses his equipment and goes down. But Rich, your thoughts on this clash?
Yeah, this is a really good matchup. I think, Jack has just been so strong. We're just having a look at Seth here, making sure he's all okay. He looks good. Maybe just got a little bit of wind just knocked out of him on that last turn. But yeah, no, Jack's been, mate, he just surfs this wave so well. He's really unpredictable. As TB said, this guy here is just finding confidence with every single wave that he's riding. You can just see he's a different surfer than he was, even 6 hours ago. Comes through to the inside here, clicks with that nice turn there, little layback, and just super late, just gets fully ankle tapped on that final turn.
That's a great looking wave. I think Jack actually wanted that wave, but he didn't want to lose his priority paddling for it. He was just a little bit far out. I really like just the way that wave was so clean and it hit the reef nicely, enough for 4 turns. He gets a bit of damage done. Unfortunately fell on the end, but there was something nice about that wave. It was just really clean and it did offer some nice sections.
Do you ever really know what the end section's going to do when you take off on these waves?
Not really, but you do know if you're going to get blasted by one of those vortexes, because there'll be a set at south side at the same time, and when they converge, yeah, you've all seen what it can do. And that one was just more of a ledgy, steppy, kind of nasty looking thing that was hard for anyone to deal with.
Someone put a stick in his spokes.
Didn't they?
He went down. Seth Moniz going to take the early lead here. Still has a number on the way. Jack Robinson on the outside with priority now. But yeah, I remember visiting WA back in the day, hanging up around your place, yelling up and running into Jack Robinson with his ferocious bowl cuts. and seeing him just dominate waves like North Point as an 11, 12-year-old. It was unbelievable. He really established himself as one of the best tube riders in the world in his early teens.
True, it's incredible.
Did you think at one point, like, I don't know if he'll make the move to the championship tour. I don't know if he's got the competitive kind of read or aspirations.
Well, early days I was like, that kid has got the most unbelievably natural gift with the ocean. He's one of the greatest tube riders in the world as a young teenager. He started doing sick airs, and I was like, this kid is unbelievable, but I just didn't think he had the rail game, the face game, not a solid foundation of conventional surfing, and I was like, he needs more. He needs to be able to just rip one from top to bottom, like beautiful face surfing. And sure enough, within the next couple of years, he started doing it, and he just proved me completely wrong. He's like, he has it all.
Yeah, he actually kind of went to work on it, and even though I think everyone who was observing his surfing at the time could see that he needed to do work, he never really admitted to it. He just went, nah, no, I can do that.
Yeah.
And he just has this, you know, this will, this determination that's just ironclad, and he just doesn't let any negativity creep in. And it's the same when he comes up against big names, Rich.
Yeah,
Even early on in his rookie season, he started winning straight away.
Yeah, he's got this unique self-belief and just can block out all the noise. I remember when he went on to the qualifying tour the first couple of years, he was struggling to get over a 4 or a 5, and he just had to go and do the work, figure out how to surf a heat. He did a lot of work in small waves as well, and now he's due to that work, because he had the big wave game, he had the barrels, he had everything else, the airs were down, but actually putting and connecting a couple of turns together on a head-high wave was a struggle for him. Yep. So he got that work done, and now he's the complete surfer.
He was really comparable to the Irons brothers in that he had the big waves and the barrel riding already sorted.
Yep.
And all he had to do was work out, you know, the rest, and he has.
Yes.
But you think about his short time on the championship tour and the fact that he has had some injuries as well. In 3 years, he's racked up 6 championship tour victories.
Wow.
Getting himself a win at Sunset for a 7th this year. He's already overtaken some long-serving members on the championship tour with the amount of wins that he's had. And you just see more coming.
Yep. He's in the zone. He's gifted, and he's found the formula.
He seems to have a really good team too. Leandro Dora has done a great job getting the best out of him. And yeah, they're a strong team.
Yet to catch a wave in this heat. I don't know. I mean, if it was me, I'd like to get moving. I mean, who would you rather be in this heat? Would you rather be Seth with a 4.83 and a 5.83, or would you rather be Jack with nothing and priority, 20 minutes to go? I'd almost take the 2 waves.
I'll tell you after the first wave that Jack rocked. But you know what he did as a warm-up, Jack? He had a sleep. I went into the competitors area. He was curled up in a little corner of the competitors area, just towel down, just having a little moment, fully laid down, just completely asleep. Bodyguard Bemrose was just, you know, stomping around, making sure no one went near him.
Yeah, nice one.
Got his wife Julia and their baby Zen on site here at the moment. Zen's first trip to the west, and the weather's just been perfect for them. It's been dreamy.
Yeah, good beach days.
Magic. No wonder you don't leave too often, although you did step away for a little bit last week, TB.
I did. I wedged a quick little sneaky surf trip in over to Fiji. One of my favourite places on earth. Got to surf Cloudbreak, which was really fun. And yeah, I mean, I got to see round 1 from home. Snuck in a surf trip, and now I'm back for finals day, so it kind of worked out perfect.
Fantastic week for you, mate. But yeah, we've really enjoyed our time over here once again.
Good.
Always so much fun. Thanks for having us, even though you weren't here. Great host. 19 minutes remaining here, and I do feel, though, even though you said Seth's in that position of having 2 rides and, you know, a slight lead here, that Jack's not someone that's going to get rattled.
No. Yeah. He's more strong-minded than me because I don't like sitting and waiting. I like catching waves like Seth is right now.
He's going to pass up another one here.
Oh.
And probably a smart move. Seth didn't get anything out of it. Now Jack looking to get himself in ultimate position to set up a big first turn here. Drops into this one. He's going to draw off the bottom into this first section. Climbs up over the roof. Stays connected. And now we'll look to build some speed for this final section. A well-placed hit. And he celebrates. Good sized wave. It'll be interesting to see what that first move looks like from the front on angle.
Yeah.
Certainly attacked it though.
Hopefully this
Making his way to the jet ski. That'll give Seth an opportunity on the outside. 18 minutes to go. I think he definitely matches Seth's 5.83 here, Rich.
Yeah, I think so as well. It was a clean wave, bigger wave. Took a long time for Jack to get going in his heat. But now we're underway. Still plenty of time. And if he can at least match one of these scores. So let's have a look at this front on angle. Great looking wave from the takeoff. Just goes up and attacks the lift. Kind of gets a little hovercraft moment there, just drifting, and then attacks that second section. So a good two-turn combination on a decent sized wave.
Yeah, that was probably the most. Something that's in his benefit was that it was a set wave and a difficult turn to start with, and then 2 cruisy turns. I'll be curious to see how that fares against Seth's wave. It's definitely a set wave, which the judges like, and this turn's definitely the best one. Difficult turn. Makes it look easy.
That's so Bruce Irons.
Yeah.
Like throwing yourself into the lip like that and maintaining that control.
But the whole body,
the whole
language,
body
everything. It was very Bruce Irons.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of the last wave that he had in the quarters, Rich, to make this heat.
Yeah.
You know, didn't get to sink a deep rail turn on that opening section, but got tangled up in the most critical part of the wave. Maintained control for that. Strong finish. I think it scores well. It might be the best number of the heat so far.
Yeah, I just feel like it was a fairly high-risk manoeuvre, that first one. I know it wasn't that big carve that we're normally seeing, but he kind of went up, hit it vertical, drifted on the lip a little bit. There was some drama.
He wants to know, that's for sure.
There's the number.
Numbers
7 points for Jack Robinson on his first ride. So who do you want to be now, Taj?
I think I'd want to be Jack, mate. Absolutely. Especially knowing that he can get a 7 by just kind of cruising. I think he's going to really look to open up and probably peak at the right time like we've seen John.
Yeah, 16 minutes to go. Let's hear what John's got to say for himself. We'll throw it down to Stace.
John Florence, 2 more waves.
Yep, the waves are pumping. It's a little more put together than earlier even, so it's really fun out there.
I guess the point of my opening question is, how do you settle yourself down after such a performance like that? Obviously, you have the final to go, and your goal is to win.
I don't know. I'm really just excited. I'm just excited to surf out there. When you get out there and there's no one out and the waves are pumping and you see the sets coming, you're like, oh my gosh, like I can't wait to go on this wave. And you're like at the bottom and you're looking at these walls, just going like, oh, like it's so much excitement and you're going so fast. So I don't know. I love that.
Oh, you're such a good bloke. You gave George a wave at the end there, though.
Yeah, I thought it was like kind of flat. I was psyched. That looked like a fun wave, though.
Obviously, the 10 was incredible. We'll be replaying it all year, but talk to us about the opening carve on the 8.5. Probably the first time this event you've really clicked into a turn like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the first wave I've got in this event where it's like really stood up for like a nice big carve section, and so I was pretty excited to kind of get that. And I wish that wave had more wall down the line just because it just started so like nice and fun. But anyway, I don't know, I'm stoked.
Incredible heat. Congratulations, Wheeler. Get ready for the final. Cheers.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, an amazing heat score total, 18.4 for John. You think back to his performance here, 2017. He went on a remarkable, he had 4 19-point plus heats.
That is insane. Like, listening to that interview, he's in a scary situation if you're his competitor right now. He's just having so much fun. You can just sense it in his voice. He just wants to attack. And, yeah, the waves are offering that. As we see Seth, he's on.
Nice opening carve there for Seth Manise. Just skips out a little on the bottom turn as he's looking for this wave to stand up again. Pumping through to the inside. He's got some speed. Throws the tail. Does he control it? No. So a mistake, and on the outside, Jack carving off the top here. Big, long roundhouse cut back. Through to the inside. Nice work, just keeping that speed and momentum going. Almost trips up, and then a little drift, a little tail slide to finish off.
Strong.
Not a bad backup.
Yeah, that'll be his backup number. Waiting on those numbers to drop now. Seth would love to have finished his ride off. but it looks like he'll get priority. 13 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. More from Jack Robinson and Seth Moniz after this.
Is it? Yeah.
WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation Margaret River region and their Youth Marine Steward program to work together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion. And to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem, we planted local native coastal plants and lay brush. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean. Semi-final 2 continues, just under 11 minutes remaining here. We've got Seth Moniz, who has been on a mad mission, climbing the ladder to get himself up into 13th position by cracking the semis here, coming from well below that cut line. He's up against Jack Robinson, though, who's dropped a 7.33 for his previous wave, and he's in control at the moment. Seth needs an 8.5 to take the lead back here with 10.5 minutes to go. It was a sleepy start to the heat for Jack Rich, but he's been super calm under that kind of pressure.
Yeah, he's just really picked the eyes out of these sets that are coming through, and he's performing well on them. I'm just thinking back to both his waves. Not one of those turns has been a repetition type maneuver. He's shown variety on the waves. He's keeping the maneuvers mixed up. Some great looking sets here, but a bit of wind, TB. What's going on here?
I can see a little ruffle out there, mate. I can't quite tell what direction it is, but that's pretty much a glass off for Western Australia. It looks like a light northwesterly maybe, but it is so light that I think the faces are going to be absolutely groomed still. It won't affect these guys.
Oh, here's Seth getting himself into prime position. He's going to pass this first one up, though. Watch these guys scramble, just getting as deep as possible here so they can really capitalise on all the steep wall that's served up when the wave first peaks up and caps.
Making him go.
And here he is, loading up some speed. This one almost threatening the barrel. Seth draws off the bottom. Keeps that carb nice and close to the pocket. He'll get a couple of opportunities here to put the combinations together. High impact finish, hanging on, and does get the completion. A fist pump on the outside. Robinson looks to answer, really gaffs into the face of that wave. Doesn't bother finishing this one off, though. Waiting on numbers to come through. What'd you make of that wave, Rich?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. There was a couple of moments where I felt like Seth was just really on edge on that bottom turn coming into the last manoeuvre there. Looked like he was just pretty much hanging on by his centre fin. But just had to get out of the way of all this foam, try and get some clean open face. Now he gets up for a nice carve. Then this second turn winds up a bit better. That's a better turn. And you can see there as he was trying to get off the bottom to get to that last turn, he was just sketching. Did so well to really keep the tail of the board engaged on the wave face. You can see he's just holding on here. This is that nice clean snap. Stays nice and high in the pocket of the wave. And then right here, trying to get to this last manoeuvre, hanging on. The board was just skittering under his feet. Difficult section to ride out of.
Did well to push his way through the impacting water there. Held on for the finish. Could be his best. Might chip away at the requirement a bit here. As we get down to the 7.5 minute mark. Waiting on that number to drop. Just a pristine day here in the West. Well, let's have a look at the head-to-head history between these two Championship Tour competitors. And this might interest you. 3-zip going the way of Seth. And important note, but it was here at Margaret River that Seth got the jump on Jack. That was in 2019. And also in 2021, I think beat him up in Rottnest as well. So his head-to-head record's strong here against Jack Robinson. Caio, the young Hawaiian, he'd have so much support tuning in from back home. He's done amazingly well in this contest, and it's not over yet. We're waiting on this last score to drop.
Yeah. I mean, he came here on a mission, you know, needed to qualify for the back end of the championship tour. He did that in a really, really tight heat, and now he's gaining momentum. You guys talked about him, you know, gaining confidence even while he was surfing a heat, and I see that happening with Seth. But a little bit of the difference between the two is that Seth's first outside turns are a bit carvy. Jack seems to be putting a little bit more effort, a little bit more risk into the first outside maneuver when on his waves. So, and a little weather update. You guys were talking about the wind. Yes, a little bit of a northwest ruffle. It's light right now. Ant-Man not only is he a great ski driver, he's also a part-time weatherman. He says there's some southerly action happening, but hopefully it happens after we conclude today's competition.
Yeah, well, that's not too far off. We're getting pretty close to setting the women's final out there. Gabriella Bryan and Sawyer Lindblad will fight it out for the victory here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We'll have a new champ on the women's side. We've got a couple of surfers chasing multiple wins on the men's side. Jack Robinson after his second victory. John Florence chasing his third. And Seth Moniz today chasing his first CT victory. 5.5 minutes to go. There's a shot of the keyhole as we see our finalists making their way out, Matt.
Healthway is the strategic partner of the Western Australian Margaret River Pro. Think Mental Health Initiative is the focus of the partnership. You can learn more at thinkmentalhealthwa.com.au. And to the surfing guys, who are we going for out there right now? And we got the big screen. We're going to kick back and watch the action.
Oh, it's a good spot, Matty. You look like you're in good company there, mate. Some keen surf fans watching this semi-final heat play out. Just 5 minutes remaining now. And as is often the case, you know, you get a heat with just absolute fireworks. There seems to be a period of time where the smoke's got to clear. There hasn't been that many quality waves for these competitors to truly rip into. A couple of trickier sections. Jack Robinson doing the best so far. A couple of 7-point rides, but it's still within reach, because even when you look at Jack's waves TB, you know, not quite excellent surfing yet, and the sevens have come relatively easy.
Yeah, I think an 8's very achievable out there right now. The 7s were, yeah, just kind of well-ridden waves, but no fireworks. So hopefully, you know, Seth and his camp, he can acknowledge that and realise that it is possible.
Got to get your thoughts on Kelly, his full-time career on the championship tour coming to an end here in the West, stop number 5. You had a lot of years, a lot of great heats with him, a lot of great finals. But what did you make of it all?
Oh, yeah, you know, like, it's hard to believe still. It's still like maybe in a bit of shock, like it mightn't have happened, because he always keeps us guessing, so it never really feels like he's going to wrap it completely. And I did hear him hint at a potential few future events, and if he does maybe show face in Cloudbreak, I expect nothing but the best, because he knows that place better than anyone. So yeah, what an insane career, but I would still like to see more of him, especially at a wave like that. As we see Seth, he's pulled the trigger, quick in and out.
Oh. Still after an 8-point ride on the outside now. Well, Jack Robinson doesn't really have to go, does he, Taj? You've been in that situation before. I've heard you say it. If you've got the lead, you've got control, and you're holding position on the outside, you don't give it up.
Look at that wave.
No, he wouldn't. He won't be budging unless it's something that Seth looks like he wants and has the potential for that 8. I think Jack's no stranger to this position now. He'll probably play it out perfectly, but the fans would love to see a 2-wave set. I'd love to see him have a chance at it, at least the opportunity, but time is winding down. It takes a fair bit of time for sets to charge into the main break here.
Taj, obviously this is a huge event on the WA sporting calendar, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. News coming in that the event is going to be on the schedule till 2028. What do you think it means to the state and the surf fans down here?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, everyone in the Southwest they're huge fans of surfing, and to have this event is huge for the area, for everyone. And to hear it locked in for a few more years is awesome. I mean, it really does provide good surf, you know, and fairly consistent. This is probably the most difficult year we would have ever had, and it's still panned out to be an incredible event. So yeah, that's great news. Seth.
On the attack.
Huge.
Big turn there from Seth, chasing an 8-point ride. Couple of good hits already. Can he finish this one off?
Wow.
You know he can.
That was really good.
26 years of age and not done fighting just yet. Found some space in the lineup. Needed to achieve excellence. And he might have just got there, Rich.
Jack just having a bit of a look now, going, should I have let that go? I'm not too sure. But, well, Seth, I don't know if he could have surfed that wave any better. Just really smooth turns.
Wow, that's not a nice feeling for Jack.
Just didn't see the points in it.
Wow.
This one just stood up in front of him. Gets a real nice slice off the top. Second one, great flow between those two turns, and gets the last one.
Smaller wave, but definitely the most crisp and clean surfing we've seen in this heat so far.
Absolutely. The first turn was the money turn. He was looking furious, like he really wanted it. Savage hack. And then this one's beautiful snap, real clean, kind of just a put there. Doesn't go too hard, but it does throw water, which looks great, especially from a distance like this. And then finishes it with another huge turn, a little bit late, but still gets up and over it for 3 kind of, consecutive big turns. That's always a good point, the 3 turns in a row, all different. And I mean, they're going to have to really analyse this.
I wonder if the size of the wave's going to come into play here. Looking at it on the screen, and then our judges obviously looking at it from real time.
Well, Jack's not going to get an opportunity to respond here, but it doesn't look like he's going to need to. 7.37. You've got to put your hands together and applaud the fight from Seth Moniz. Jack Robinson just survives this semi-final clash, and we're going to have a repeat of the 2022 final. Jack Robinson will take on John Florence.
Awesome. That's kind of the one that everyone wanted to see, a rematch between those two. So that's really exciting. Great heat.
Yeah, congratulations to Seth too. Just an amazing effort. Showed a lot of heart, was emotional after he won through in that do-or-die heat and shored up his position, Rich. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, what a day. You know, a semi-final finish is something you should be proud of and happy about. Incredible surfing from Seth Moniz, and I think the biggest takeaway for him is just the confidence and the feeling like he's back in good form, and hopefully he can continue that for the rest of the tour.
Absolutely. He should feel like he won the event.
Yeah.
He really did well.
Jack Robinson making his way in. Taj, we want to say thank you. Always a pleasure to see you down here at the event when the contest rolls into town.
Thank you, boys. That was fun.
Off to the Cooper's tent.
I got to find my kids. They're running around somewhere. Thanks for having me. That was really fun. Cheers, everyone out there. Enjoy the show. It's finals time. So, yeah, boys, love your work. Thank you.
It's going to be a good one. We've got Gabrielle O'Brien and Sawyer Lindblad battling it out here in the Western Australia Margaret River Pro final with Joe, Felicity and Matt Chodacki coming in for the call.
you can't just rock up and expect to win this place. You have to put your heart and soul into it.
When I put on the jersey, I don't care about who's in my heat. I'm going to beat them. I want to smash them, and I'm going to do everything I can to do that.
It's a dream come true. I've wanted to be on the championship tour ever since I was 8 years old. Every event I want to win, so it's the same for this one.
The stage is set for the final. Gabriella Bryan taking on Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, the rookie on tour, just saved her spot on tour, getting past Tyler Wright in the semifinals. Now she has a chance to win her first event. Same thing on the line for Gabby Bryan. She's only been in one final in the past, and it was right here at Margaret River Main Break. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and the Wax Head for the call here. Let's pick a favorite, if you've got one, for this final. Waxhead, we'll start with you, Sawyer or Gabby Bryan?
I'm going to say Sawyer, just based on her light-hearted and infectious attitude in the competitors area. Nothing to lose. She's spirited.
Flick?
Oh, man.
Agreeing with Waxhead, or are you seeing something in Gabriella Bryan getting her first CT victory today?
Wow. Put me on the spot.
My favorite thing to do. Take your time, think about it.
No, because I don't want to have too many wave surf before I kind of put my, thoughts out there. But, I mean, for me, okay, if I just look at the start Gabby's had in the two last previous heats, or the way that she's opened up her heat, she's been super aggressive to have that inside position to get that heat started. But this one kind of hasn't flowed probably the way she's wanted to so far. Just a couple of really small scores. So maybe that momentum's kind of shifted, and maybe it's swinging towards Sawyer. I mean, she did drop that 9.4. It was the highest single wave of on the women's side of the draw. So, and I do like that she's on her backhand out here. She's able to get really tight, really critical in the pocket. And I mean, both women are sounding really confident. We heard it in that little package in the lead up to the heat, but I don't know, to me, maybe I'm going to hang my hat on Sawyer at the moment.
I like a final like that where it takes you a few minutes to decide a champion. That's when you know you've got two of the best coming from the early rounds, and it's really hard to find an edge. For Gabby Bryan, she has proved that West Oz is her happy place, matching power with power through some more challenging conditions than we've had, especially the early parts of the waiting period. But having a finals day like this, all of her weapons should be firing at all cylinders in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have picked this final the very first day, the odds would have been extremely, well, not in the favor of these guys, because, I mean, the conditions where we went lefts, we had rights, we had small, we had big, we went through right through an array of conditions to get here, but it was the perseverance of Gabby, and I guess you could say it was the opportunity that Sawyer had. She just had so many chances to ride waves and consistency in her heats, which allowed her to get to where she has. We just haven't seen that much of Sawyer in the year, and it's so good to see her tee off with an excellent score in that semi.
The rookie wants to get started here, needs a 3.04 to take the lead. Flows into a beautiful wrapping cutback. Nice patience, squaring up more vertically on the section and stays on her feet. Real clean read from Sawyer, catching up to the open faces, Gabby Bryan. Just a reset, step back to the pocket. Engages the rail, back into the power source. Now running after more room, top turn. And then shutting it down on the end section. She's looking to fight her way through. She will get credit for the finish. Solid on her feet. And all mayhem. Matt Biolis. Matchup here, getting some serious points on the Shaper rankings. And Sawyer gliding in right on the Red Bull ski. That's a cool advantage when you make the tour. Sawyer's learning a lot on the fly, but getting a lap from the water patrol to just go wave for wave. You don't get that on the other tours, as we see Sawyer's last wave, Flick.
Yeah, this was a good looking wave, bigger wave. This turn right here for me, this was absolute money, just demonstrating similar sort of surfing to what she was doing in that semi-final up against Tyler. And then straight behind, out the back, was Gabby.
Yeah, so watch her front foot. The leash is around the front foot, so incredible composure to be able to ride through this wave and get a completion. Watch this, another carve, and then goes for a top turn. Look at that leash, completely around the front foot. And here, she just pops off so she doesn't get tangled. Watch her jump off a bit oddly. and then just cut off there. But that was, when you feel something out of position like that, it could be slippery wax or something wrong with your tail pad or the leg rope around the front foot. It is so off-putting. So well done, consummate professional from Gabriella to actually get a completion on that wave.
It feels terrible.
Yeah.
You know, when you get up on a good wave and you're standing on your leash, it's like that moment where you're walking in the living room and you step on a Lego.
Oh, yeah. Or
but you're riding through a whole wave that way. That's not cool.
Oh.
27 on the clock. We are getting a rematch from the final we had a couple of years ago. John versus Jack Robinson. Jack's with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Jack Robinson, we get the rematch.
Yeah, we get it again. I missed last year, but it's good to be back, and yeah, really excited for this final. Definitely feel like it can bring out the best of me. So yeah, really can't wait for this final.
I think John's got his headphones in, but the wind's fluffing up out there. Are we going to see a repeat of 2 years ago from your perspective?
Well, I wouldn't mind getting gifted with a few better waves. I kind of been surfing pretty tactical heats, I feel like, just to make scores and get through. And yeah, I would love a final where there's heaps of waves and we just get to go at it.
So would we. We'll let you get ready. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Good man, Stace. How cool was that? Right in the Red Bull Athlete Zone as Jack's preparing for the very next matchup, a big final rematch with John Florence. And Jack, undefeated against John, including that final at his home break, but also at John's home break. He had a win over him at Pipeline. So a lot of energy into that one. John and Jack, great friends. They've made video parts together. They've done go-behinds with cameras at the box and all the slabs around the world. They both welcome each other to their home turf. That's going to be one of the finals to look forward to. Coming up next, Gabby Bryan and Sawyer Lindblad still with a lot of time. Sawyer opens so strong with a 6.67. Already has the best score of the final over Gabby's. Now 3 looks that she's had in this heat already, Flick.
Yeah, Gabby's pulled the trigger on a few. Like Matt said before, that last one would have been really difficult to surf. She had a leg rope wrapped around her front foot on that wave, but yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from the rookie, and here she goes again.
Here comes the goofy foot, freshly qualified for the entire year and now free to try to just do her brand of surfing to win her first event. Staying high on this wave just to find the power source, kind of left searching for a section that never came her way. But that'll be enough for a lead change. Great perspective there with the backhand attack at main break, which has done quite well over the years. Thinking about Tatiana Weston-Webb and her success, timing up the lip and then also balancing it with great carves as well.
You know, we haven't seen, as I said earlier, too much of Sawyer in quality waves, but I'm seeing some similarities to a Caroline Marks and a Touchy combined. So the power of Caroline and that similar style where she doesn't grab the rail, but also that free fall that she did earlier on that semi-final reminded me a lot of Touchy when she hits the lip. So channeling 2 of the goofy foot greats of the modern era, and she's made her first final, and well deserved.
As we are in the finals, 2 more heats to go before we take off from West Oz. Let's get another condition update with Caio.
Yeah, Oakberry conditions update, still 8 to 10 foot out here. Some big sets coming through. We just saw that one from Sawyer. Sometimes the biggest waves, Joe, aren't the best because sometimes those really big ones kind of go wide and don't hit the reef properly. We've got a little bit of ruffle that's kicked up, light northwest wind. The tide continues to drop, and will be dropping throughout today's competition. And that's the update here from the water. I like what I'm seeing here by these 2 competitors. They already did what they needed to do to stay on tour here. Now we're going to see one of these 2 women win their first CT event. Can't wait to see how this plays out.
Oh, we love that, Caio. There's always so much emotion on the podium. You know, there's typically not canned answers at that point because they haven't done a lot of podium speeches before. Gabby's been runner-up in this event in the past. But for a rookie that's accomplishing so much and also has a great coach that's just keeping her focused that her job's not done yet. You know, Snake had a chat with her and a quick high five after she found out she made the cut. But he didn't want her to lose attention to where she is at an event. It would be easy to do because we know how emotional it's been to just make a whole season these days, to be in the top 10, to go all the way through Cloud Break and hopefully the WSL Final 5.
Yeah, I think Jake just really wanted to keep a lid on it because those emotions can overspill. You can become really excited, and you know, the job's not done. The opportunity right now for Sawyer is to win her first ever, you know, CT event as a rookie at stop number 5, which sort of has similarities, I think, back to Bell's, where Cole got his first victory at stop 4, you know, as a rookie on tour. It's absolutely incredible. So right now it's fully within reach, and Jake just understands that. It's like, hey, it's not over yet. And there's a long year ahead of us. Like, you have the potential to get 10,000 points right now. That's a lot at stake, and could set you up for the rest of the year.
A lot on the line for these athletes to get their very first CT event win. Oftentimes it gives you confidence that shows that you could win anywhere around the world. They've done some damage in this event. Gabby Bryan now is starting to move a little bit quickly, a little bit more quickly with priority, as she's trying to add a title for the Hawaii region. There's been 3 in the past as she rolls into this one. Clean bottom turn with the Dolphins. Enjoying the ride in front of her. Belts it off the lip again. 2 major moves with the magic of the local sea life, putting her in the right spot at the right time.
Oh, that wave just had such a good feel to it. As soon as you saw the Dolphins, it just felt like it was meant to be. She timed those 2 turns really well, and yeah, you could feel how, you know, just sitting here, you just know how good that would have felt. Gabby's feeling it. Dolphins are there. Things are happening out there.
Wow, we get excited when we see Dolphins. Kaipo, you're so close to them out there.
Talking about walking on a dream. That was dreamy. The pod decided to surf the wave with Gabby. She's doing turns in between dolphins, okay? That was beautiful, Joe.
It was beautiful. You saw them just leading the way down the line. It's such a beautiful sight to see. We happen here at Mainbreak a lot. We see it at J-Bay, but it seems like West Isle's always providing this kind of magic. Kaipo, how close did she come to the Dolphins there?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. She actually turned to avoid one of those Dolphins. That's crazy. I mean, it was an epic turn as well. Talk about distractions. A leash around the front foot on the first wave, and Dolphins on the second wave. But have a look at this. She lines up this bottom turn, and then lo and behold, a Dolphin drops in on her, and not just 1, 5 of them. So she cuts the turn short, as you would be a little bit concerned, and she stays on top of it. Does really well not to fall off, and then she carries that composure into this next turn, knowing she's onto a good score, and the Dolphins are giving her, blessing her with this wave, and another turn. This one almost on that lip line, steps on that tail, and rides out with control. So a really lovely and memorable wave there from Gabriella Bryan.
Gosh, when a lot of times surfers say their favorite animal is the dolphin because they're riding waves as well, enjoying that motion with Gabriella Bryan, a 5.17 before, and now her best wave of the finals so far. And a memorable one, a 7.83, and she's got some new friends in the water. Sawyer Priority is up now. Swings in the pocket quickly. Holds her rail, throwing some water. Nice wind up again and tags the pocket, and she hops out as she's trying to improve on her low score of a 3.0. Flick, I know you've ridden a lot of waves of Dolphins in your lifetime, and I always find it interesting because you always feel like you're going to run over them or you're going to collide, and somehow they just pull out at the right time. They can sense where you are.
Yeah, I think there's no other creature on the world that probably has a better spatial awareness in the water than a dolphin. It's pretty amazing. There's some incredible footage that's come out over the years. One of my most memorable ones that I've seen actually on socials was Solly Bailey coming out of that barrel with that dolphin basically jumping over his head. As we get back to this last wave of Sawyer, a couple of nice snaps in the pocket here, but this wave just getting a little bit frothy. Gets a little bit of work done here on the inside. But yeah, there's just been so many beautiful moments with dolphins, and yeah, that one with Solly Bailey really has been burned into my brain. But we're really lucky here in Western Australia. It's a common thing for a big pot of dolphins to come through the main break lineup like that, and I think, yeah, Gabby's not going to be forgetting that wave anytime soon. She surfed it so well, so critical, and yeah, that last turn, super clutch.
Also, Connor Coffin at the box a couple of years back had a memorable ride there as we look at Gabby Bryan, fresh off the 7.83 in the lead, ripping into another turn on the open face. Nice section to tag there, well timed Frontside hack, and now end section approaching and hammers it, but will be incomplete for the effort. Tell she's starting to heat up, start off with a couple falls. Every wave she's took off on has gotten better and better number-wise. We'll see how this last one ends up with the fall and the finish. But well-timed carves, found the lip to hit and hit it with authority there, Waxhead.
So she's sitting right on the inside ledge there, deciding, does she paddle in and get the jet ski, or does she paddle back out? And here, this is the replay. So drives hard off the bottom and then turns under the lip line there, sets up this next turn. So it puts a bit more power into that one. You can see it get low, and again, snaps the lip there. And if she rides out of this, this would definitely get rid of that 517, but I feel like it'll, yeah, be in that mid-range to slightly above, but we'll have to wait and see where the judges go. So she's opted for the paddle out and not taking that jet ski. You can see her in two minds because she was on that ledge.
We saw that wins by region graphic just moments ago. There's 3 wins for Hawaii on the CT, and that's one human being, one of the best ever, Carissa Moore, winning at Margaret River 3 times. She's also featured in the final runner-up in the past as well. Gabby Bryan gave Carissa a shout out recently in a post-heat interview, saying she rides similar boards as Riss, both on the Mayhem program, and how much inspiration she gets from Carissa Moore. So she wants to add one for Hawaii this year on the CT level. For Sawyer, there's 2 names for USA, Lakey Peterson and also Courtney Conlog. Sawyer getting that final spot to make the midseason cut. Tough news there for Lakey, as she'll be thinking about the Challenger Series. But if Sawyer gets the win, she'll do it as a rookie on tour. You don't see that happen every year.
No, we don't, but we've been lucky to see it happen once this year already, which is pretty exciting at Bells. Obviously, Cole getting the win on his rookie year on tour was nothing short of incredible. And on the 4th stop of the World Tour this year, and you know, usually it takes people quite a while to find their feet, to ease on into the tour, but to do it on the 4th event of the year was pretty special. And I feel like Sawyer's obviously looked at that and as big inspiration. And I mean, just the surfing that I saw in that last heat, I was blown away. There's that 2-turn combo on her backhand was beautiful to watch. But yeah, Gabrielle Bryan is making it very hard for her right now. I feel like you can see in Gabby's surfing with every wave she's catching, her, just the body language is a little bit different. She seems like you can see that she's getting more and more confident with every wave she's taking. Maybe she's gotten some special juju from the Dolphins.
She does, yeah. Just mentioning Cole, I reached out to him before this final, and he said, yeah, it's so insane. He's so stoked to see Sawyer lock in under pressure and take charge, and he's just unbelievably stoked for her to be in this position because it's relatable. They both caught fire last year in the same support system from San Clemente. Sawyer's got a brother too named Taj, so he's a part of that mix as well. But Cole found success, Sawyer was finding success. They were thanking each other and all their support crew. Cole was under pressure to make the cut. He won Bells as a rookie. And now Sawyer under pressure here at Margaret River, and now she's got a chance to take a big CT win as well.
You know, on that subject of Sawyer's brother Taj, there was a QS a few months ago that Taj was undergunned, and Kolohe had similar mayhems to Taj, and he was actually loaning some of Kolohe's personal boards. So that just goes to show the mentor role and that community that the San Clemente community are getting behind their surfers and really offering quippers. You know, we talked about Gabriella and Riss having similar boards, and they can very relatable. I think Sawyer, for a lot of the surfers back in San Clemente or California, they're tuning in right now. They're watching this and they're seeing themselves, maybe a little part of them could be Sawyer. And I mean, are we talking top 5 soon? You know, Sawyer, if she gets a few good results, she could be right there.
Still 13.5 minutes on the clock in this final. Both surfers looking for the first win of their career, and this man, John Florence, checking in, looking to join the Dolphins out here at Main Break, and also a good friend and a good rival, Jack Robinson, coming up in the final right after this. We'll see who wins the women's final.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia.
I cannot explain. Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be become walking on a dream?
Always enjoying our time when we're in Western Australia, an incredible state in the great country of Oz, and a lot of great places to serve, to eat. Even in town, we talk a lot about the vineyards, but just on that town road in Margaret River, you can check out some great spots like Descendant, which just opened recently, right across from Maury's, and the Tuck Shop. As we get back to business, Sawyer got this wave during the break flick.
Yeah, and she's getting busy, throwing absolute buckets there. Another big two-turn combo from Sawyer. And that one had a bit more oomph to it. I feel like the timing was a bit better. So waiting to see where the judges are going to go on that. We're still waiting for that score. But I liked it. It was really critical. It was a bigger wave. Only thing that might let her down, just there was a little bit lack of that clean face at the beginning. But there was two really well-timed turns again.
Well-timed turns and a great score from Sawyer Lindblad, a 7.27 from the panel. Just under Gabby's best. Brian has a 7.83, so Sawyer's still second and now needs a 6.84. On the women's side, we did see a rookie win a couple of events last season. That was the superstar Katie Simmers, who had a shot to be maybe the youngest world champ when she was able to make it into the WSL Final 5. But before that, you'd have to go back to 2012 with Lakey Peterson when she won the US Open. When that got the CT upgrade. Doesn't happen all the time, but Sawyer's that special kind of talent. You know, she really grew up with Katie Simmers. San Clemente and Oceanside are really close, and especially when you're competing in Southern California in the NSSA and the surfing championships at Lowers, you run into each other all the time. So they got to rise together through their youth. I'm sure Sawyer, watching Katie accomplish a lot last year, really motivated her at the start of this season, Wax said.
As there would be dozens, if not hundreds, of young women right now who, as I said before, they're seeing a little part of themselves, and they're going to go to their Pro Juniors, their NSSAs. They're going to go through the regional qualification process with the hope of making the championship tour. 18 years of age, Sawyer said she doesn't want to go back on the Challenger. She put it all down on this event, and she just to carry that motivation that she's got into this final. It's really refreshing to see that perspective in her post-heat interviews. And I firmly believe that both of these two are in this position because of their positive mental attitude throughout this event.
Yeah, it's a great time to be watching pro surfing. This is the cut, but yeah, the Challenger Series does start right after this at Snapper Rocks, then to North Narrabeen, then to Ballito in South Africa, the US Open, Portugal, Saquarema once again for the season finale. But it's a nice break from the CT before they prepare for Tahiti, and all eyes will be on the surfers that have fallen off this tour, and they're looking for a big result at Snapper Rocks, and that was the venue where it really started everything for Sawyer Lindblad last season.
Yes, as we see Jack Robinson, local boy, running out for his heat right now, just taking in all that good energy.
And for an event, means the world for the fans. Here comes Ross Williams right ahead of John Florence. These guys were friends first, just being in the local community of the North Shore of Oahu. They started talking about working together years ago, and they'd even just have conversations, I think before it was globally official. There's a couple early events where when B. Durbridge hurt his pelvis, he started showing up at Fiji with John. But even at that time, he had been working with Ross. And then finally, John's like, hey man, I need you to get out of the booth for a little while and let's do this full time. A couple of world titles. They've had some breaks because of the injury, but they inspire each other a lot. For Ross's knowledge of the game, it's really helped John learn to enjoy every part of it. I think there was the beginning of John's career where, you know, he just wanted to free surf on every single wave. He'd have a 10 and a 1, lose his heat, or, you know, a 9 and a 2. There was guys like Ross look at it and go, there's so many ways I can help you, and look where they are today. John has got his hands full with Jack coming up next.
Yeah, and John, you know, he really, it just reminds me, had elements of, say, the unpredictability and creativity of Dane Reynolds. but he had this charging mindset, this his Hawaiian warrior mindset, and Jack's exactly the same. We always knew he could charge, and in recent years had really worked on his air game and really worked on his rail game as well. So I feel like both of them have evened out at different parts in their life to arrive where they are now as competitive powerhouses.
And it's cool when you look at some clips how the year started. A couple of big swells at Waimea. John's picking up Jack Robinson, and they're chatting on the way to Waimea. And Jack's kind of like, oh, did you know I've never done this before? You know, and they just get out there and charge together and talk about surfing big waves. I think there's going to be a lot of great free surfs for Jack and John in the future, but an event title's on the line coming up next. 5:23 in this one. Gabby Bryan out in front. Sawyer Lindblad does not have priority, but has a little better positioning for that wave. She'll take a longer look. But Flick, when you really break down their keepers, they're very similar. It's almost hard to separate their surfing at the moment.
Yeah, it's super close right now. Obviously, Gabby's total 14.10 to Sawyer 13.94. What Sawyer really did on that last wave of hers, though, is she's made her requirement a little bit less. So her last wave being her top scoring wave, that 7.27, just a fraction under Gabby's, and totally within her wheelhouse. I mean, we just saw her drop a 9.4 in the heat previous to last for 2 big backhand hangers. So right now, I mean, it's nervous times for both women because I feel like a 6.84 with conditions we've got right now and just the frequency of the waves and consistency of it, I feel that it's within reach. Even though Gabby has this final, you know, she's out in the lead right now and she has priority, she's not going to be feeling safe right now. I just feel like when you're up against someone who's a rookie, who's got all this momentum and so confident, Gabby isn't going to feel like this is signed, sealed, delivered right now. This is nervous times.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Things changing a bit on the rankings, as you can watch it live on worldsurfleague.com. Sawyer Lindblad looking for a big win here. It'd be the first of her career as a rookie on tour. Gabby looking for her first win, as she's had a couple of laps around the world already. Both trying to get closer to the final 5 picture. Katie Simmers still in yellow. Even with her loss earlier in the event, she's had 2 wins already. At Pipeline and also at Bells Beach. 3:30 on the clock. Rolling into this one is Gabriella Bryan. Faded the takeoff, fits in a nice snap to start. Chasing some clear water, late for the climb, but gets up there and pulls it off. And a nice reaction there from her coach, Richard Dog Marsh, right next to Tyler Wright. They really appreciated that effort, Flick.
Yeah, Gabby's feeling it too. You can just see it. It makes me excited when I see so much passion from the surfers. You know, so many surfers today keep their cards very close to their chest, so it's fun when you see that personality shine through. This time was a bigger wave. She goes up into the lip for this first turn, gets a little jab in the pocket, comes flying around. This one was just up there so late. And yeah, the feeling is just so evident. It's just oozing on out of her right now, but that turn right there, perfectly timed, comes around this section. And I don't even know how she hung on to this. This was just radical.
Fully in that flow state right now where she can't, you know, put a foot wrong. There was no right for her to hit that section. It wasn't even you know, in a free surf, you wouldn't risk your equipment on it. There's a reef there, but she's feeling it. She had the dolphins on her, you know, wave previous, but I mean, that was good. I mean, she's feeling it. That's it.
She has so much support from her community on the island of Kauai. A lot of great surfers from that island. Tati representing Brazil on tour, but raised on all the incredible waves on Kauai. They all back each other when it comes to support globally around the world, and everyone from Kauai just notices the hard work from Gabby Bryan. Never relaxing in the offseason, always trying to improve herself, and look at her improving her total in this heat. 8.10 with her 7.83. Lindblad now needs an 8.66 with priority, and 1:35 to go. Lindblad did get that 9.4 in the semifinal. Can she do it again?
I'd say she can, and she's sitting out there with priority. It's just, there's a lot of pressure right now. 1:24 on the clock. But stranger things have happened. I mean, I've got to appreciate that 8.10 just quickly of Gabby, because that was just incredible surfing. But lines are rolling through to the lineup right now, and looks like Sawyer's going to have another opportunity. Can she swing it in the last few seconds, like what Katie did at Bells Beach against Joanne Devey. We'll see. Just looks like she's getting this opportunity maybe a little bit wide for that first one.
Yeah, the last-ditch effort from Katie in the final at Bells was unbelievable. Will we get back-to-back finals decided in a similar type of fashion? 45 seconds, Lindblad, her low score a 6.67, throwing away a 5.83, building to a 7.27. Coached by Snake, her dad there, up there on the bluff, proud of her getting through the cut. He was so stressed out throughout the day, but ultra focused on a special moment for his daughter now, 25 seconds away of maybe getting another shot. You can see her kind of aiming towards the beach. She'll let that one go through. She's already identified what a good wave looks like and how she can get in the X-zone range. We're into the countdown. Gabby Bryan made the final here in the past. Only her second final appearance in her career. They happen to both be in the West. As we make it official, Gabrielle O'Brien has done it. She wins her first ever championship tour event, and it's the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Gabby's mom emotional in the moment. Richard Dogmarsh just smiles and that happy laugh, knowing that they put in so much hard work building up into this moment.
Yeah, it's just so, so special, and you can just see all the emotion oozing on out. And I mean, for Gabby right now, she obviously has a special relationship with this wave. I mean, both finals that she's been in has been here at Main Break, and she's got some special juju going on. We saw it with the Dolphins, and she's just going to relish in this moment. And this, her surfing suits this wave, power for power, and I'm stoked for her. I really am.
Yeah, deserving winner for sure. She's put in clinical performances throughout the whole event, having really smart game plans, watching the heats from her teammates that she's been coached with, writing notes down, and just simply paying attention to the game. And in the end, when she needed those excellent scores, she got them, and she got to ride it with the Dolphins. One of those memorable moments, the Western Australian Margaret River Pro.
There's been a lot of stories where the Dolphin rides transition to big wins. It's really cool to watch for Gabby Bryan. Seeing her accomplish this goal is massive. She'll move to number 6 in the world, heading into Tahiti. She showed up in the West. She wasn't sure if it'd be the Challenger Series or the CT. She's made the cut. She's won her first event. She's with Caio.
Gabby, how did it feel? Western Australia Margaret River Pro, you're the champ. What you feeling right now?
Oh my God, I don't even know what to say. This has been probably like the hardest week, but man, I'm just so happy we got good waves today, and all the girls just put on a really good show. So I don't know. It's insane. I just won.
I just want you to talk about this journey. We went full event window all the way to the very last day. You were fighting. You were fighting for your spot on the championship tour, and now you've come out with your first CT win. Talk to me about the journey.
It's crazy. I just gotta say, I could never do this alone. All the people that are with me and support me, it's insane. I don't know. I just thank you, everyone, and I'm just so stoked right now.
I want to get spiritual with you. 7.83 surfing with the Dolphins. How was that?
Wow, I know it. When I kicked out of that wave, I was just like, wow, that wave was sent to me by someone. The Dolphins in it, and I don't know. It was magical. So I don't know.
Enjoy the victory. You're champ, Gabrielle O'Brien.
What a moment for Gabby Bryan, her first championship tour win over Sawyer Lindblad, and what a journey it's been, dealing with the cut, accomplishing the win, and as her coach said, going all in every heat with confidence, knowing that she could beat anybody on tour and vocalizing that, and she lived it. She'll be dangerous for the rest of the year, and hats off to Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie, featuring in her first ever final, getting past Tyler Wright to make the cut, as she will be leading the Rookie of the Year race moving forward. What a celebration on finals day, as the Red Bull ski will take Gabby all the way to the beach and into the presentation. Before we get there, it's John Florence and Jack Robinson in a rematch in the final at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
score for John Florence.
When you get out there and there's no one out and the waves are pumping and you see those sets coming, you're like, oh my gosh, like I can't wait to go on this wave.
Holding under the hood on the takeoff, that's got to be Jack Robinson.
I would love a final where there's heaps of waves and we just get to go at it.
Here we go, John Florence versus Jack Robinson at pumping main break here on finals day. This is as good as it gets. 35-minute final, scored on their top two. Two good friends, but two good rivals, especially when it comes to the story of WA. John, as we all know, has been called the king of main break because he truly redefined how you perform on Jack's home court. But Robinson beat him in their last meeting out here in a final. And he's trying to remind everybody that it's his home court. Let's get things started. Swinging into the pocket with JJF on the wrap. Fresh off the 10 from the semifinal over George Pittar. Looking casual as he stretches this one out, going for a cool punt. Little tail high float above the lip, but he will sink and not get credit for that aerial over the bricks. But I love it. We've already started. Jack now with priority as John looks for his third title here in the CT level at the Margaret River Pro. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier bringing in Richie Lovett here for the call. Rich, this is as good as it gets.
This is amazing, and the surf turned up, and the volume got turned up on the performances today as well. And John Florence, he's at the top of the pack. Check out the replay here of his opening ride, just gaffing off the top there, just a little off balance. The surface texture has played a part in these last couple of heats. Not as smooth as it was in that last heat where he got the 10, but he got some nice work done. Pops the little air reverse. Just not able to ride out of that one, so the judges will not be fooled.
So John getting his first score there. Jack sitting out the back by himself here at main break Margaret River. This is where he grew up, right here on Wadandi Buja. Proud to represent WA on tour. And a lot of the greats here on hand like Taj Burrow, Jake Patterson, and how about a happy Gabby Bryan. Her first ever CT win, and a big hug from her mom.
Oh, it's just so beautiful to watch. I just feel how excited they are and how much this means to them. Thank you.
Nice embrace from India Robinson. And Brisa Hennessy.
Gosh, she's had some amazing moments out here, hasn't she? She's got the win. She's pulled herself out of trouble multiple times here.
The way she handles pressure is something she might really have to think about for performance. When she finaled here and was runner-up, she was under pressure. This year, again, the same scenario. Talking about the long journey from the opening round through all the late A's, knowing that her career was on the line, and look at her now. Walking on a dream. She might be floating on a dream right now.
Oh, 100%. I just, the screams and the squeals, and it just makes my heart happy.
Now Jack Robinson with his first wave in the final. Throws down a beautiful connected snap over the white water. Belts it again with that lean back hack, and then shoves it in the finish, and he disappears. Right when I thought he was gonna ride away. The end section keeps him honest, and it slows him down to 2 turns flick.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was riding off into the sunset with that finish, but unfortunately, Jack just getting gobbled up there at the end. But I loved what he saw. We only heard a little few words from him with Stace and that post-heat interview in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He said, I just can't wait for this because John brings out the best in me. And I feel like we can see Jack has already lifted as we see John out the back.
John laying it down, an absolute hook with so much power. Flows through the second effort, out in front again, he'll just wrap it. And now Stahl looking for an end section. Throws some water, and now just gently stepping off his board, finding a nice clean road past the bricks. His opening ride of 4.33, much better on his second effort. And just getting on a Red Bull ski, he feels so comfortable. He loves step-offs, he loves surfing the outer reefs back home in Hawaii. globally. He just feels comfortable in this kind of scenario. What'd you see here, Rich?
Oh, I just saw a beautiful opening gaff, just, you know, really putting a lot of emphasis and energy into that first turn. Just holding that carve, extending, and then a series of beautiful wrapping cutbacks. And then the wave lays down a little bit. John just doing the work through the inside, staying with it. But all the points on this ride is going to come from this opening turn. Gets that board completely on rail, turns it over. And Johnny fired up on this one. This is going to be a really good score. The first one, just the 4.33. This is going to go way higher.
That connection is absolute magic here at Main Break. That entire rail, that Paisel engaged, Flick.
I just feel like these two surfers are just bringing the best out of each other. They get matched up and just the level lifts, and I can just see it already with Jack. I can see it with John, and they're so hungry to beat one another too. You can just see it, like the intensity. There's no poker faces here. I feel like you can see it on both of them.
I reckon they both bring out the best in each other, but at the same time, I don't think Jack is fazed by John at all.
No.
I don't think he cares about the performances that John's doing. He appreciates them, sure, but he's not fazed. He is that zen in his own mind. And I even think that he's not really thinking about last year's win for Gabrielle. He's thinking that he's going for back-to-back wins here because he missed last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's thinking, I'm going back-to-back. I own this joint.
There's the number for John Florence, 717. Goes back to first. Robinson starts 6-5. Jack with priority chasing down a 5.01. Let's hear from our champion. Gabriella Bryan is with Stace.
Woo! Yes, Joe, that is correct. Gabriella, Seabass got his first victory here. Proudly representing Kauai. You've done the same today. You must be so thrilled.
I don't even know what to say. I'm so happy right now. It's been a crazy day, crazy week. I don't even know, but yeah, I'm just so grateful to get a win, especially when I needed it most. My back was against the wall coming into this, and yeah, I couldn't definitely not do it alone. My dad back at home, my brother and sister support me so much, even though they're not here. And yeah, Seabass, he supported me so much. I couldn't do it without him, and so many people back at home, and I hope I make you all proud.
You most certainly have. Your world number 5. How does that make you feel going into the back half of the year?
Yeah, wow, it's coming in under the cut to number 5. One event makes a big difference, and it's just reassuring knowing that my surfing belongs on tour. So yeah, can't wait for the rest of the year, and excited to see what happens.
We're looking forward to it. I'll let you enjoy this men's final. Congratulations, Gabriella.
Thank you.
Well done for Gabriella Bryan, her first ever championship tour win, and you can tell she's just thinking about everybody else around her, knowing it takes a village, you know, to rise to the top, to deal with all the ups and downs on tour, the pressure. Her coach eats pressure for breakfast. Richard Dog Marsh doing a great job joining forces with Gabriella Bryan when she got on the main stage. They'll be celebrating this one for a while. You talk about the Hawaiian connection with West Oz, the power of Main Break. John represents that. Gabby Bryan as well with those big, powerful carves, big snaps on the lip. They feel right at home here. But we always have to remind ourselves, this is Jack's true home. And the last thing he wants is to let a final slip between his fingers here, Flick.
Oh, and he knows, he's keeping score. He knows what happened out here the last time in 2022 and all those good feelings associated with that. But I'll add as well, that wasn't an easy task. Like when you're the hometown hero, you've got the pressure of the crowd and sort of the expectation. As zen as Jack is and as meditative as Jack's approach is, it still is a lot, and you can feel the energy, whether you try and tune out the best you can, but you walk down that boardwalk, people are screaming your name, like the whole weight of the town is behind you, and that wasn't an easy job. And even for the Stars to have aligned in 2022 for them to have a final, and once again now, there's so many things have to go right. There's so many moving parts to every heat. There's so many variables with the ocean that it's actually unbelievable that we're seeing a rematch right now.
Let's focus on this rematch because they've met a couple of times. The final we keep talking about right here a couple of years ago. That was the last matchup they had where Jack went to the air as well. to steal the thunder from John and his profile at main break. Jack showed everybody he could win in all types of conditions. It doesn't have to be a slab across the bay. He could do it on turns and on high performance above the lip. He also beat John in John's backyard at Pipeline. So 2-0 heading into their third meeting. Now a final on the line. Once again, what a cool rematch.
Yeah, this is really cool. And I'm actually surprised with that. I didn't realize that John hadn't got a win against Jack. So that would irritate me a little bit if I was in his situation. So he's definitely going to want to get the win out here.
Let's look back at the final, going back to 2022. Remember, Jack injured last year, so he wasn't able to defend his home court. As we take a look at the conditions, there were so many rippable sections. The wind started puffing up, and they were going blow for blow.
Yeah, it was just dreamy, classic main break. Maybe even a fraction smaller when I look at these replays. But yeah, just Jack going to the air, putting that point of difference, and just surfing out of his skin. It was amazing to watch. He just really lifted against John here, and it's actually unbelievable that Jack's got him twice, and the second time was in John's backyard. But yeah, amazing day for Western Australia and an amazing day for Jack.
You never know how it's going to go. Sometimes the hometown crowd adds pressure for Jack. It lifts his energy as you see him throw that one away. Now priority will be with John. And he's already using it here. Fun looking wave. He's already coiling up off the bottom. Lays down a carve right in front of Jack. Wraps it, now patiently waiting for the inside track. Whips it in the pocket one more time and lays into a finish and stays on his feet. Rides away without a problem.
Yeah, smart surfing there from John Florence. Just getting that final maneuver done on that wave. Putting together a series of turns, not overcooking it. It's an important moment of the heat here at 22 minutes. John just wanted to build that score line, knowing that Jack probably fell on that opening maneuver, and he went, okay, opportunity here for me to put another good number on the board and really apply that pressure to Jack and put him in a situation where he's up against it.
Just stoked to see Florence in this kind of form as well. He surfed his first completed season last year since his 2017 world title, where I think he was always pushing the sport with what was possible with your physical ability and also with equipment. As we look at John's wave again, Flick.
Yeah, my first takeaway from this is second wave of the set, a lot cleaner. And I heard you say, Rich, you're like, we could just see how clean this wave face was shaping up to be, and his first turn was great. Also, like what you said, Rich, he just didn't oversurf it because he knew that Jack had fallen. He's like, hey, this is my chance to really capitalize on this moment. Let's not overcook this. And just look how clean that little section was there. Really tight whip in the pocket. But yeah, this is just smart surfing from John right now. But yeah, for me, it was that second wave of the set, just allowing him to, wow, just throw everything in and just turning so tight on the dial there in that tight little pocket.
That one was a little different too. He actually put the front arm in the wave as he was doing that turn. Almost sort of turned around it, making that arc nice and tight. Now he opens up the wingspan a little bit through these mid-face turns, all the way through to the inside, and doesn't overpress it on this last turn, just enough to get a little bit of tail release, and then gets to the finish. But a real contrast in style, I think, with these two. You know, Jack, super unpredictable, takes a different line on the wave, tends to, you know, like to hop out of the wave face a little bit and off the lip, really get that tail high and free, whereas John, most of the time, stays connected, and it's a longer line, maybe a little deeper with the carve.
And there's the score, 7-7.
Smart.
For John, just slight update to the Ghost, just a touch more volume by 0.75.
Okay.
For this event. Obviously he's getting stronger, but maybe just felt the flow of just a little bit more foam. 0.75 for world-class surfers like John, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it's huge. These guys are just so sensitive to, you know, 1 point of a leader in volume. So yeah, we've spoken about that Paizel Ghost model. It is one of the most unique designs in surfing at the moment. You know, it seems to just fit John's style of surfing for this wave in particular, in the heavy water waves where there's a lot of open face. Think about him at Haleiwa and those those spots in Hawaii where he really starts to lay into it, just gaffs, keeps the back half of that board just biting into the wave face. He can just put as much energy as he wants into every turn without any fear of like skipping out.
19:35 to go in this final. John Florence leading the rematch here at Main Break Margaret River against Jack Robinson. Jack chasing a 7.94. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. Been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
It's good to be home for Jack Robinson as he's rolling in now. Big bottom turn, a big open face hook for the local boy. Driving off the bottom, hits the lip and rides away. Massive two-turn combo for Jack. Trying to answer back to John Florence. John out in front with a couple of sevens to his name, and Robinson responds with the entire crowd just holding their breath, waiting to hear what the score will be. What a turning point for Jack Robinson. He's so efficient in finals, this being his 9th CT final appearance in a short period of time. Let's take another look, Flick.
Oh, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Look at that opening carving maneuver from Jack Robinson. Straight up into lips, hypercritical, comes flying out in front of the explosion. This was exactly the answer back I wanted to see from Jack.
Oh, just an amazing carve to start off. Watch how high Jack goes on the lip here. Just carving all the way through it. Stays nice and high, the complete wrap. Now he drops back down, almost gets a barrel almost in the foam. And then here's the part here where he had to make this turn to make it a 1-2 punch. So it was like John was jabbing him a couple of times, put him up against the ropes. Jack just completely bounced back and just gave him a big right hook.
What a hefty combo for Jack Robinson. That carve was so lethal and put him into such a critical position in the wave. And how about that number? A 9.10. Kaipo, you've got the best seat in the house. How did that look for you?
Wow, that was incredible, Joe. And that was I think that was the biggest wave ridden so far in this competition. It was just a bomb outside. Jack fully in control and executed on that bomb for an excellent number.
One more look from the front end, Rich. How about that first turn?
Oh, just magnificent surfing. And carved nice and high. The unique thing about that opening turn is that he carved, but the angle was so acute that he went right back up into the top part of the wave again. It wasn't like he carved down. And by the time he sort of completed the wrap, the wave started to cup out under him and he managed to stay engaged with the wave.
Here goes Jack, double grab punt to kick this one off. Right into a wrapping cutback. This man is feeling the energy of Wadandi Buja. Surfing really strong. And now throwing out some high performance maneuvers. He even lands that over the bricks. High fives for his camp downstairs from Matty Benrose and Leandro Dora. Yago's almost like a brother to him as well, as they're in the same crew, working so hard for these big events. This one's so important on Jack's home court and putting pressure on the man that showed everyone that this wave is worthy of the championship tour.
Wow, I can't argue with Jack when he says that John brings the best out of him.
Yeah.
It is undoubtedly, it's true, it's facts right now. We're witnessing this right now, just both surfers lifting and Jack putting on an incredible display here. This one looked a little bit ripply, a little bit wobbly, but Jack just went straight to the air like he did in 2022, just putting that point of difference between him and John. Really critical, straight to the air on the first maneuver, plays through it here, the inside, and he knows he needs a finish. He's not going to go crazy. Let's just jab it in the pocket here. A little bit tricky there, rides on out, and I just love how risky that was right there.
Geez, that's a real good indication of how much height he actually got. He was 6 foot in the air, sort of took to the air, like the carve off the bottom was done halfway up the face, got the grab, stays perfectly centered over his board while he's in the air. Did not skip a beat, going straight into the next bottom turn, into a big wrap. And this is that variety that Jack delivers constantly. And the judges, if they were just getting a little sleepy and maybe disinterested, he's just woken them up again with something new, something really high risk on that first maneuver.
I'm taking away my double grab call because that his left hand just barely tapped with his finger. And so that was just a clean frontside grab. Even though he was motioning for double, even cooler that it was just that right arm grabbing the rail, numbers in. Back-to-back excellent scores for Jack Robinson. Had 17 excellent waves before this final started. Let's make it 19 here in his career on main break Margaret River. Trying to catch up to this man, John Florence.
Have a look what he needs, go.
Oh my.
John needs a 10.
Well, good news is that he has done that already today.
Wow. Unbelievable performance from Jack. John Florence has already hit the 50 mark for excellent waves from his last heat, where he beat George Pittar, including that 10-point ride, which was sensational. And Ross has been talking to you too, Rich, about the tests that he's had. He's had to be incredibly patient. He's been tested with challenging conditions in the opening round and the ER. And this is another big one for him with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, the good news is that he's not in combination, and if there's a chance at a perfect score, we know that John Florence can do it. He's already got one in this event. Let's have a little look back at that 10-point ride earlier today. John just so hard off the bottom. This is the still for me, the turn of the event. Up and under the lip, big layback, carve to hack. Tail release, gets completely disconnected from the board. He's able to shove himself back into control, straight back into the bottom turn, top turn combination, hits the lip, and then just hammers this last section. So nothing more you could have done on this ride. You can mind surf it all day, every day, and you're still probably going to come up short to what John produced on this thing.
Oh, it was just so incredible to watch. I don't even know if that first turn even has a name. That big layback carve to hack to jam in the pocket, fins free. I don't even know. It was a combination of so many different things.
That was it?
Beautiful. I nailed it. There we go.
That's what it's called. Exactly what he did there. 10 minutes on the clock. He's hoping for a 10-point ride to come through. John Florence Hasn't had a win on the CT since 2020, and that was at Pipeline. That's his longest drought in between event wins on tour. In that time, Jack's had all of his wins. 6 CT wins, and he's been more efficient than John in finals, winning 6 out of 8 finals, where John is 8 wins for 16 final appearances, this being his 17th of his career. We'll see how he handles this test, chasing a 10 as Waxhead finds himself in the camp of Jack Robinson.
All right, so these guys don't want any more sets to come. What's the vibe like down here, Bemmy?
The vibe is insane. The boys are absolutely going toe-to-toe right now. Jack and John, it was the final 2 years ago, and I tell you what, it looks very similar to that right now. John needed a 10. It's out there, but how good's it? So you can see that, I guess the boys were opposite sides of the draw, right? You could see it coming from a couple of days ago, but well, we got 12 minutes on the clock. John needing a 10, so I think we've got a couple more exchanges. Here we go, Jack. Come on, son. Look at this thing. Alley-oop. Oh, here we go. Energy, bro, energy. Pushing the limit. Hey, so yeah, fun, super fun. How good's this? WA, putting it on.
Doesn't get any better than this. This is the champagne hour right now. Let's go back to you guys.
We love it. We love the energy, Waxhead. And Matty Bemrose bringing it to us. The one thing he was off on was time management. It's going way faster than he thought. We're down to 8:25 to go. But Matt's a legend, great surfer, longtime competitor, longtime coach, longtime supporter of Jack Robinson. I just want to say supporter too of pro surfing. Bemmy absolutely loves it, doesn't miss a heat, and just great value. Makes you laugh every time you talk to him. Priority with John, 8 minutes to go. Can he come back? Needs a 10. Drives off the bottom. There's that first hook. Crowd silent upstairs. Watching the wrap in the pocket again. He needs something big. Gunning for the ramp. Tail high. Reverse. It's complete. Woo. You can see that John's just hoping for a type of canvas that Robinson had on his 910. Looks like Jack's got some clean water again. Ripping back in the pocket on that Arakawa. Nice wrap again on that higher line. So much speed and flow. Robinson attacking the oncoming section. No disruption to that flow state. The lines he's choosing, covering a lot of ground and surfing with some unpredictability as well. Robinson harnessing the magic of his home break.
Yeah, he is harnessing the magic, and one thing that Jack doesn't get deterred by is if his competitor gets an early lead. Jack isn't the kind of person that needs to surf his way into a heat. I heard Taj talking about it before, you know, Taj is like, I wouldn't like just sitting there while my competitor's catching waves. So let's just have a quick look at this one. This was John's last wave, rips it up in the pocket there. You can see he's just so hungry for this wave to give him something else. And he shifts his weight forward here on the board. You can eye up this section. He goes for the air reverse, sticks it. Now he's chasing a 10. It's got to be higher than Jack's 9.1. It's got to be the best wave of the heat. It's got to be the highest you can possibly go on the scoreboard.
Just the air by itself, Rich. How'd you like it?
I liked it. I thought this wave was actually really cool, and I think we need to be careful not to be immune to the score lines right now and appreciate that for what it was. 2 big swoops on the outside. The really high risk air to the finish. I don't think it's going to be a 10, but what it might do is replace one of those 7s with maybe an 8, 8.5, and it's going to bring that requirement down, which mentally for John at this point with 6 minutes to go is huge.
Well said, Rick. That full rope was solid, and I always just think, look at the section, how radical it was being over that shallow water. The ramp was solid, he had the speed, and it was a perfect landing. One of the best in every part of pro surfing, from barrels to power to airs. John Florence, a 2-time world champ, finished 8th in the world last year in his completed season. Hasn't felt the energy of the WSL Final 5 yet. Jack Robinson has, as numbers are now locking in for John Florence, make it 51. Excellent scores in his career at main break, an 8.77. Still second, but needs an 8.51 now. Has priority and is really back in this heat.
And I just feel like now this has just gotten so much tighter, and John's going to be feeling that, the momentum. He's out the back now with priority too. Just under 5 minutes on this clock, and I just love how close this heat is. And I love what you were saying, Rich. You just can't take away from that last wave just because we've had big scores thrown down. That was an amazing surfing from John, and to do it under so much pressure also.
Yeah, well, that 8.5, and John would have been thinking about that, going, you know what, 10, yeah, sure, but I'm going to need to do this in 2 waves. So half the job's done. The second half now is going to have to, he's going to have to do a repeat performance of this. An 8.5, we know that he is more than capable of that. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and he has priority too, so he's in the box seat.
John's moved up to number 2 in the world on the live rankings. Jack's up to number 3, and that's without the final result yet. It's like John's 10 that he had in the last heat. A 9.10 and an 8.17 again for Jack Robinson. Just excellent scores all over the place. Robinson's 9.10 that he had in the final, one of the best waves of this entire event. John's 7th excellent score of this event in 2024. Absolutely scoring here on finals day. Best for last on the final day of the waiting period. And a rematch from the 2022 final, still with 3:30 to go.
It's just, I've said it already, but you just can't believe how much the stars have to align for something like this to happen again. And it just, with such beautiful waves and such similar waves to the 2022 final. And we've got waves coming through the lineup now, and John's going.
John needs an 8.51 here, 3:13 on the clock. Motoring down the line on that ghost. He'll throw a carve into the pocket. The wave's going a bit flat. Couple of little bumps on it. Pacing himself. He's probably going to leave it on a big punt attempt here, and he doesn't get it. He's got to kick out. Jack's on the next one. Throws a snap off the lip and sees where John is and kicks out.
Smart surfing there from Jack Robinson, just knowing that John wouldn't have got the score on that wave. He would have heard the crowd. He would have probably had one eye on him before he started paddling for that wave. And knowing that he didn't get the score, opts out to get priority and try and hold that for the next couple of minutes. But let's hope there's another set. I want to see more.
I want to see more too. I want another exchange. This has been such an epic heat. But yeah, Jack just super smart surfing there. I think he would have just turned around when he was on that wave, saw John didn't get a finish and was like, right, well, that's not the 8.5 that he's searching for. So let's just get on out the back. Let's secure priority. Let's really get a lock in on this heat, and let's make this job for myself a little bit more easy.
Everyone on the bluff holding their breath. Will it be a repeat result from the 2022 final? So far, it's looking that way. Jack already had a win this year at Sunset Beach, where he was taking the wildest lines. It felt like he was driven by something bigger. Right now, out in front is John will take a look under priority. Still committing to this wave, throws down a carve, down to 90 seconds. Doesn't have the height that you think he'd be hoping for, but still throws down a reverse and then shuts it down on an aggressive section coming at him. But interesting to see him commit to a wave of that height, even though he shredded it, chasing an 8.51.
I think it's said and done, and I feel like John knows that he doesn't have another opportunity right now. He surfed that wave well. He needed to go, but with a minute left, highly unlikely he's going back out the back, and there isn't a sense of urgency for John here. Let's have a look at this wave. This was a smaller inside wave, and he's just sort of toying with it here. Couple of more horizontal carves, brings it through to the inside, gets a little air reverse, but that was just gnarly, that little section that he hit, and did it with so much ease. But 40 seconds on the clock, he's not getting back out the back.
Really impressed with Jack Robinson and his connection to the water here at main break on his home court. 30 seconds left.
Well, just looking at this set rolling through now, if John hadn't taken that wave, he could have potentially forced Jack onto that first one and then potentially got this one. So maybe a little mistake there.
As Jack will enjoy the ride. Last score for Florence, a 6.33. And you're looking at a man that has proved himself at main break. in multiple seasons. The whole crowd on the bluff is into the countdown, and it is official. For the second time, Jack Robinson is the champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Already was a hometown hero, and now even more as he's moving up the rankings and able to beat John twice at main break. That's a statement. Are we passing the crown now to Jack?
The torch may be being handed over. I mean, John, what, 51 excellent scores? I mean, that's still a big record. It's a big stat, but wow, that crown is maybe ever so slightly just being handed over to Jack Robbo right now. So, I mean, in Jack's books, he's gone back-to-back right now, and what an incredible thing to do. Hometown, so much pressure, so much expectation, but for some reason, that pressure and expectation just doesn't seem to faze Jack. It's like he's just going for a surf. He's just driven by a different sort of energy and something bigger, and yeah, I'm really happy for him. Obviously, lots of different changes this year in his life, but he's embracing it.
Really impressed with Jack Robinson. He's had some up and down results, but now he's got 2 wins this season from Sunset to Margaret River. And we asked Kelly about this the other day. You're always being compared to everybody on tour. You're the benchmark. You know, it's a big deal if anyone beat Kelly, and John's in that same category. Saw how elated Baron Mamiya felt when he beat John at Pipeline when it was pumping. And now for the second time, Jack's beat John at main break in the final. That's huge.
Yeah, it's a good talking point, no doubt about it. Well, he's 3-0 up against John, so he'll be feeling good about that stat. And when we talk about the best, you know, perhaps John's the best power surfer out at main break, but maybe Jack has the best variety, and the variety of tricks that he actually shows us, maybe he's the king of that.
Let's hear from Jack Robinson with Kaipo.
That's right, that's right. 2 times, Jack. 2 times the champo here at Margaret River. How you feeling?
Feeling good. That was the final I wanted. I wanted to throw everything at it, and you know, it was always fun surfing against John. You know, we're gonna have many more heats together, and what a day, you know, just super humbled to be here and win again at my home, and really grateful for this moment, man. It's like, really.
2 wins this year. 2 wins this year since you became a father with Zen. Is that dad power?
Dad power for sure. Yeah. All the dads out there, yeah.
Congratulations, Jack Robinson, our champ. You got my name right this time. I had to do it twice.
Well done to Jack Robinson. Thank you, Kaipo. What a moment together. We're all having deja vu. Jack beating John a couple years ago. Doing it again. Remember, injured last year, didn't get to defend his title. Now he equals Italo with 7 CT wins for current members of the championship tour, moving from 34 to 22, and all focused on the WSL Final 5. Jack has felt that energy before, and everything's on track for him to be there again.
Oh, isn't it ever? And it's unbelievable for him to be able to just put on this performance again. And I say it again, just for even Jack and John to be matched up here, and he's just tapped into this new energy source, becoming a dad this year. He looks more fired up than ever. He's just got more purpose. He's so much more driven, and yeah, he's just going to be taking this moment in, and it seems like he's a little bit more, maybe just more appreciative, a bit more grateful for things in life. He always has been, but just something's different this year, I feel, and yeah, I'm just so happy to see him get the win here.
Jack Robinson back at home in WA, and even though he's, you know, born and raised here, he's not home that often, spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast these days. Except when he showed up here, he went right to the point, watched the sunset, as all the local grommets and fans won't even let him get to the sand. This means a lot to the Margaret River region.
Yeah, this is huge. And, you know, Taj before Jack, and then obviously Jake Patterson before Taj. Dave McCauley, so many great surfers have come out of this area. Of course, you as well, Fleck.
Oh, thanks,
We can't forget you. And, yeah, this is just a real epic time for pro surfing in Western Australia. We're back here for another 4 years. We're grateful that Western Australia welcomes us with open arms. We saw there just a dejected John Florence, you know, after putting in just some amazing performances through this week. But it's this man, stole the victory. Leandro and Bemi, well, they'll do the hard work up the stairs now. Hoist him up onto the shoulders. Iago Dora there as well.
Messina, watch out. 2022. Jack Robinson has become the champion after beating John of Florence.
Heavy man. No better feeling in pro surfing.
Undefeated against John Florence in his career. I don't know how many guys could say that. And one more CT win. He ties John, who has 8 wins in his career. And he's done all this in a short period of time. His rookie season was just in 2021. A great closer when it comes to finals.
That's so cute.
Celebrations are starting here on the bluff at Surfers Point, and Margaret River, as their hometown hero, has done it again. Jack takes out John Florence in the final. We'll celebrate our champions on the WSL Post Show coming up next.
welcome to the post show. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro delivers another unbelievable finals day here on a beautiful Sunday in front of a monster crowd. And they have seen their local boy, Jack Robinson, win for a second time, and they're absolutely buzzing. We've got so much to break down. Obviously, stop number 5 brings so much excitement, so much pressure to our competitors, so there is a lot to discuss. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. That was a big one for the hometown crowd, Flip.
Oh, it really was. I feel like I can just feel the emotion buzzing just here on the host set, and I can't wait to get out there after this and just soak it all in. And he had a hard job ahead of him, but in his mind, he was the defending champion, and wow, he got it done.
Yeah, probably smash a few Coopers as well. Rich, also on the women's side, Gabriella Bryan breaking through for her first CT win in just her second ever final, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, well, the stars aligned for her this week, no doubt about it. She's got some special energy going on with Margaret River main break. She saved a career here a couple of times now. I think I might have said it at Bells. I might claim it. I said it wasn't going to be far off before she'd get a win. I picked her for Bells, but she kept me hanging one more event, didn't she?
Yeah, well, she didn't want to prove you right down there, but she's been incredible. Amazing moments in both finals. Can't wait to have a closer look at them. But for me, one of the standout moments on a beautiful day, Gabriella Bryan sharing a wave in the final with Dolphins, and it helped her get the win.
Oh, I feel like those Dolphins brought the good juju, and she just lapped it right on up. It was amazing to watch. There was like about 5 to 8 Dolphins on that wave face. She got the job done, and after that, it's just like her body language. You could just see she was just getting more and more confident with every wave she took, and yeah, it was just oozing off of her. So stoked to see her get her first CT win.
We'll have a close look at her performances in a little bit, but right now we're going to have a look at Jack Robinson's road to the final, having a look at the Bailey ladder bracket here, and it was no easy route. There never is to get yourself a championship to a victory. But it was impressive stuff from the local boy.
Yeah, it sure was. Overcoming Imai Kalani Devault, and then Seth Manise, and then obviously in the final against John Florence. But he's been on. He just surfs this wave just so eloquently, radically, powerfully. You know, he's got a different read on it than everyone else. Exploring unusual parts of the waves. He pulls out turns in these unique moments. And he looked good right from the outset this morning.
Also had just pumping conditions when we first rocked up this morning.
Oh, today, the waves were the hero. I mean, the surfers showed up, but for me, we had our backs up against the wall at the beginning of this waiting period, but we waited for today. It was the best day of the waiting period. It was big, it was clean, and yeah, there was so many excellent waves scored today. But one thing I thought that was interesting with Jack is, you know, Stace caught him for a post-heat interview in between the semi and the final. He said, I feel like I haven't had the good quality waves yet, and which I thought was interesting because I was like, hang on a second, I feel like you've been doing some great surfing, but in his mind, he wasn't done yet. And even with getting barreled, even with finding waves like this, I mean, he still wasn't satisfied. And I mean, he was right though. He rose to the occasion in that final with John, and yeah, they just brought the best out of each other.
Got past Imai Kalani Devault in the quarterfinals, then a big semi-final clash with Seth Manise, who was on fire. Survived that and earned his place in this final. And John coming off the performance of the event, Rich, was going to be hard to stop, but Jack just has a way of ignoring that and focusing on himself.
Yeah, blocking out all the white noise and just focusing on really what he had to do, just connecting with the 2 sets. That move there just showed the intent, showed where his head was at, in total control of the whole situation. And not scared to put it all on the line. The sharp eyes just looking so good under his feet. And be interesting to see the Shaper ratings at the end of this.
It will be. He knows exactly when to drop to the bottom, draw out a big bottom turn and throw himself up into the pocket, but when to cut that bottom turn short and get some height out of the lip with a big air. John Florence, he had some moments too. It was a well-fought battle.
Yeah, John had some great moments in this heat. I mean, he locked away 2 7s in the beginning stages of this heat, and I was like, okay, wow, Jack's up against it here. But Jack just fought back with that 9-1-0 and then straight away with the 8-1-7. But it was just the battle of 2 greats, and for it to happen and the stars aligned, I mean, I couldn't be more pumped.
The performance was solid from Jack, but Richie made great competitive decisions in that final.
Yeah, he sure did. You know, he wasn't fazed by the scores that John was dropping. but he did. He let the right waves go and then pulled the trigger on the right waves and, mate, laid down some incredible surfing on them.
Yeah, kicked out to get priority a couple of times too, which really worked in his favour and helped set up a second victory here for Jack Robinson. Look at the numbers, 9.1, 8.17, a very hefty heat score total of 17.27. John Florence not too far behind. Let's hear what Jack's got to say. He's with Stace.
Jack, how special does it feel to walk up the steps into this crowd?
Ooh, deja vu. Yeah, came back. Man, what a moment. Oh, that was a good final, eh? That was fun. So, yeah, I was really looking forward to that. He fired me up so much and look forward to many more heats with him. And, yeah, John's incredible out here. Wouldn't want anyone else in the final with me. So, yeah, just, you know, thanks West Dollars. Thanks to my home. Thanks everybody for the support. Thanks to my family. Thanks to my son. Thanks to everybody. Yeah, just hasn't really hit me yet. You know, so just in it out there and just focused on what I wanted to do. And yeah, I knew what I was coming for.
Earlier in the week, I was walking around town and the calls from the local lads were you're the defending champ. Talk to us about your mindset coming into this event and what other things you do to get yourself psyched up on home turf.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I missed last year. I felt like I was defending it again. Went through so much during that time, you know, to get back, injuries, and you know, that's things you got to do to get back in there and keep going, keep pushing. So, just really happy to be back here. I got the tingles and hair standing up. So, just thank you everybody for the support, and look forward to a long year. Let's keep
well
going.
done, Jack. You're a deserving winner. We'll let you enjoy this moment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Stace. Jack Robinson, just really just loving this moment. Big one for him, returning home for the first time with his son and his second victory as a dad. That's some dad power going on there, and as a result, he's climbing these rankings. Griffin Colapinto will still be wearing the yellow jersey over in Tahiti, but Jack Robinson in striking distance at the perfect time, heading to a venue that he absolutely loves.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you see that little green triangle next to Jack's name. It means he's jumped up the ratings in number 2 position. It's an interesting looking top 10 there. Some new names in there as well.
It is interesting, and one thing to note is there's a bit of separation between 4th and 5th there. Ethan sitting in 4th, he's on 20,000. Jordy in 5th, only on almost 17. So there's a few chunk of points there. Jake Marshall to add, he's dropped out of that top 5. He was coming into this event at 4th. So there's a bit of movement here on the board. And things are getting exciting going into that next stop, post-cut.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic fight for the final 5 as we move into that back half of the season, and we are going to be seeing those bigger names match up against one another earlier in the draw now with that compressed field. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch that unfold. Can't wait, bring it on. And also we've got some rookies up in that top-end conversation as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're at that stage now of the tour where the pressure valve has been let out a little bit. We can forget about the cut and we can really zone in on this final 5 situation. And I think that now we're going to see the performances lift again.
Yeah, on the women's side today, we had the quarterfinals to get through and they were on fire. Let's have a look at Gabrielle O'Brien's road to the final when we look at the Bailey Ladders bracket here. Tough draws all the way through. Came up against India Robinson in the quarters. Got the jump on Brisa Hennessy in the semis. That was a fantastic battle between 2 power surfers. But it felt like she was going to have an edge over Sawyer in that final. Just her forehand has been so strong.
Yeah, her forehand has been really strong, but I mean, it wasn't an easy journey. India Robinson, Brisa Hennessy, they're both 2 big power surfers. India had a big job ahead of her. You know, if she wanted to keep this dream alive, she basically needed to win the event. But Gabby just putting a stop to that and just really proving that she has a beautiful affinity with this wave. I mean, we saw her here in the final in 2022. She came up short. She got a second to Isabella Nichols. But I just thought, yeah, like you said, Rich, it's only a matter of time before she's going to get a win. And I also think she is probably the most powerful surfer on the women's tour currently right now.
Look, I think if you asked Gabriella and said, pick off the menu, what sort of waves do you want that really suit your style, and she would dish this up at Margaret River main break now. These right-handers, open face, lots of power that she can just give straight back to the wave and put that real open face carve on display. It's becoming her trademark. she's outpowered the field all week.
Yeah, she really, really has. And I just feel like she has a beautiful connection with the wave, and it was just made even more special for me when I saw that moment with the Dolphins, as we see her coach, Dog Marsh, just absolutely ecstatic. We also saw her mum on the steps too, and just like how much this moment means to her. But she came up against Sawyer in this final, and for me, I mean, Sawyer just put on a clinic today. I mean, she posted the highest single wave score for the women, that 9.40, just for 2 big backhand hangers. And going into this final, I was like, okay, wow, like, Gabby's got her work cut out for her. But as soon as this moment happened with the Dolphins, I was like, ooh, I feel like the energy shifted here.
Yeah, a special moment, no doubt. I think we touched on it during the broadcast, that, you know, the feeling when you look at the field, you know, each year you're going, who's improved? Who's stepped it up? And Gabrielle O'Brien has been that name that everyone's kind of been touching on. She's just looked like a much better performer this year, but the results hadn't really kind of worked in her favour. She came into the event in 10th position. She's going to make a big climb. We're going to see that on the rankings in a moment, but a special moment, Rich, when someone breaks through for their first CT win.
Yeah, it's that moment in your career when you actually go, okay, I can win. I know how to do it now. And she'll be taking those feelings. Everything that's happened today, she'll be applying that for the rest of her career. But some good numbers in the final too.
Really good numbers in the final. For me, one thing that I noticed is in her post-seed interview, she was like, you know what, just wanted to always let my surfing do the talking, but this year I've buttoned up a few things. I'm tidying up on the strategy. My heat IQ is a bit better, being more aggressive at the start of heats, and it's absolutely paid off.
Yes, congratulations to Sawyer Lindblad too. Put up a good fight in the final, but maybe for her, just winning through to the final and shoring up her position there in 10th spot, jumping from 12th place. You know, maybe that was like an event win for her, and it was hard to sort of muster the motivation and focus to get the job done over Gabriella in the final heat of the contest. But for Brian, it is a huge jump from 10th up to 5th. It's a huge move at the halfway point of the season to get herself in the conversation for the WSL finals.
Yeah, this is looking really, really interesting. This top 10 leaderboard here for the women. A couple of usual suspects down the bottom there that we're used to seeing up the top, and some new names up the top. Obviously, Katie Simmers right there in number 1. Molly Picklum, Brissa Hennessy. She has been so consistent this year, deserves to be in that number 4 position, and I love seeing Gabrielle O'Brien there in the top 5.
For me, what's interesting is defending world champ Caroline Marks dropped down into 6, so she's not in that top 5 right now. And then we've got Betty as well, Betty Lou, who's been so dominant at the beginning of the year, just fallen down ever so slightly. But because this is changing at every event, I feel like it's pretty close, and I feel like it's just going to change again, especially with those waves that we've got coming up on the back end of the tour.
Bring it on. But right now, let's bring on the crowning of our champions. We'll throw it down to the main stage with Joe Tapel.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. The WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for welcoming us to their buja. Pay our respects to the Wadandi community and their elders, past and present. The WSL is committed to the ongoing learning about local history, culture, and the language of the Wadandi Buja, the saltwater people's country. They have asked us all to walk together softly on country and respect the ocean and the waterways. We wish to also extend this acknowledgement and respect to other First Nations people who join us here in person and around the world on the broadcast. Thank you so much. Thanks so much to Zach Wallich-Webb and also to Uncle Wayne doing so many wonderful things with us, just educating us in the healing process and learning how to walk softly on country. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for all of you to be in the crowd. You guys are such a big part of pro surfing. Give yourself a round of applause. You make this so special. The official awards presentation for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, the 5th stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. It's all about the mid-season cut. We've all seen that now for a few years, the emotion, the drama, and also the level that's lifted with this format as we go from the top 34 to the top 22 for the men and the top 17 to the top 10 for the women. And we always feel arriving here in West Oz, it's such an incredible wave, custom built for competition here at Mainbreak. This year, it kept us honest till the end and provided the best waves when we needed it the most on finals day. Thank you all the local surfers that gave us this lineup throughout this entire waiting period and welcome us each and every year to WA. Keep the applause going for Bronte McCauley, Otis North, representing this part of this world into the main event once again. And how about a wild card from Manly? George Pittar doing the best things for wild cards so far this year, man. He's unstoppable. Big thanks to Tourism Western Australia, our title partner of this event. Thank you to our event partners, Red Bull, Shiseido, Yeti, Bonsoy, Surfline, True Surf, Eventbrite, Apple Watch, Shire of Augusta Margaret River, Healthway, Rusty, GWM, Oakberry, Bailey Ladders, Boost Mobile, Coopers, Bond University, BioGlen, WeatherGuard, Hydrolite, and Epic Safety. Let's hear it for all of our great supporters of this event. Big thanks to Sam Phillips from Tourism WA. You're incredible. Surfing Western Australia, Laney, Tim, Justin, Pirate, the crew. You guys are sensational to hang out with. The locals again, this place is absolutely incredible. And you guys bringing it all on a Sunday on finals day. You make every single moment so important. So thanks for being here. Got some really cool trophies over there. We want to thank local craftsman Gary Bennett from Jurok for creating these beautiful and unique trophies. Wine barrels, very symbolic and representative of this region, being a big wine region here in the country of Australia. Also up here to help with the awards, let's hear for Jessie Miley Dyer. She's finaled here before, representing the Commissioner's Office. And also Stuart Aubrey, MLA member for Scarborough. Thanks for being here, Stuart. Good to see you again. Let's now get to a special human being, an incredible surfer who redefined how to perform at Main Break here in Margaret River, one of his favorite locations on the tour. Your runner-up in the final. Let's hear it for John Florence. John, this is something we've been doing a while together. It's great to be here on the podium, especially here in West Oz. A rematch from the final that you had with Jack just a couple of years ago. Everybody here on the beach and around the world were chiming in on how excited they were for that matchup. Did you feel it before that final started, how everybody couldn't wait to watch?
Definitely. I think it's so exciting to be in the final against Jack again. We had that match in 2022, and kind of like felt like it was happening today throughout. And to have it happen in these types of waves is pretty amazing.
Also, your relationship with Jack, I think you took him to Waimea for the first time in his life at the start of the year. You guys are close, but obviously incredibly competitive. What's that like?
Yeah, me and Jack are good friends and been good friends for a long time, but obviously once the heat starts, we're competitors and we want to win, but I feel like it's like a fun rivalry, and we want to put on like a good show and have a good heat, and and so just have good battles.
Sounds like you want him back right now.
Yes.
It's a great rivalry on tour, a solid position in the final five now, as it's been fun to see you just be in 100% great physical shape. I think we want to all celebrate with you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling super good. Just stoked to be surfing and be healthy and surfing fun waves and be in the finals again here and just be back in WA, really.
You've had over 50 excellent scores at this wave. It's radical, including that 10. You get another Yeti, of course. Take us through maybe the 10 or other waves that you thought maybe were even more meaningful throughout this event.
Yeah, the 10 was definitely meaningful. It was an interesting one because it kind of unexpected. I felt like the wave was a medium-sized wave, and I just kind of like, I don't know, it's one of those waves where you just throw it all out there and then you end up back on your board and you're like, oh, okay, I'm still coming. And yeah, so I was pretty stoked to finish that, and yeah, stoked to have waves. And thanks everyone for coming down and supporting us, and and thank you for having us here in WA too. Every year it's so meaningful to be here. The people, the food, the waves, everything's so amazing, and one of my in the world.
Congrats, John. Enjoy the moment. Thanks for doing what you do.
Thank you.
John Florence, another final here at Main Break. Now let's hear it for a rookie from San Clemente, California, a goofy floater that just made her first ever CT final. Let's get behind Sawyer Lindblad. Congratulations. You are incredible. There was so much pressure on the line for you at this event. Being in the wrong side of the cut, accomplishing that, getting past a two-time world champion along the way with your best score you've ever had on the CT, then to making your first final. Have you found the words for what you've accomplished today?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Coming to this event, I knew I needed to like make the final or maybe even win. So I was just taking it heat by heat, and yeah, I'm so happy I did it and that I get to stay on tour.
What did that pressure feel like? Because it felt like it brought your best surfing. What was it like for you?
Yeah, I feel like I've always done well under pressure, so I was just really focusing on wave by wave, and the waves were so good today. I was so grateful that we had so much opportunity out in the water, and yeah, it felt good to make it to my first final.
Congratulations on everything. Loving watching your rookie season. Best of luck as things move on. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Sawyer Lindblad making her first CT final, making the cut as a rookie on tour. Let's now hear for the local hero. I think you guys know who this is. Winning this event now 2 times on the championship tour level. Let's hear for your champion, Jack Robinson. Come on, Jack. Oh.
I can't even jump, I'm so tired. This is lighter than last year, though.
Is it really?
Yeah, maybe, huh? Get stronger holding it. I don't know. No. I'm just tired. I don't know. I'm not even making sense.
I just want you to keep going. This is great.
Far out. Oh, where do we start?
Yeah, let's start with this energy that you feel. I think, first of all, I just got to go right to John, you know, because you were there to witness how John rewrote the book on how to make a 10-foot main break look playful. And that was the benchmark. And now 2 times in a row in the final, you've gotten the win. He brings something out of you. What does that feel like?
For sure. Yeah, I watched John for a long time. You know, even when we went to Hawaii, like I met John the first time, and then he inspired me there. But obviously seeing him surf out here inspired me so much. And, you know, it's really special to share a final with him. Look forward to many more. And, yeah, he's incredible, and definitely, you know, set the benchmark. Before I was on tour, I was like, wow, I want to, you know, can't wait to have heats with those guys, you know. And, you know, it's just a really special day, and super grateful for, you know, for everyone's support and for this place. And, you know, just couldn't be a better day.
Thinking about what this place means to you, the Margaret River region, Wadandi Buja, being here at Main Break. I mean, for you to be able to come home after long years of travel and being away, to be able to get this barrel for everybody here, how does that feel to you?
Oh, man, it's incredible. It's not just me that won, you know, it's everybody that supports me. And, yeah, it's just an incredible moment. You know, coming back here after I travel all year, it's, you know, it's where I grew up. It's my home. So, you know, it's the best place in the world. I'm just grateful to be from this place.
I can't get enough of this matchup. What waves do you want to have a final with John at this year?
Well, there's a couple of good events coming up, so I think you guys can figure that one out. Yeah, but you know, it's going to be a long year. It's a marathon, and yeah, step by step, you know. But yeah, look forward to many finals. That would be incredible.
Congratulations, Jack. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy being home.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks everyone for coming down. Yeah.
This woman is an incredible athlete, inspirational as well. She's finaled here in the past and proven that she loves Western Australia. Let's hear it for your champion, Gabrielle O'Brien. Wow. I think just like Sawyer was talking about pressure, you perform your best under pressure. Your final before, you were feeling the midseason cut. Yeah, you can relax for a second, Jack. But you did it again, but this time even better. You've probably dreamt about winning at the CT level. It finally happened. Was it everything that you always thought it would be like?
100%. It's insane. And I don't even think it's fully sunk in yet. But, wow, yeah, today was crazy. Coming into the day, just not confirmed yet. for my spot on tour, but I had a chance to do it myself, and last year I kind of left it up to like other people, and I didn't do it myself. So yeah, I was going to give it everything I got today, and it all played out, and I won. I can't believe it.
There's this phrase that your coach was using. It was being all in. We saw you use that in different scenarios, from paddle battles out to the box to waiting to start a 7-minute heat to being tested on finals day. Well, what are you most proud of, and what's that whole energy behind all in?
Yeah, I guess the start of the year I kind of lost some heats not going all in, kind of just being like, oh, the waves will come to me, and that's the side of competitive surfing that I just needed to find again, and I found it and went all in, and it worked. So I think I'm going all in for the rest of the year.
There we go, up to number 5 in the world, Gabby Bryan. I know your goals are WSL Final 5. You're in a right place, and enjoy the moment.
Thank you everyone.
Let's hear for all of our champions, Gabriella Bryan, Jack Robinson, and also runner-up John and Sawyer Lindblad. Thanks for being a part of this one. It's an emotional one, it's dramatic, and the waves provided once again at Main Break. Thanks for having us in WA, and we'll send it back to the post-show with Ronnie Blakey to wrap up this event. Take care, you guys.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations to our champions. Such worthy champions. And as Joe said, it's a dramatic event. It brings out a different level of pressure. There was marginal days where these surfers had to scrap to stay alive in this contest, but they were rewarded on the final day of the event window with pumping conditions here at Main Break, and the performance levels, surprisingly to no one, were just through the roof. Everyone went mad.
It was superb, and I feel like we've been running this contest for a month. It's been the best contest, though. It's been so fun. We've had small days, we've had days where we've been off, and we've been able to go for a little surf and a visit to the wineries, and then that final day just produced the fireworks. Insane.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch, and you know, some brave performances too, Flick. We touched on that earlier on, but I think you could really tell how much it means to Jack Robinson to get back here and get himself another victory, and just prove to everyone that this is his break, his hometown, and it's going to take something special to overcome him, because look at what John Florence is throwing at us, and still couldn't break through.
Oh, it's just not good enough for the Jack, the zen of Jack at the moment, just the energy that he's harnessing at this event, at other events. I mean, he's got 2 wins this year so far. He's a new dad. He's taking it in his stride. And, yeah, I mean, I guess the whole of Western Australia is so proud of him. And, yeah, when you're coming up against someone like John who just throws absolutely everything at it, I mean, Jack's just saying it's not enough. Bring it, come at me more.
2 wins for John, 2 wins for, should we start calling him Jack Robinson? Could be good. They might break the deadlock next year, though. But those two are obviously going to feature in our Boost Mobile Heat of the Day. It was an incredible final, and we expected that it would be fireworks. Even though John had the momentum after the semis, you knew Jack was going to pull something out of the bag. And again, his wave selection was on point. When he didn't have priority, he made scores out of it, and he made fantastic decisions throughout.
Oh, John just was so strong through finals day, and you know, you could be forgiven for thinking that he was going to run away with this final and just do the sort of surfing that's seen him win this event before. And 52 or something, excellent scoring rides in this event, just amazing. But Jack just got that biggest wave of the entire event, and he didn't hold back. He just put everything into it, carving through that first turn and got that gigantic finish. That was the moment where I think he went, I think I'm going to win this.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing that moment there, another clear moment where he was like, I'm going to put some separation between myself and John. I'm going to go to air on this first turn. I'm going to put it all on the line. There was so much risk associated with that, and he backed that 9.10 up with 8.17 straight away. And just one thing to note with Jack is that he doesn't mind if his competitors get off to an early start. I mean, John put away 2 sevens pretty quickly in this heat, but Jack just does not, it doesn't faze him. He just can sit there, keep his cool, and yeah, just bide his time and put away 2 scores. I mean, but John fought back, and he fought back, he broke that. He needed a big score, he needed a 10. He broke that with this 8.77. Then after this, he was only chasing the 8.5, couldn't find it though. And yeah, Jack just too good out at Main Break.
Yeah, it chose an odd wave to have a crack at the required score in the later stages, John. But I think when Jack rode that final wave, I don't know if there was enough push and power in that ride, and ultimately Jack did enough to get himself a second victory here. But looking at those images, got to give props to our broadcast team. The cameraman staring into the sun, Sammy Smith out on the ski, getting that air just perfectly framed. Awesome job, team.
Yeah, so much goes into running these events, and well, we got numerous cameras just littered all over the point here.
This time of the day too.
So
we had some
brutal.
long afternoons. They're staring directly into the sun, but the numbers, you can see them there clearly on screen. Massive scores.
Yeah, huge. And I did love that comeback from John for a moment there. We were like, oh, hang on a minute. He hasn't quite got the victory yet. And, well, he fought valiantly, but unfortunately, it was Jack Robinson's day. He's got the, well, in his mind, he's got the double.
Yeah, fun reflecting on that final. Unbelievable performances, as we've mentioned numerous times. But the big story now is who are we going to be watching through the back half of the season? Of course, the cut is done, and now we can look forward to seeing this group of absolute champions fighting it out for a Final 5 spot. It looks good to me.
Oh, it looks great. I think one thing today, you know, Yago, such nervous moments, waiting on, you know, is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? Big standout for me also, Seth Moniz just had a big job ahead of him, and he finally felt like, to me, he was finding his groove on tour. It felt like we hadn't seen it there for a couple of years, but things just started to click today once he started putting together a couple of heats. And yeah, I mean, all these crew here are going forward to the last events of the year, and there's some cracking events coming up.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. When I just look at the names on the third list there, Gabriel Medina, you know, we're still waiting for him to make his move and try and get up into that Final 5. It's doable at this stage. There's a lot of events to go. Stoked for Seth Moniz, just fighting his way out of trouble today. Yago Dora, good to see him back in. Love seeing Connor O'Leary down the back end, but that top list there, that you know, that list of Griffin, Ethan, John, Jake Marshall, Barron, Jack, Jordy, it's beautiful, setting up so well for the rest of the tour.
Do not be surprised if Medina takes out Tahiti and Cloudbreak and gets himself right back up to the top end. He'll be a force there.
Yeah.
Have a look at the surfers that were relegated. The big story, of course, was the GOAT, Kelly Slater. His run as a full-time campaigner on the championship tour. It was well celebrated here in the West. It was the perfect place to watch that era, that incredible era, come to a close. And we hope that we get to see him in a jersey again this season as a wild card, but also some very tough situations coming out of the cut as well.
There's so many tough situations coming out of that cut. My brain just straight away goes to Miguel, that really tight heat he had with his brother, and one of them was going to get relegated, and Sammy getting the jump on him, but then Sammy not even being able to convert as well, and unfortunately still not making the cut, so both brothers relegated to the Challenger Series. Good news is for Sammy though, I mean, he's got good fond memories of that first event of the Challenger Series last year. He got the win there, so he can sort of hold his head high, maybe draw on some positive memories from there. But there's some, big names. Another one, Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, Callum Robson's had a victory on the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the two Aussies there, I want to see them both bounce back in a big way. You know, Jacob, he's been on close for so many years, got on, now he's off. He's going to have to do some work at the Gold Coast again. But all hail the king, the GOAT, Kelly Slater, amazing.
Yeah, with full respect to all the surfers relegated, I'm really feel like Samuel Pupo and Jacob Wilcox for me are two surfers that actually haven't shown us their best yet on the CT and have the kind of surfing that's so worthy of being here. So hoping they can get it done on the CS.
Yep.
Let's have a look at the women's tour and see who has made the cut. Of course, this is such a compressed field and it's going to be an intense fight for the Final 5 now. Katie Simmons still hanging on to that #1 position, but Sawyer Lindblad creeping in at the other end in 10th spot.
Oh, when I look at this, it's just such a small pool of women, and it's just crazy to me that they're all so talented, they're all so good, they've got their strengths, they've got their weaknesses, but I just look at that top, you know, the top 5, Katie Simmons, Joanne Defay, Molly Picklum, Brisa, Caroline. I don't even know where to begin, but some unfamiliar names at the back end there. Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston Webb. We're used to seeing those women's names, you know, right at the top of the rankings, and right now they're finding themselves at the back. So it's going to be interesting. Tati also going to have some probably advantages moving into the back half of the year. Think about Cloudbreak, Tahiti. She's on her forehand there. Big, powerful left-handers. So we'll see if she can get some movement there.
There's a big generational shift happening on the women's tour at the moment. As we look at the relegated surfers from the Championship Tour, Lakey Peterson, that's the big surprise to me. I mean, Lakey's been a fixture at the top end of the ranks for a long time now. She'll be back on the Challenger Series, but yeah, there's been some tough moments, of course, for our competitors. Luana Silva bumped back to the Challenger Series again.
Yeah, I'll say Lakey and Sally, I agree with you. You know, unusual to see them in the relegated situation there. But Isabella Nichols and India Robinson, they've been on and off a couple of times now too. So they just don't go away though. They'll keep coming back. And no doubt the job's not done yet for them. We'll see them on the Gold Coast.
The Challenger Series is about to get underway. It is going to kick off on April 27th with the Bonsai Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. A couple of events here in Australia, so an extended trip for some of these Championship Tour campaigners that have been relegated.
Oh, and you know what? It's not such a bad consolation prize. I mean, it's like, you know, you don't want to be going to the Challenger Series. However, if you are headed to the Gold Coast, and I did have a look at the forecast, there is some really nice swell on the way. So if they're going there to warm up, they're probably going to get some good swell. Goldie is an amazing event. Snapper's a big, long right-hander. It's not too bad.
Yeah, well, it used to be the ultimate gift. Welcome to the Championship Tour, didn't it? As the first stop, you were just going, I just want to qualify. I want to be there on the Gold Coast, stop one. Now, for these Challenger Series campaigners, especially those that have been relegated, they've got to gather up all the confidence they can muster before getting back on the CS and having a good crack at it.
I think most of them will come off here and they will be full of confidence because you know, the performances that they've been laying down, regardless of being relegated, have been on point. It's CT level surfing. They'll go down and they'll muscle that field around a little bit, I think.
I think so too. Well, let's have a look at the 2024 Shaper rankings. And there has been some movement as we see that Mayhem still out on top, courtesy of Gabriella Bryan contributing some more points there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in second place, Sharp Eye there. So just to clarify, Jack was riding Sharp Eyes earlier in the event, but today just lent into the experience of his Arakawa shape boards. Obviously, Arakawa from Hawaii and Jack just having so much success on those ones.
What a bummer for Sharp Eye, though, because you start collecting points from the quarters on, and that's where Jack started his run today.
Yeah, Channel Islands also putting in a good show. Numerous final positions there, and Pizel and DHD bringing up the final two spots. But we love the Vissla Shaper rankings. This is an added bonus for us. And, you know, technology and surfing equipment, you know, a lot of spectators really want to know about it. You know, it's fun. This is a good part of the tour.
And cool having you and the wax head chasing down the Shapers in the competitive zone.
Geeks, mate, when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, it's. I think we should dive into it. It's a little bit too much.
Okay.
No, it's absolutely awesome. I love it. And the breakdown of the equipment and just how it performs differently for each of those team riders is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, every single surfer is unique in their own way, especially at this level where everything's just fine-tuned to the nth degree. You know, it's really cool.
It is. Time to get stuck into some highlights. It's the BioGland Daily Dose. Our top 5 moments from another unbelievable event here in the West. Coming in at number 5. Impressive stuff. The rookies show their composure and class. Sawyer Lindblad on absolute fire.
Yeah, she put on a clinic on her backhand. Those 2 turns in succession were absolutely incredible. 9.40. Just stamping her authority. She had such a big job ahead of her. She needed to make the final. She got the job done.
And Jake Patterson in her corner to help her. Coming in at number 4, John Florence. More perfection from him at main break.
I will just watch this over and over again and never get sick of it. This is just perfection, pure beauty on a wave. John Florence at his best. He continues to just drop massive numbers, and we marvel at what he does out here at main break.
Very impressive stuff.
Really had a hold on.
Like he was going to go all out on a ridge. Yeah, loved watching that, and everyone in the competitors area too, throwing up the digits and saying, yeah, stamp it, that's a 10. Coming in at number 3, celebrating Kelly Slater. He had some moments in this event, but ultimately fell short of his goal of cracking the final and keeping on tour.
Yeah, he absolutely had moments in this event. He had a couple of beautiful moments where I was like, you know what, maybe he can keep this dream alive. But, I mean, moments like this where he just finds these diamonds in the rough and just keeps everyone entertained. But it was such a beautiful moment to see him chaired up the stairs. And I just words can't even encapsulate what he has brought to the sport and what this moment means, and I'm still trying to digest it myself.
And what he'll continue to bring us the sport. His best surfing's, I think, maybe still ahead of him as a free surfer just traveling the world chasing swell. Number 2, Gabrielle O'Brien, locked in a position on the championship tour and broke through for a first CT victory.
Yeah, realising a dream here. Gabrielle O'Brien just perhaps completing the puzzle, getting all that self-belief now, and knowing that she, well, she not only belongs on the tour, but she belongs right up the top of the ratings. I think she's a big threat to make the final 5 this year.
Every dog has his day. Richard Dogmar, absolutely beaming. Gabrielle O'Brien, extremely happy. Her mum Rachel here just cheering her on. Has been supporting her throughout the event, obviously. And she'll have her name on the stairs here at Margaret River. Surfers Point, hoisting the barrel. What a great trophy. Coming in at number 1, though, we couldn't deny him. Jack Robinson, the local boy who grew up just down the road, is right at home at this venue, almost getting barreled out of that first carve in the final. And he has gotten the job done here for a second time.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. And in his own words, he came into this event as the defending champion. He was injured last year. He wanted to back it up, and he did. Not an easy job. The stars aligned for a John Florence, Jack Robinson rematch. Everyone was kind of talking, is it going to happen, is it not? And it worked out, and it did. And Jack just had the weight of the world on his shoulders. I mean, the hill was pumping today. The crowd was massive. Every time Jack ran out for his heats, it was just, everyone was screaming, everyone was yelling. And I mean, it's not easy to pull through, you know, when there's so much expectation. And Jack just harnessing that dad power, like he said, and now he's got 2 event wins already this year.
He just operates on a different plane, Rich. He just seems almost just bizarre, the way he processes his post-heat interviews and whatnot, but it's fun to watch, and obviously it helps him just stay focused and achieve these amazing results.
Yeah, he's on his own. He's in his own little universe. He's on his own playing field, but as a competitor, you need to find that. You need to find what works. You can't just go, oh, I think he's doing it that way, I should do it that way. He's tuned in, totally tuned in to what works for him, and we're seeing the best of it.
Obviously, our focus is going to shift to the Gold Coast for that first Challenger Series stop. It kicks off April 27th. It's not too far away, but then for the CT surfers, those who've survived the cut, they have Tahiti to look forward to. That kicks off on May 22nd. They got a bit of downtime, but that event is always super exciting.
Oh, I can't wait for Tahiti. I think it's going to be incredible. We've got some incredible names there that perform there so well. I mean, I just think to Jack and John out there, wouldn't that be incredible? Another rematch, but I'm excited for the Gold Coast Challenger Series event. There's some swell on the way, and let's hope that snapper perfect right-hand bank is looking good.
It is. It's been a fantastic time here in the West. We've completely sucked the marrow out of every day of this event window and finished off in style. We got lots of highlights from today. We're going to leave you with those. Stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com for all the latest info. On behalf of the broadcast team, thanks for joining us.
Run and tell your best friend it's about to go down. Burn a hole in the weekend. Gonna light up this town. Gonna step it up. Gonna step it up if you wanna go. Break out your whiskey, ring all your friends. Don't care for tomorrow, this night never ends. Gonna step it up, gonna step it up if you wanna go. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.